Order, order. Will members wishing to take their seats please come to the table?
Sincerely and truly declare and affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, her heirs and successors, according to law.
You're just going to sign it. Don't worry, we'll have a chat in a minute. I want you official. Order, order. Will members wishing... I'm now suspending the House briefly to enable the necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order.
Chris? Trying to give him the leader. I know.
Right. Before we come to question 1, I wish to inform the House about a change to our business today. At 5 o'clock, proceedings on the Police Crime Sentencing Courts Bill will be interrupted in order for the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to make a statement on COVID-19. If there's anything left to say, the statement will last for up to 1 hour and proceedings on the bill will then continue. If the programme motion on the order paper is agreed to by the House, the debate on the first group of amendments must finish at 6:30. The debate on the remaining amendments must finish by 9 o'clock and debate on the third reading must finish by 10. It's very unusual, although not unprecedented, to interrupt the scheduled business of the House to allow for a statement in this way. Given the priority that I put ensuring important statements are heard in this House first, or at least simultaneously, which I know is shared by members across the House, I think it appropriate for the House to hear a statement given the significance of the subject matter.
Secretary of State answering Mark Menzies.
Can you now answer the substantive question on behalf of Mark Menzies? Secretary.
Substantive question from Mark Menzies.
Mr Speaker, thank you. And could I just congratulate the Honourable Member for Batid Spen for taking her place, and also say my personal admiration for both her bravery and sense of duty in putting herself forward to stand for that seat after the tragic loss of her sister. With permission, Mr Speaker, I would like to take questions 1, 2, 3 and 4 together. MOD expenditure with industry, UK industry and commerce already directly and indirectly supports over 200,000 jobs across the United Kingdom. The investment of £88 billion in the equipment plan over the next 4 years, along with the changes we are making part of the Defence and Security and Industrial Strategy, will contribute to further economic growth and prosperity, including jobs across the United Kingdom.
Let's go to Mark Menzies. Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was proud to welcome the Minister for Exports to BAE Systems in my constituency the week before last, visiting the Factory of the Future. And indeed, that followed hot on the footsteps of the Prime Minister's visit back in March. So can my right honourable friend outline what is being done to support a world-class defence manufacturing export success? And will he commit to the continuation of the Typhoon export programme?
I'm grateful for my honourable friend. The Defence and Security and Industrial Strategy, published in March, set out how this government will support defence and security exports. The UK government and BAE are leading on current opportunity in Finland and will continue to support industry in this campaign and future opportunities where they are present. Typhoon continues to benefit from ongoing investment, including Leonardo's ECR Mark II radar and MBDA's Meteor and Spear weapons. This increased capability, delivered by the core programme, will strengthen export prospects.
Let's go to Carl McCartney. Carl.
Good afternoon, Speaker, and thank you. Lincolnshire has the privilege of being the historic home of many MOD bases and personnel, and I am proud to have RAF Waddington in my constituency of Lincoln, which, as my right honourable friend is aware, houses and employs thousands of my constituents. Can my right honourable friend assure me that not only that RAF Waddington will play an active role in our nation's defence for many decades to come, but he recognises that the recent announced changes at RAF Waddington is a concern for many Northrop Grumman personnel, and what steps are being taken to preserve those with critical skills, both locally and nationally, and will my right honourable friend work with potential overseas buyers of RAF aircraft to secure technically skilled jobs and provide some extension of employment for my constituents?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just express my gratitude to the Northrop Grumman team who have worked on the E3D Sentry over the years. Retiring old aircraft will inevitably impact the people who work on them. However, RAF Waddington, which I recently visited, remains firmly in our plans as it becomes a national and international centre of excellence for remotely piloted air systems and for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance, and will be a source of skilled employment for my honourable friends' constituents. We are investing in 16 Protector remotely piloted air systems, and it will be the future home of the Red Arrows as well.
Scott Bent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was delighted to see that His Royal Highness the Duke of Cambridge cut the steel for HMS Belfast last week, the third ship in the Royal Navy's fleet of next-generation Type 26 anti-submarine frigates. With all 8 Type 26 frigates being built by BAE Systems on the Clyde, is the Secretary of State able to outline how many jobs this programme will support?
Mr. Speaker, the Type 26 frigate programme consists of a total of 8 ships, as my honourable friend has said, with work sustaining some 1,700 BAE systems alone in Scotland and 4,000 jobs across the wider UK maritime supply chain until 2035.
Mr. Speaker, a crucial part of our defence system is MOD procurement, with military equipment provided by companies such as Typhoon International, who make dry suits and life jackets for military divers, and First Choice Labels in Kirkleatham, who kindly provided social distancing floor stickers to businesses during the pandemic. Can I invite the Secretary of State to Teesside to visit these great local British businesses and see for himself the high-quality military equipment and supplies we produce in Redcar and Cleveland?
Yes, and I'm delighted to come over to Redcar to visit my honourable friend's constituency. He highlights the real importance of the supply chain in any defence product. It's not always the big primes that often get the attention, but it's all the little companies and the medium-sized companies that string along behind it that are supplying the real detail often behind the bids.
We now come to the Shadow Secretary of State, John Healy.
Can I thank the Defence Secretary for his welcome to our new member for Batley and Spen? I will ensure that his kind remarks are known to her. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has promised an extra 10,000 jobs in defence each year for the next 4 years. Buy British is the best way to deliver this promise, so that we design and build for ourselves in Britain. It strengthens our economy, it strengthens our sovereignty. Now, his defence equipment budget is now £19 billion. What proportion goes not to Britain, but to US suppliers?
Well, many suppliers in this country may not be entirely UK insofar as their ownership of the country, but for example, in St Athens, where the Ajax is made by General Dynamics, or indeed by Boxer that is made in Shropshire with a combination of BAE and German Rheinmetall, we often insist that a significant proportion of those projects are made in the UK. For example, the Boxer vehicle, which is over 65% components UK made, including in Stockport, for example, the metal frame, does provide British jobs, even if sometimes the ownership of the countries are indeed international. But of course, it's important to have international components because we also, like the previous questions, Mr. Speaker, want to sell abroad. And if we shut everyone else out, we shouldn't be surprised if they don't buy from us.
John Healy.
Well, the Defence Secretary ducks and dives to avoid the answer, but the highly authoritative Defence Analysis has the figures. 31% of Britain's defence budget now goes to US suppliers. That's up from 10% only 5 years ago. Britain can make the best, but it requires government to give it backing. In the last month alone, the Defence Secretary has rejected the world-leading UK-built Brimstone missile and bought US instead. Isn't the truth, Mr. Speaker, that ministers are making big promises to UK industry while the big money still goes abroad?
Mr. Speaker, I think the truth is that the right honourable gentleman doesn't seem to understand defence procurement and how things are manufactured. The F-35, for example, of which 15 to 20% of all its global components for all 3,000 aircraft are made in Lancashire, the rear part of that aeroplane. Many of the highly complex, highly expensive defence projects are collaboration. Typhoon, that is often championed from both sides of the House, is an international collaboration between Spain, Italy, Germany, and the United Kingdom. So when the right honourable gentleman mentions the word supplier, he is of course deliberately confusing that with the actual number of jobs and the ownership of the business. So let's ask the question, which is how many people are working on American companies' business but based in the UK? And you will find on most of them, they're here in this country.
We have another substantive question to the Secretary of State from Andrew Lowe. Secretary of State.
What number?
Number 7.
I do apologise. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to answer questions 7 and 8 together, Mr. Speaker. The government supports families providing successful wraparound childcare pilots, and in the last financial year awarded grants totalling £4.5 million from MOD's Education Support Grant Fund and Early Years and Childcare Fund. Through Forces Help to Buy, we've helped around 24,100 personnel buy a home or move as their families' needs change. The future accommodation model is looking at how we can support service families with more choices in how and where and with whom they live.
Let's go to Andrew Lowe. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What is the Ministry of Defence doing to ensure eligible personnel know that the continuity of an education allowance, a very important and necessary support for young people from military families, the vast majority of whom are a great asset to the schools they attend, that the CEA is available to NCOs as well as to officers?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CEA is available to all ranks, and I think we should encourage as many people as possible to take it up. Of course, it's used to achieve essential continuity of education for children, providing educational stability when assigned to service locations to meet the obligations of their service. Service personnel, as I've said, of all ranks may qualify, subject to them satisfying the eligible criteria. Service personnel are encouraged to seek advice from the chain of command if they wish to take it up.
Brian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Armed Forces families are very much the backbone of our military, including those living at Worthy Down in my constituency. It's only right that we do everything that we can to guarantee that they and their loved ones enjoy quality of life as possible as much as anybody else. So can the Secretary of State confirm that it is his mission to see that every service family can live in the modern, sustainable accommodation that they deserve?
Mr. Speaker, it is my mission that they get the accommodation that they do deserve. The Defence Infrastructure Organisation has recently awarded contracts up to the value of £2.1 billion to a number of market-leading suppliers to provide maintenance services across the UK estate for the next 7 years. These contracts will benefit from the increased investment announced in the integrated review to address the legacy of underinvestment across the estate, enabling improvements to our armed forces and their families.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Stuart Malcolm MacDonald. Stuart.
I'm grateful, Mr Speaker, and can I add my congratulations to the new member for Batley and Spen on her election. Mr Speaker, this is the first defence questions we've had since Armed Forces Day, where we go through the normal time of thanking not just personnel, but their families, who, as the member who's just spoken mentions, really are the backbone of serving personnel across the UK. We know that in terms of the childcare subsidy, the government provides £2,000 for that, but families are often spending 3 times as much as that, sometimes even more. So a very simple question: will the Secretary of State extend and increase, rather, the childcare subsidy available to personnel families?
Well, first of all, we're going to increase up to over £165 million a year spending on wraparound childcare for families with children up to 11 in primary school. That allows them, that reflects the fact that most service personnel don't leave a 9-to-5 job, and in fact it helps them considerably, and in fact where we have run the pilots it's been incredibly popular. As far as the continuity allowance, one of the ways we think is to manage the disruption that families suffer is not necessarily just by increasing that allowance, but increasing the ability for those forces families to find a place that they want to live, so that they can be settled and that their children can effectively attend their same schools. That is a growing trend from when I served, and that's why the Help to Buy, the 24,000, to me is a really positive number, which shows there are a number of people now who have made a choice that when they deploy, they will go on their own, but their family and children will stay stable in one place.
Stuart Malcolm MacDonald. Stuart.
It's good to hear that there's going to be increased support, Mr Speaker. And on childcare in particular, we know from surveys that that is something that can be crippling for serving service families. Can I also move on to employment issues for the families of service personnel? At the minute in the UK, helping the spouses of those who serve in the armed forces is largely left to the third sector. In Canada, for example, a fellow NATO country, they have a thing called the Spousal Employment Network, a very successful model run in-house by the government to help the spouses of those who serve find good quality work that suits them. Will the government look to bring this type of thing in-house rather than leaving it to the third sector, who, although they do a good job, really the state should be taking on more of that responsibility?
The honourable member will know that we're working on a family strategy, and I think his suggestion is an area that we are exactly working on for that strategy. I think he is right. It's certainly at the time when I was serving in Germany in BAUR, where there was a much more settled, huge army, there were lots of those organisations around, and I think they need some reinvigorating, whether that's done entirely through the state or whether it's through the blend of the NGOs, charities, volunteers and the state, is something that I will welcome to look at, and I think there will be some solutions. But he's totally in line with our policy, our view that we have to do more of spouses to help them with their jobs if they move around.
Number 11, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, Mr Speaker, I should like to answer questions 11 and 12 together. Mr Speaker, we are always striving to improve transition, but it is a success story, and in 2019-2020, 84% of service leavers were employed within 6 months, higher than the UK employment rate of 76%. We offer support through the Career Transition Partnership. We've also introduced a national insurance holiday for employers of veterans, a guaranteed infuse scheme for those applying to the civil service, and this acknowledges, Mr Speaker, that veterans bring discipline and huge employability to the workplace.
Very Clinton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The average unemployment rate across the general population in this country is 4.8%, but for veterans, the unemployment rate is a very concerning 7%. So can the Minister say why the Armed Forces Bill does not include employment within its scope?
Speaker, contrary to the honourable lady's question, in reality, the statistics show that the picture is very positive. If you compare like for like, overwhelmingly veterans are in good employment, and I think that reflects an overall demand in the civilian sector, Mr Speaker, to take on veterans, especially in growing sectors like telecoms and constructions, because of the magnificent skill sets they bring to those jobs.
Dean McKay.
Thank you. Can I welcome the work of the Career Transition Partnership? But I think the Minister must be aware that some estimates suggest that unemployment amongst ex-service personnel aged 18 to 49 is double the national average. And I just wonder if he's asked DWP colleagues to consider the simple suggestion of the Centre for Social Justice that they include an obligatory question on initial Job Centre Plus registration which asks, have you ever served in the UK Armed Forces?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the Honourable Gentleman's question. I'm content, and I've seen it for myself, that the DWP are now very much veteran aware, and I've been very impressed with the veteran-friendly approach of DWP. I saw 10 days ago an Armed Forces champion in a DWP Job Centre Plus office, and I think this joined-up response of government to ensuring that veterans are made aware of right across every government department is already bearing fruit.
Andrew Gwynn.
Number 13, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I should like to answer this question together with question 14. The Ministry of Defence is determined to provide the best possible mental health support and care for members of the armed forces. We have introduced a 24-hour mental health helpline for service personnel and families in tandem with combat stress. We've introduced HeadFit, a training website for mental health, and from September, all serving personnel will receive a mandatory annual briefing on mental health awareness. Now, of course, all of this, Mr. Speaker, must be undermined by a cultural shift in which it is okay to say you're not okay.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer and for the work that has been done, but he must also know that government targets on mental health care have been missed for veterans across all services in England, including a wait of 37 days for face-to-face appointments through the Transition, Intervention and Liaison Service against a target of just 14. Will he now commit to reviewing these services to ensure that our serving personnel and veterans absolutely get the best standards of care that they need and deserve?
Well, we are absolutely committed to ensuring that veterans receive and service personnel receive a gold standard of care. I was with Op Courage clinicians last week and I was pleased to learn that those seeking high-intensity treatment for high-intensity and complex problems, those wait times have decreased. I was also very encouraged to learn that veterans themselves are part of the mental health support in the form of peer worker supporters. So I think we will always have more to do, but I think good progress is being made.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Armed Forces Covenant states that those injured in service, whether physically or mentally, should be cared for in a way that reflects the nation's moral obligation to them. However, the Defence Committee's 2019 report on mental health suggests that there was a 50% shortfall in both unified and civilian psychiatrist posts. So can the Minister set out an updated estimate and also set out what is he doing to ensure that staffing meets the demand from service communities?
Well, thank you. We will always get after any gaps in provision, but I am confident that progress has been made. And when it comes to delivering on our obligations in terms of the Covenant, which is to ensure that no serving personnel or veteran is disadvantaged in any way, I'm very proud that we are right in the middle of taking forward the Armed Forces Bill.
Minister Stinmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Government figures show that the number of service personnel being seen by the MOD's specialist mental health services for initial assessment has fallen by 36% since 2013 to an all-time low. That's despite personnel being more willing to seek help for mental health issues. Will the Minister commit to reviewing all current mental health provision for our armed forces personnel?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome that question because, as I mentioned, apart from the physical provision, what we are seeking to get after is a cultural change, an institutional shift across all of our armed forces, led by the chain of command, in which people feel comfortable asking for help. And I think we are already seeing a tangible benefit in that regard. And I saw some of that up close when I visited the Courage clinicians in St Pancras last week. Question number 16, Mr. Speaker.
Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The MOD recognises the valuable role played by some 140 museums around the country and currently supports 53 Army museums through the provision of curators and infrastructure costs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for his recent visits to Stanhope to my constituency, where he saw British manufacturing for the tracked vehicles for armed forces at its best. The Durham Light Infantry Museum was sadly closed in 2016 by the Labour-led Durham County Council as a cost-cutting exercise. However, keeping the collection in storage has actually proved more expensive than actually keeping the museum open. The new joint administration is looking to reopen that museum. Will he work with me and meet with my colleagues of Bishop Auckland and Sedgefield, who are very keen on this new initiative, to see what the Ministry of Defence can do to get this museum reopened?
Well, I greatly enjoyed the visit to Stanhope, and I'm sure if there's an opportunity to meet again, I'd be delighted to do so. The DLI had an extraordinary record of service, as did the 68th Regiment that preceded it. I'm delighted to hear that the Council is reviewing the fact that the Regimental Museum is currently closed. If we can use museums to inspire young people, not only with what their forebears did, but the ongoing service of local people in the armed forces, that must surely be welcomed from all sides.
Dave Duncan. Question 17, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the 2020 spending review settlement for defence provided a cash increase of more than £24 billion over 4 years compared to last year's budget. This represents an above-inflation increase in capital and resource spending over the period and exceeds the government's commitment to increase the defence budget by 0.5% above inflation each year of this Parliament.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the whole of NATO, only Luxembourg spends less on their personnel than in the UK. In 2020, the MOD spent just 34% of their budget on personnel, half the figure of Belgium. So does the Secretary of State believe it's the woeful lack of investment in our personnel which is driving the current recruitment challenges in our armed forces, or is it the chronic accommodation he expects our service personnel to live in that's to blame? Because soon the size of the army will be at its lowest since 1714. So how does the MOD splashing £200 million on a new royal yacht help with these challenges in our armed forces?
I think the honourable gentleman doesn't understand how we spend our money in defence budget. 34% of a very large budget on an armed forces is expeditionary and requires lots of capital equipment. I mean, of course, the proportion to human beings that we're spending on equipment is going to be lesser than a country like Belgium that has a very large potential personnel budget but very few capital budgets. So that just simply explains the different proportion. It doesn't mean to say we spend less. Our salaries on our forces, our terms and conditions of our forces are comparably better than most people, not only in NATO but across the world. It's just simply that we choose to buy things to put our people in, such as boxers or indeed aircraft, and that is simply the reality of it.
Let's go to Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government accepts that the historic policy of prohibiting members of the LGBT community serving in the armed forces was absolutely wrong. And work is underway to understand and acknowledge the wide-ranging impact of the pre-millennium practice of the ban. And this will ensure that it is not only through the return of medals that the impact of this historic policy are addressed, and we will be announcing this work in due course.
Dan Carden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ban on homosexuality in the armed forces is expected to have affected upwards of 20,000 veterans who faced inhumane treatment from medical examinations to imprisonment and have lived a life of shame and fear. This historic injustice warrants an apology from the Prime Minister, and I wonder if the Minister will seek that on behalf of the nation. And these men and women have waited long enough. Could he set out a timetable for righting this historic wrong?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, addressing this injustice will be at the heart of the Veteran Strategy Action Update Plan, which I will announce later this year in the winter. And I thank him for his sustained interest in this issue. And we're very clear, Mr. Speaker. I can't preempt the findings of this work stream, but I can assure him that we will address this with compassion, with humility and with urgency.
We have a substantive question to Minister Heapy. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I should like to answer questions 19 and 20 together. Our armed forces continue to provide support to the Iraqi government in tackling the threat posed by Daesh. The RAF have flown over 8,700 sorties and released more than 4,300 precision weapons to target Daesh in Iraq and Syria. On the ground, we have trained in excess of 120,000 Iraqi and Kurdish personnel in everything from engineering to countering IEDs. We remain wholly committed to the coalition and supporting our ally Iraq in countering Daesh.
Go to Marcus Fish. Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeovil and the South West are proud of the contribution we make to supplying our service personnel with the best possible equipment on their forward operations in risky environments, such as the fight against Daesh. And we are proud also of the apprenticeships and skills that are sponsored through such industrial connections. For example, the 500 apprenticeships Leonardo Helicopters have recruited over the last decade. Will my honourable friend confirm that this partnership will be at the forefront of his mind when making the choice of the next new medium helicopter?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend knows is right to raise the importance of rotary aviation in support of operations around the world. He knows from our exchange in the debate last week that I'm not able to comment directly on the point that he makes, but he knows, I hope, that we always want to provide our armed forces with the very best of equipment.
Royston Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. British and American F-35s recently conducted operations from the UK's aircraft carrier HMS Queen Elizabeth as part of the Operation Shader to degrade the capabilities of Daesh. Would my honourable friend, as much as he is able, update the House on the nature of those operations and the strategic importance of them?
Speaker, in June 2021, UK F-35B aircraft carried out their first operational sorties in support of the counter-Daesh operations from HMS Queen Elizabeth in the Eastern Mediterranean, providing a valuable contribution to Shader and the coalition air effort. This activity has formed a key part in improving UK carrier strike capability to operate closely with allies and our interoperability with the US and others. We're delighted with how those sorties have gone. The F-35B is a phenomenal aircraft launched from a magnificent aircraft carrier.
Dr. Julian Lewis.
What conclusions have our ministers and strategists drawn from our use of military force from outside the borders of states like Syria and Iraq, which might help prevent the re-emergence of Afghanistan as a base and as a launch pad for international terrorism campaigns like those of Daesh and Al-Qaeda following the withdrawal of NATO troops from Afghanistan?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend knows from our previous exchanges on this matter that we have absolutely reserved the right to counter terrorist threats to the United Kingdom that may re-emerge in Afghanistan. And he's absolutely right to point us towards an outside-in model, such as that prosecuted from Cyprus in support of Operation Shader. I know that that is very much in the thoughts of those who are planning for that eventuality in Afghanistan.
Evan Jones.
Question number 22, Mr. Speaker.
The capital costs of building the national flagship will accrue over a number of years and will be met from the defence budget.
Evan Jones.
Well, it's very interesting. I'm not sure I should be asking this question of him rather than the Prime Minister, but can he explain then what else in the defence budget will give to pay this 200 million which the Prime Minister announced? I think he's sprung not just on the nation but also on the Minister of Defence.
Oh, we're delighted to be playing our part in delivering this first-rate asset, which will be a tremendous boost to the UK and global Britain. I think we should recognise the fact that we'll get greater clarity on the costs and the profile of that when we have completed our market engagement. The PIN has just gone out, but to put it in helpful context for the right honourable gentleman, over 4 years, you're talking around the region of sort of 0.1% of that kind of impact of the overall defence budget. So I'd like to put that into perspective for him.
Minister Chris Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the National Audit Office have judged the Defence Equipment Plan as unaffordable for the 4th year in a row, the continuing well-publicised disasters and rising cost of the Ajax project, and of course the cancellation of Warrior. Could the Minister explain why this vanity project has become a spending priority for the Minister of Defence?
I'm delighted to help the honourable gentleman on a few points. Firstly, the NAO report to which he refers, I believe that was on the old numbers prior to the provision of a very fulsome provision to the Ministry of Defence, so £24 billion being spent from the current levels going forward, which has really helped us to ensure we can deliver the right priorities for this country in the future. The honourable gentleman referred to Ajax. That's pleased to reassure him it's a firm price contract. He also referred to Warrior. That is one example of the decisions, the tough decisions we made to ensure that the budget came in on balance and will continue to do so. That is the target of the Secretary of State and myself. We will continue to work on it and address all the priorities of the Ministry of Defence.
Yes. Jill Furness.
Question 24, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is committed to creating the right conditions for a competitive and sustainable steel industry. It publishes its future pipeline for steel requirements, enabling UK steel manufacturers to better plan and bid for contracts.
Jill Furness.
The UK steel sector supports over 30,000 jobs, many of which are in Sheffield, my hometown. The Government has described the industry as vital. So can the Minister explain why less than 30% of Type 26 frigate steel is being sourced from the UK? And will he support Labour's campaign to make, sell and buy more in Britain, starting with the steel procurement in his own department?
I will happily explain that to the honourable lady. I believe I'm right in saying that 50% by total value of the steel for the Type 26s will be coming from the UK, which is about 35% of the tonnage, or 1,400 tonnes per ship. So the honourable lady is correct on her figures, but it is 50% by value. The difference in why we're not able to do more does in part reflects the nature of the steel industry in the UK. Unfortunately, not all the steel we need, the type we need, the specialist steel that is required for defence equipment, not all of that can be sourced within the UK, unfortunately.
Question 25, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am proud, Mr Speaker, that we are strengthening the Armed Forces Covenant by enshrining it in law through the Armed Forces Bill and issuing statutory guidance for local authorities in the critical areas of housing, healthcare and education. This milestone bill, Mr Speaker, will deliver on our duty to our veterans and service people as they have done on their part.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government claims the Armed Forces Bill will enshrine the Armed Forces Covenant into law, yet there is no responsibility for government departments, including the Ministry of Defence, to deliver the Covenant, and the limited focus on housing, healthcare and education risks creating a two-tier covenant that bakes in the existing postcode lottery on access to services. How will the Minister ensure that we eliminate the postcode lottery that our veterans face in accessing vital services?
Well, Mr Speaker, that is the whole point of the statutory guidance, to ensure that there is a best practice template that every local authority can follow to ensure that veterans and service people in their locality are in no way disadvantaged.
Now comes Shadow Minister Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Armed Forces Covenant is the debt this country owes to our servicemen and women who have served our country. One such group I met with last week are the nuclear test veterans, who have suffered from cancers, blood disorders and rare diseases as a result of their service. They have been refused support, recognition, compensation and a medal for their service. Will the Minister for Veterans today review the Government's position on this issue and agree to meet with the nuclear veterans?
Speaker, well, historic medallic recognition cases are a matter for the Independent Advisory Military Subcommittee. Last year, they considered the case of nuclear test programme veterans and concluded it did not meet the necessary criteria. Now, of course, Mr Speaker, this was not a decision that the campaign groups the Honourable Lady mentioned wanted and their families had hoped for, and I fully sympathise that they would have wanted a medallic recognition for their loved ones. But it is right and proper that this is an independent process and therefore not for ministerial intervention.
Fletcher.
27, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Defence is working to raise awareness of financial issues and planning among service personnel. This is across all three services because we recognise that financial literacy is a critical life skill.
Okay. In October 2019, Danny Butcher, the brother and former soldier of my constituent, Carrie Jones, sadly took his own life after getting involved in an online money-making scheme that plunged him into debt. He was by all accounts an outstanding member of society. He had toured overseas during his time in the British Army and was mentioned by his commanding officer in dispatches. Yet after leaving the armed forces, he was lured in by a property scheme that offered those involved to get rich quickly. Following a surgery with Miss Jones, I had the pleasure of discussing with the previous Minister for Veteran Affairs what could be done to provide members of the armed services who are about to be discharged with some financial education, the object being that they would not be tricked by unscrupulous money-making schemes. So in light of Danny Butcher's death, what steps is this department currently taking to ensure all those departing the forces have adequate financial literacy skills so they know how to spend their money wisely and become integrated fully within civilian life?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My thoughts are with the family of Danny Butcher. Every veteran suicide is an absolute tragedy, and we must seek to learn lessons from this. We are working to ensure that all service leavers have adequate financial educational awareness, and we want to ensure this is the case across all three services, specifically with regard to debt, to household financial management and mortgages. And I'm very grateful for him raising this important subject today.
On that basis, I'm going to go to topicals with Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, as part of the carrier strike group deployment of 23rd of June during innocent passage through Ukrainian territorial waters, HMS Defender was overflown by Russian combat aircraft and shadowed by Russian ships. No warning shots were fired and no bombs were dropped in her path. These assertions were Kremlin disinformation. The Royal Navy will always uphold international law. In the Mediterranean, the group's ships and aircraft had bolstered NATO, conducted highly successful exercises, flown armed sorties against Daesh, and been welcomed into port by many friends and allies, boosting Britain's trade and diplomatic links. In coming weeks, we will continue to build relations with our partners as we reach the Middle East and Indo-Pacific.
Secretary of State John Hamer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We pay tribute to the total professionalism of the HMS Defender crew. Mr. Speaker, this is a profound moment for more than 150,000 UK men and women who served in Afghanistan. I pay tribute to their service and their sacrifice, especially the 457 that lost their lives. Where does this withdrawal leave the UK strategy of forward deployment in a region that sits between Russia, China and Iran, three of the main state-based threats identified in the integrated review? And how will the government ensure that Afghanistan does not again become an operating base for terrorism directed against the West?
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to join the right honourable gentleman with his tribute to the men and women who fought, some of them who never came back, and who contributed to the many years in Afghanistan. I've placed on the record before, Mr. Speaker, the fact that it was my view that the leaving by the United States left us in a very difficult position to continue that mission. It left many of us unable to continue that without a significant international uplift. That has not been forthcoming, and therefore we are in a position where we too are in that path of withdrawal, with all the risks that that may leave in the future in the next 10, 20 years. And therefore we have to do our very best with what we have now. That means we will continue to work with the Afghan government, and we continue to focus on the threats that emanate from Afghanistan and may grow to emanate towards the United Kingdom and our allies, and we will do whatever we can. However, it is important in forward presence that we are always in those countries at the consent of the countries. There was a Doha agreement, there was a peace agreement, and that means we have to therefore include the future about what we're going to do next.
Capitals, short and sweet. To chair the Select Committee, Tobias Elwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to welcome reports in the weekend's papers that suggest the aid budget may return to 0.7%. The utility of hard power without soft power invariably leads to failure, as sadly illustrated in Afghanistan, where the sudden exodus of NATO forces means there is now a high risk of civil war, with the Taliban advancing and securing more districts by the day. Mr. Speaker, I repeat my call for a formal inquiry so we can understand how this NATO mission endorsed by the UN, lasted 2 decades, has now ended in failure. We're now abandoning the country to the very insurgent organisation that we went in to defeat in the first place. This cannot be what we expected when we went in there. It's not the exit strategy that we anticipated. Our presence gave legitimacy to the Afghan authorities, and our exodus will be seen as a victory for the Taliban. Please, let's have the inquiry.
Can I just remind people, front benches as well, and chairs of select committee, if you want a long question, go in questions early. They're short and punchy. We've got to keep it that way to get the rest in. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, 2 things. First of all, the right honourable friend, as I've said earlier, has means of his own salvation. He does chair the Select Committee, and if the Select Committee wishes to have an inquiry, I will be happy to make sure the Department services it.
Sir Alden.
Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, it's a significant risk of homelessness to have served in the armed forces and to have suffered trauma during that time. And we see a lot of the rough sleepers in my constituency are former serving members of the armed forces. With the eviction moratorium now upon us, now ending, what further steps will the Ministry of Defence be taking to help those who are now at risk of losing their homes who've previously served?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't like the honourable lady to strengthen the wrong perception that our armed forces personnel are there a greater number of rough sleeping, or there are a greater number who suffer certain things. They nearly always either reflect the national trend in the wider society, or indeed in some cases are significant below. There are plenty of schemes that we encourage and support to get behind our veterans, not only back into work, but also working with a range of NGOs. Of course, I'll be very happy to meet with her to discuss issues around her own constituency and what more can be done with either rough sleepers to make sure that the veterans get the best support they can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Harlow branch of the Royal British Legion is supported by thousands of local residents, and they do much to keep the light of remembrance burning strong in our town and support our veterans. Will my right honourable friend set out what steps the government are taking, working with local authorities to support the Royal British Legion, especially when clubs face difficulties with maintenance and capital building costs with older premises? And will the Minister join me in Harlow on a visit to the Harlow Royal British Legion branch to see the wonderful work that they do?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to put on record my thanks for the magnificent work done by my right honourable friend and the Legion in Harlow. We're putting millions into that sector every year because it's the right thing to do, and I would very much like to visit him and see that up close.
Let's go to Catherine McKinnell. Catherine.
Thank you. In Newcastle, the Armed Forces Community Covenant commits the council to tackling disadvantage in access to employment, education, housing and healthcare. So does the Minister share concerns that by not covering all of these important areas in the Armed Forces Bill, and therefore setting a legal standard in the Armed Forces Covenant that's below existing voluntary commitments like those in Newcastle, the government risks creating a postcode lottery for many veterans in accessing services?
Well, Mr. Speaker, no, I don't agree. The Armed Forces Bill and the statutory guidance focuses on housing, healthcare and education because they are the critical areas. But of course, Mr. Speaker, if we need to broaden the statutory guidance, it is evergreen, Mr. Speaker, much like the MOD ministerial team. If we need to broaden it in the future to include more, we will.
Chris Loder.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leonardo Helicopters, based in Yeovil, is a big employer for my constituents in West Dorset, and their success in gaining foreign direct investments rests on the government choosing their state-of-the-art AW149 for the military's new medium helicopter. Will my honourable friend confirm today that the government will be supporting West Dorset and indeed the constituents of my honourable friend, the member for Yeovil, with a British manufacturer of helicopters when making this choice?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm our intention to acquire a new medium-lift helicopter for the armed forces later this decade. I can assure my honourable friend that all options will be considered to ensure the best outcome for our defence and security requirements and indeed for the prosperity of the UK.
Lyndon.
Mr. Speaker, as a community interest company, Operation Veteran in North Tyneside isn't always able to access funds under the Armed Forces Covenant, even though it often helps bigger charities with urgent help for veterans. Will the Minister consider making it easier for CICs like Operation Veteran to access funding, and will he give them thanks for all the work they did keeping their service going during the pandemic?
Absolutely give thanks, and I commend her work in support of that group. If she would like to send me the details of that individual case, I will consider it.
Listed back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can my right honourable friend update the House on the recruitment and retention of reservists as well as regular soldiers? And can he confirm that we have sufficient boots on the ground?
Well, Mr. Speaker, yes, I'm delighted to confirm that we have enough people. They are highly motivated and well trained, and the sense that one gets from meeting, for example, new draft recruits into the senior service, as I did in HMS Raleigh last week, you get a tremendous sense of confidence and excitement about the magnificent diversity of opportunity available for those joining the armed forces.
Steve McKay.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 30 homeless people in this country have served in our armed forces. Couldn't ministers improve this position by making the provision of acceptable civilian accommodation part of the discharge process?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not entirely sure that is the case. I think we've seen terrific progress. Well, if he cares to write for me with the details, I'll look at that. But I will confirm that we do everything we can, especially through the period of transition, to ensure that when people leave, they are housed.
I have 11 withdrawn, so I'm now coming to Tamanji Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Defence's own figures suggest that just 20 out of the 200 non-UK service personnel who left the regulars in 2019-20 were covered by the government's proposed visa scheme. So, Secretary of State, isn't it time the government woke up to the injustice of our brave Commonwealth and overseas service personnel paying twice for their citizenship?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman has often raised this cause, and I entirely agree with him, which is why we are now in the middle of a consultation to waive those visa fees for service personnel who have come from, who've served over 12 years, because we think that is absolutely right, and no doubt he will contribute to that consultation.
We now come to Scott Benton.
Mr. Speaker, the residents of Blackpool are sick and tired of seeing the images of illegal immigrants crossing the English Channel on a daily basis. Whilst the legislation proposed by the Home Secretary in the autumn will help to address this issue in the longer term, many people are becoming increasingly frustrated at our inability to deal conclusively with this problem. What discussions has the Secretary of State had with the Home Office in relation to the usage of Royal Navy vessels to help address this issue?
I think Minister Heape is answering this question. Minister Heape.
I am, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Defence has collaborated with the Home Office on this issue for several years, providing a range of support, including surface vessels, surveillance aircraft and planning expertise. Most recently, Defence has provided planning support to catalyse operations for this summer, and we continue to work closely with the Home Office to identify where defence capability can most appropriately support the border force to address this important issue.
Let's head to Martin Day. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we learned that the Ajax programme has been withdrawn for a second time on health and safety grounds, and experts say the problems are so serious that government should cancel the £5.5 billion deal. Does the Minister agree that Britain's defence procurement strategy wastes billions of pounds and actually puts lives at risk?
No, Mr. Speaker, I would not agree with that contention. This is a firm-priced contract. We're working closely with General Dynamics to ensure this gets delivered. But as the honourable gentleman would be the first to say, and we would all say in this House, the safety of our personnel must come first, which is why we did pause those trials. As soon as we can get them going again, we will. But we'll only do so if that can be done safely and appropriately.
Harriet Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Defence Memorandum of Implementation signed between the UK and Ukraine, which will see our two countries working together on new Ukrainian naval bases and 8 fast missile warships? And can the Defence Secretary confirm that we will not be deterred, the Royal Navy will not be deterred by Russia's recent attempts at intimidation in the Black Sea?
And my right honourable friend is right to highlight the real importance that we attach to Ukraine as a friend and a partner, and also to reiterate the fact that the Royal Navy will always uphold international law, will not be deterred by bullying, and that also the transit that took place by HMS Demet was through Ukrainian waters. We don't recognise Russia's claim on Crimea, and it will continue. Our Navy will continue to uphold that rule of law wherever she sails.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Mr Speaker, the first ship that the late Duke of Edinburgh served on, aged 18, as a midshipman, was HMS Ramillies, which eventually went on to serve in Operation Overlord. Wouldn't it be a fitting tribute to the late Prince Philip to restore the name to one of the new Royal Navy ships?
The Right Honourable Lady makes a really good suggestion. I can tell you I have slightly scars on my back with dealing with something called the Naming Committee of the Royal Navy. But I absolutely welcome her suggestion. We should absolutely think about how we name our ships and use them more to either remind us of great events, but also to inspire a future generation.
Steve Brown.
Thank you. Sir John Moore Barracks has been the ATR in Winchester, as the Secretary of State will know, since 1986 when the Light Division moved from Peninsular Barracks. It's been disposed of, as the Minister will know, and the DIO are consulting now on a master plan. Would the Secretary of State or a member of his team please meet with me at the conclusion of this exercise to make sure that what comes out of this is something Winchester will be proud of and just not thousands of new houses to meet quota?
I'll be delighted to ensure that either myself or Minister of Defence Procurement meets with my right honourable friend.
I'm now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. We now come to the presentation of bills. Chloe Smith.
Tomorrow.
Oh.
Elections bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Right, we now come to presentation of bills. Secretary Robert Jenrick. Nod.
Building safety bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Right, let us come to the programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
Mr Davis.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I don't want to take up too much time because obviously the time we spend here eats into the time for the debate. But I just wanted to register, because I think it's important it is registered, that we have literally hundreds of new clauses and amendments tabled to this bill. It's a 300-page bill which had 2 days for second reading, and the fact it only has 1 day on the report stage is to me an absolute abuse. An absolute abuse of this House, Mr Speaker. We're supposed to carry out a job of scrutinising legislation, of making sure that it's fit for purpose. We're going to have a matter of a few hours. The Minister has got no opportunity to engage in debate on all of these new clauses, to explain why the government are accepting some or rejecting them. That sure is the least this House should be able to expect, is actually to have some proper free-flowing debate and some explanation from the government as to what their position is on each of these new clauses that people have taken the time and trouble to table. I think it's an absolute disgrace, Mr Speaker, and I just think it's important that that point was registered before we start the debate, because I think it's an abuse of this House.
I did allow for that. It was a special dispensation, so it was put on the record. The question is as on the order paper. The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes just have it. The ayes have it. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill as amended in Public Bill Committee to be considered.
Now.
We begin with new clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clause and amendments as listed on the selection paper. I now call Harriet Harman to move new clause 1. Harriet.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And can I say at the outset that I completely agree with everything that has just been said by the Honourable Member for Shipley. We haven't got enough time for properly debating this bill and the many issues it engages. I have got 4 key issues, the subjects of amendments, cross-party amendments and cross-party new clauses, which I have tabled. One is to do with the very crucial issue of the right to protest, which is curtailed by this bill. And as chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, we've tabled amendments on that, which I know and I hope that my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh South West, if she gets the opportunity to speak, will be able to speak about protecting and enhancing the right to protest. But I also know that the honourable member for Orkney and Shetland has a new clause down, which has a great deal of support on that. So many other members will speak about that. There are also issues of concern about the Gypsy Roma traveller community. And as the Joint Committee on Human Rights, again, Chair, I have tabled amendments. And I know that so have other members, including the Honourable Member for Stockton South. And those 2 issues will also be spoken about by my honourable friend, the member for Croydon Central, from our front bench. So I won't talk specifically in my comments about the right to protest and Gypsy Roma travellers' rights, but I'm strongly supporting those who I know will be speaking on all sides in the House on this. I would like to confine my comments to my new clause 1 and new clause 2, which has support across the House. And they are dealing with the issue of the safety of women and girls in the street. Now, honourable members will remember after the horrific killing of Sarah Everard, there was an outflowing onto social media from young women and girls, even young schoolgirls, saying, we are not safe walking on our street at night. We have If we have to walk home in the dark after school, we'll often find a man in a van curb crawling us with the window wound down, calling for us to get in the van, asking why we're not getting in the van, and following us home. Often they will take a longer route home, even though it takes them more time, in order to go down busier streets rather than go down the quickest route, but one which they feel less safe on. Often they'll take a cab when they really would like to walk home, but they just don't feel safe. And what was shown is that this is not just a problem for some young girls and women, it's a problem for all. It's a universal, everyday experience that there's sexually predatory men who feel that they can harass and intimidate young girls and young women when they're on the street, especially if it's after dark, especially if they're on their own. And we just simply have to decide, are we going to protect and support the rights of men to do that? Or are we going to say, no, we support the rights of women and girls to be able to walk down our streets at night on their own, after dark in the winter, coming home from school, without being subject to this sort of intimidation, menace and harassment. And I think we don't hear anybody arguing that in this day and age, women and girls should accept that. I remember back in the day when I, like everybody else, was subjected to it. People said if you complained, but you should be flattered. You know, you should be flattered that people find you attractive. This is not flattering. This is menacing and it's unwarranted and it's unwanted and we shouldn't accept it. So what I've done is I've tabled 2 new clauses. One is about curb crawling. Now, currently it is a criminal offence to curb crawl a woman if you are doing so to solicit her because you want to pay for sex. And that was introduced many, many years ago in order to protect a neighbourhood from becoming a red light district and having endemic curb crawling. So we've already got the basis in the law. What I'm suggesting is, with a lot of cross-party support, that this should be a criminal offence without it being because the man is doing it in order to try and pay for sex. It's enough if he's curb crawling, he should not be able to do it. And the punishment ought to be taking away his licence. If a man is going to lose his licence for his van or his car, he will pretty soon alter his behaviour, and alter his behaviour is exactly what he should be doing. I've also got a new clause on harassment in the street. At the moment, if a man harasses a woman and there's a course of conduct because he's generally stalking her, that is a criminal offence. But if he does it in relation to a schoolgirl going home that he doesn't know, and it's not a course of conduct, but it's a one-off conduct, she has no right of redress. So I suggest expanding the stalking offence to being if it's just a one-off. So we have 2 bespoke offences. And I think if we have 2 new crimes, then women and girls will know they don't have to put up with this. They can complain. Then men will know that they are going to be called to account if they do it and end up in court. The police will know they have to investigate it and prosecute it, and the courts will know how to deal with it. And then we can end the shameful situation of the situation that women and girls find themselves on the street. The government have said in committee that they are in listening mode. That is welcome, but it doesn't go far enough. Women and girls want the government not just to listen, but to act. And it's about time the concerns of women and girls were heard and acted on. And if we don't support these new clauses, if the government don't accept them, they will be guilty of letting women and girls down. I hope that will not be the case. And I press the Minister, who's been very generous in her time in meeting with me, to say that this is the moment we're going to change the law and make a new start. Thank you.
Harassment in a public place.
The question is, the new clause 1 be read a second time? Can I remind honourable members, if we do put the speaker limit on, it will be on the countdown clock, which will be visible on the screen to honourable members. I'm now going to appeal to everybody. Without having to put the time limit on, please don't force. Let's be kind to each other. Short, brief. Everybody, I believe, has a genuine contribution to be made. So I really want to hear them. Robert Goodwell.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I'll try to lead by example in that regard. Part 1 of this bill increases the penalty for assault on an emergency worker from 12 months to 2 years. Now, there are many other key workers on the front line too, and indeed shop workers have borne the brunt of much of the abuse regarding the mask wearing and social distancing in store, on top of the existing problems associated with verification of age for the purpose of alcoholic drink purchase, drunken abusive behaviour and, of course, shoplifting. Late-night shops are often run by single-handed, so the distress and trauma associated with assaults or threatening behaviour should not be underestimated. I'm due to meet very shortly with workers from my local Tesco in store to see very soon firsthand how this problem has affected staff in that setting. I hope the Minister can reassure me that either now or when she sums up for the Government at the end, that she is aware of the importance of this issue and can reassure me that amendment on this bill may not be necessary to deal with what the action we all believe needed in this particular issue. I'll give way.
To my right honourable friend for giving way, and can I thank him for his scrutiny and service, not just at report stage but also during the detailed Bill Committee stage of this piece of legislation. I can reassure him. I know how firmly and strongly he and other members across the House feel about this, including my honourable friend from Stockton, how strongly people feel about this. I can reassure the House we are not complacent about ensuring that the criminal law is fit for purpose. So I want to assure my right honourable friend and others that we are actively considering an amendment on this issue, if appropriate, in the Lords.
Thank you, Minister, for that reassurance. The other two items I want to raise, and I think were underlined by the points made by the Right Honourable Lady the Member for Peckham, in terms of this somehow sort of lining up with the wokeism rather than with the hard-working people who find their lives are disrupted either in the workplace or travelling to work or indeed in their communities. So I commend the Government for its public order measures in Part 3 and despair at the amendments 1 to 7 tabled by a number of Lib Dem and Labour colleagues to completely remove this aspect of the bill. It is, of course, a basic human right to be allowed to demonstrate one's strongly held feelings. Indeed, I've been on demonstrations myself. I went on the Countryside March. I've also marched at the head of an opposition demonstration in Minsk, which I have to say had a slightly less jolly atmosphere to it. But the Government must take action to prevent deliberate acts of vandalism or obstruction, such as that we saw associated with Extinction Rebellion, and I'm sorry to say Black Lives Matter. Yes, people have the right to demonstrate, but not in a way that prevents people going about their lawful business, travelling to work, being taken to hospital by ambulance, or indeed members of Parliament being able to access this building to exercise our democratic mandate. And in particular, I'm pleased that we're taking action on single-person protests. We had at the Easter bank holiday, at the spring bank holiday in May, a local Labour councillor, Theresa Norton, sat in the middle of the street, in the middle of Scarborough, on the first weekend when many of our hard-pressed tourist businesses were keen to make up some of the money they'd lost during the pandemic, sat in the middle of the street and caused a massive traffic jam, supposedly demonstrating in the cause of Extinction Rebellion. That is sort of behaviour that should not be allowed to take place because it disrupts people's lives and, I believe, actually antagonises people against those issues. Finally, I'm disappointed that the Labour and SNP front benches are so out of touch with the genuine distress and disruption caused by illegal traveller encampments. They seem to have some kind of rose-tinted view of traditional Romany lifestyles. This is not the reality on the ground, and the Government is right to take action. Communities have asked us to take action, and I think there's a clear choice to be made between supporting those communities or supporting those people who lawlessly occupy land and cause havoc and destruction.
Sarah Jones.
Delayed reaction. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill contains some of the most controversial restrictions of our rights that we have seen in many years. It is very long, and we have only a few hours to debate it. And I agree with the Honourable Member for Shipley that we should have had more time. During the COVID pandemic, we saw more than 400 regulations pass through statutory instruments with little or no scrutiny. Necessary, but unprecedented. Now is the time to be reclaiming our rights, not restricting them further. And Mr. Speaker, this bill will do little to tackle the real problems that British people face. It will not protect vulnerable children who are victims of criminal exploitation. It will not take dangerous weapons off our streets, and it will not protect rape victims, and does nothing to tackle violence against women and girls. Turning to Chapter 1 in the bill, we are pleased that after almost 3 years of campaigning from the Police Federation, the Government has finally introduced the Police Covenant. I'm reassured that the Government has agreed with my amendment to include the whole policing family in that covenant. But why did the Government not accept amendments from the member for Rotherham to support mental health when we know that suicide levels are increasing and 1 in 5 officers have PTSD? And why did the Government not accept our simple suggestions for some independence and scrutiny to be included in the process? As currently drafted, the Covenant could be little more than warm words, a wasted opportunity to stand with our police officers after all they have done for us. Moving to Part 1, Clause 2 on assaults against emergency workers. My friends, the honourable members for Halifax and the Rhondda has campaigned for years to introduce a separate offence for assaulting an emergency worker with longer sentencing. And following years of increasing assaults against our most valued public servants, we are pleased that the Government have finally listened to this call. But why on earth do the Government not commit now to extend similar protections to key workers who have done so much for us, like shop workers? On Friday, I visited a co-op in Croydon, where I heard about violence and abuse that shop workers suffer and sadly feel has become part of the job. I met a man in New Addington in his 70s who runs a pet shop and was punched in the face by a customer. Of the 3 million retail workers, 300,000 were assaulted last year, yet only 6% led to prosecution. Abuse must not be part of the job. The public agree with us. A survey published on Saturday showed 89% backed a new law. Industry agrees with us. The Co-op and USDAW and the British Retail Consortium have been campaigning on this for years, and yesterday leaders of 100 brands, including Tesco, Sainsbury's, IKEA and Aldi, all published an open letter calling for greater protection for retail workers. MPs agree with us. The Home Affairs Select Committee published a report last week, and the member for Stockton South has corralled a very impressive number of Conservative MPs to support his new clause on the same issue. Tonight, the Government has a choice. Do the right thing and back our retail and public service workers, or ignore the wishes of the public and give us another excuse. I hear the Minister saying she is actively considering this, but she could commit tonight and give retail workers and our public servants the protections they deserve. Moving to Part 2 of Chapter 1, introducing a duty to tackle and prevent serious violence. I have campaigned for years for the Government to tackle the growing epidemic of violent crime. Yesterday, I was at a vigil for a boy just turned 16 who was brutally murdered in my constituency last week in his own home, in front of his mother. Nothing is more important than keeping our children safe. And so, Mr Speaker, we have called for an evidence-based approach to tackling violence, and we support the intention of the serious violence duty to get every agency locally working together to tackle violence. However, we have serious concerns on 3 fronts. First, there's no provision in the bill to safeguard children, and the Government rejected calls for a new definition of child criminal exploitation. Second, we are very concerned about the data capture elements of this provision. The duty risks becoming an intelligence-gathering exercise with potentially ominous consequences. And third, it must be made clear on the face of the bill that violence against women and girls counts as serious violence. It should not be an added extra. We want the serious violence duty to work, but fear as currently drafted, it will not. So I ask the Government to consider our amendments to protect children, to protect data and to protect women and girls. Part 2, Chapter 3, on data extraction. We are asking the Government to protect victims, particularly those from rape and sexual abuse, from painful and often necessary intrusion into their lives by the mining of their phone data. At committee stage, we raised a number of concerns, and the Minister said, and I quote, "I urge caution until the rape review is published, because there may be answers in that document." Well, with respect, Minister, the rape review has been published and its recommendations do not address the problems we defined. 1 in 5 rape victims withdrew complaints, at least in part, because of disclosure and privacy concerns. Mr Speaker, the Secretary of State for Justice has apologised for failing rape victims, and yet he's bringing forward legislation that would legitimise over-intrusion. The Government didn't support our amendments to protect victims at committee stage. Tonight, they have a chance to think again. Moving to Chapter 3 on public order. Over the past year, we have seen necessary but draconian COVID regulations which the police have had to enforce after little scrutiny and short notice. I heard many times from the police that they have struggled to be the ones interpreting the law without the leadership from government that they needed. It is our job to define the law in a clear way so that the police are not the ones getting the blame for our lawmaking. This must be a firm lesson for us going forward. The public order powers in Part 3 threaten the fundamental balance between the police and the people. Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services called for a modest reset of the scales on public order legislation in their recent report. On any measure, a modest reset is not what this is. The new measures in the bill target protesters for being too noisy and causing serious unease or serious annoyance. The vague terminology creates a very low threshold for police-imposed conditions and essentially rules out entirely, potentially, peaceful protests.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. Would she agree with me when she talks about the people? That would include the people whose lives are disrupted, who can't get to work, who find that all the points I made in my opening remarks, they're the people as well, and they want to get on with their lives.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his intervention, and I wonder where that stops. At what point we set the right balance between the right to protest peacefully and the right for people to go about their business. The Inspectorate called for a moderate reset, and that is not what this is. At no point...
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does my honourable friend not agree with me that without noise, protest will not achieve anything?
Thank my honourable friend for her intervention, which is clearly the case. I think it's also really important to note that the police at no point have asked for these powers on the basis of noise, not on the basis of noise. The Metropolitan Police said it did not request the legal change on noise. The NSPCC's lead on public order told Parliament's Joint Committee on Human Rights that police chiefs had asked for a lower, broader threshold for imposing conditions, but not a law relating to noise. Inspector Matt Parr told the Joint Committee on Human Rights he was not asked to look specifically at whether or not noise should be included. The point of protest is to capture attention. Protests are noisy. Sometimes they are annoying, but they are as fundamental to our democracy as our Parliament.
To the Honourable Lady for giving way, would you be able to clarify whether or not she supports protests that cause serious disruptions to people just going about their lawful business or not?
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his contribution. I will give to him, if he would like, a list of existing police powers and laws that do exactly that. There are many different laws from different pieces of legislation that I have here that do mean that the police have powers that they need to stop serious disruption. The increasing powers within this bill is what we have a problem with, and where it could lead, because the definitions are so broad. The government published last week a draft definition of what they mean by serious disruption. And it is very broad, and it gives away a little bit where all this came from in the first place, because top of the list of products and goods that are included in this legislation are time-sensitive products, including newspapers.
Would the Honourable Lady like? I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. She's making a very good case on this point. Does she not agree with me, however, that there is a serious danger here of a chilling effect? And it is that the people that are referred to by the honourable members opposite are not going to stop protesting. We know that is the case. But for community groups who maybe have a legitimate concern, who want their voices to be heard, they will look at this and they will then exclude protest from their arsenal of options to be followed.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for making a good point, and I welcome also the amendments that he's made to this section of the bill. The opposition want clauses 55 to 61 removed from this bill, and we want to protect our right to protest.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend giving way. When I spoke to my local police about these clauses, they were really concerned that policing by consensus will be replaced and drive protest into more conflict, and therefore for them and for us it's a negative step.
I think that's a very good point, that the Pelian principles, you know, the people are the police and the police are the people, are very important, and something that I know the police value very carefully, that careful balance between them and the public, and where consent is and how powers are drawn, and we strongly believe that these powers go too far. Part 4, unauthorised encampments, Mr Speaker, represent, we believe, an attack on the Gypsy, Traveller and Roma community and their whole way of life. The police are clear they do not want these powers. Martin Hewitt, head of the MPCC, said in committee he strongly believes that the fundamental problem is insufficient provision of sites for Gypsy travellers to occupy, and that causes the relatively small percentage of unlawful encampments. The police already have extensive powers to move on unauthorised encampments contained in the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act. As at January 2020, just 3% of Gypsy and Traveller caravans in England were on unauthorised encampments. We know that there are high levels of prejudice and hate towards Gypsy Traveller communities. Even on this Bill committee, one member made an incredibly prejudiced and offensive remark. We have asked the government before and will keep asking, under the provisions in Part 4, what would happen to a traveller family in a single vehicle who are residing on a highway and have nowhere else to go? The honourable member talked about antisocial behaviour, but the answer to antisocial behaviour, wherever it comes and whoever does it, is tougher action on antisocial behaviour. Last year, 19 million people experienced some form of antisocial behaviour, up by 1 million in a year and up by 5.5 million in 10 years. So we say to government, focus on the real problems. Don't marginalise even further an entire minority. And that is why we are supporting Amendment 8 from the member for Liverpool West Derby. Serious violence reduction orders are the last element of the Home Office parts of this bill, which would allow officers to stop and search people with serious violence reduction orders without reasonable grounds and without authorisation. It is very hard to be persuaded that more sweeping powers to stop and search people with previous convictions will reduce serious violence. There is little evidence this will be effective. The Prime Minister himself experienced that. Every year he was Mayor of London, the number of stop and searches fell on his watch, and for the latter half, serious violence fell too. The government's proposed serious violence reduction orders risk further increasing disproportionality in the criminal justice system, and we ask them to accept our amendments. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, there are elements of this bill that we welcome, but the government has undermined the parts of this bill we support by including a series of disproportionate and draconian provisions that risk undermining human rights and dividing communities. The Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead was right when she said that there is a fine line between being popular and being populist. It's time for the government to decide where they draw the line. We're debating this bill after a difficult and turbulent year, but one in which people from this country came together. I urge members across the House to come together and vote to improve this flawed and divisive piece of legislation. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady. I will return to one of her points in a moment, but I will start by focusing on the amendments tabled in my name, Amendments 118 to 121. In 2017, we reformed pre-charge bail, that's police bail in the jargon, to introduce time limits on how long suspects could be held on bail before being charged. And we introduced a general presumption against the use of pre-charge bail. These changes came after the terrible treatment, and I reiterate that, the terrible treatment of some people, the most famous, I guess, of which was Paul Gambaccini in the spin-off from the Savile affair, whose career was destroyed, and the effective presumption of guilt, really, I think, in the treatment of him. Now, even with those 2017 reforms, we still see a large number of people on pre-charge bail today, and indeed for excessive lengths of time. In 2019, the number on pre-charge bail was 84,000. In 2020, it was 153, nearly 154,000. So the effects of the 2017 legislation is not to suppress pre-charge bail. And so the logic behind the changes in the current bill are actually flawed to start off with. But worse than that, the number of people held on pre-charge bail for more than 12 months is 2,344, itself an increase on the previous year. These are people for whom there is not enough evidence to charge. Not convict, charge, which is a much, much lower threshold. Now, I currently have a case where the National Crime Agency has kept an individual on bail for almost 6 years. That's 6 years of being unable to live anywhere but her home address. 6 years of being unable to see her family because her passport's withheld. 6 years without a bank account. 6 years without a job or career. 6 years unable to lead a normal life. And when I took it up with the National Crime Agency, I got a letter in response which frankly would have done justice to an episode of Yes Minister. But most interesting in it was a comment which said, they were making the point that investigations took a long time. Investigations of this length are not uncommon when dealing with complex cases. 6 years is not uncommon in a justice system where the presumption of innocence is paramount. That's the problem that I am addressing with my amendment today. For someone who's not even been charged, the NCA's actions in this case make a complete mockery of the principle of presumed innocent until proven guilty. And by the way, just as an aside on this, separate to the bill, we can't find out how many people the NCA has under this circumstance. It's not subject to FOI. We know nothing about its operations, and yet they still do these things. So today's bill seeks to undo the 2017 reforms, eliminating the general presumption against pre-charge bail and amending time limits. Now, while reform is clearly needed, this is not the correct way to do it. As the Law Society has said, changes to pre-charge bail may lead to people being kept in limbo for long periods of time, impacting their civil liberties. I entirely agree. The government, of course, argues that its proposed reforms have public backing, but the consultations responses were starkly skewed. Police and law enforcement agencies accounted for 65% of the responses, compared to the legal profession's mere 3%. So you shouldn't take too clearly, nobody should take too much at face value the government's claim that this reflects the consultation. It reflects the interests of the agencies involved. So my amendments 118 and 119 introduce a 2-year absolute limit on the use of pre-charge bail. This will ensure agencies have time to investigate properly but promptly. And remember, the test is the test of the ability to charge, not the ability to convict. That's how far you've got to get in 2 years. So that's the primary aim. The amendments 120 and 121 will stop the government from reversing the presumption against the use of pre-charge bail. This will prevent a return to the practice of bailing suspects for lengthy periods with strict and unacceptable curbs to their civil liberties. So that's my amendments. But if I may, I'd like to pick up the point made by the Honourable Lady, the spokesman of the opposition, because clearly she got some back pressure from these benches. And as it stands, this bill actually does pose a grave threat to the fundamental right of process that this country's had enshrined in our national fabric for, I think, some 800 years. The bill does address real issues, but the government wants to have the power to arrest people who cause serious annoyance or serious inconvenience. These are incredibly vague terms, frankly. It was clearly a breach of the normal reasoning behind a demonstration when somebody glues themselves to a train with a direct intention of inconveniencing everybody else. But demonstrations do lead to inconvenience. And so it hasn't just been the sort of lefty liberal legal fraternity that has been worried about this. There was a letter to the Home Secretary published today, or at least elements of it published today in today's Times, from a number of police chiefs who are concerned that what this does is twofold. One, it puts the police in the position of making judgments that they should not be making. It should be specified by this House, not by the police chiefs themselves. And secondly, effect of that is to put them in a politicised position. And that's really problematic. You know, we have an apolitical police, and every law we write must be written on the presumption that there'll be a government very unlike ours that oversees it at some point in the future. What if in 20 years' time we have an extreme right or an extreme left-wing government and we have this sort of vague issue in place? So I ask the front bench to pay attention to this, to the precision of it, to get it exactly right, deliver what I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for giving way. Does he agree with me that there's an incongruence between a government that says it wants to defend free speech in universities, but is effectively attacking the right of freedom of expression on our streets by criminalising activities that will cause serious unease?
He has a point. And
just to say, I really am up against the time. Just say, I want to hear a lot more free speech. David Davis.
I take your point, Mr. Speaker. I'll be finished in less than a minute. I was the person who brought the 10-minute rule bill, the precursor to the government's bill on this. Yes, but there is a balancing issue, but the House must be precise about that balance. So given the Speaker's injunction, I'll bring my comments to an end. It seems to me this bill does some important things, but it needs to get some things very much closer to right than they are now.
Before I bring in SE spokesperson, just to warn people, it's looking like 3, maximum 4 minutes. Anne McLaughlin.
Mr Speaker, I rise to move new clause 91 and Amendment 117 a second time in my name. Amendment 117 simply says that the Scottish Government reserves the right to amend the Code of Conduct governing data extraction if the UK Code of Conduct is not suitable for our distinct policing service. I can't imagine why the Government wouldn't just accept that amendment, so I look forward to hearing that they have. New Clause 91 will instruct the Secretary of State to conduct a review of the criminal offences set out in the Misuse of Drugs Act, and let's face it, after 50 years it's high time. That argument is gaining traction cross-party, and with good reason. One of my colleagues will be saying more about this later in the debate, so I will simply say that my support for it is wholehearted. Our approach to drug misuse and addiction should be a public health approach, because that's what saves lives. Mr Speaker, I understand I have unlimited time, but I'll reassure you that I'm going to talk as briefly as I can to allow other speakers to make the contribution. I'm just going to look at 3 areas of the bill. I've said before that the curbs on the right to protest are draconian and contrary to international law. It's not just me saying that, of course, and I know colleagues will say more on this shortly. But I think people out there need to be aware of how this will impact on them. I always use the example of the WASPy women. I do that because whether it's anti-war protesters, Black Lives Matter movement, or those who are desperately worried about the environment, there is always a cohort in here ready to tell you what's wrong with those protesters, how dangerous they are, and how we need to clamp down on them. Now, nobody is going to tell me that the women against state pension inequality are a threat to any of us. The opposite are true. These are older women who should be retired by now, but they've had their retirement stolen from them by the UK government. So many times we've all gone across that road to join thousands of WASPy women coming from all across the UK and their supporters, but because of the exclusion zone to be thrown up around Parliament, they will be prevented from ever doing that again. We are to hear and see nobody unless they agree with us. It's only one tiny part of the curbs on the right to protest, and it's not what we expect from the so-called bastion of democracy. I want to briefly turn to the SVROs, and you might ask why, given that it applies to England and Wales only, but here's why. I was quite shocked to hear the Home Office attempt to make comparisons of serious violence reduction orders with the work of the hugely successful Scottish Government-backed Serious Violence Reduction Unit. The Scottish VRU adopts a public health approach to violence, and I would urge honourable members not to be fooled by attempted comparisons. The underlying principle, well, I know the Speaker is trying to create time for other people, but okay, very briefly.
Lady, in Bill Committee, I was drawing a comparison not with the orders, but with the serious violence duty, which I imagine she welcomes, because we have looked carefully at the Glasgow model, but we are going further, we would argue, than the Scottish Government, because we're making it a legal duty. I hope she would support that in principle.
So the underlying principle of the Violence Reduction Unit is that the causes of violence are deep-rooted and we need a public health approach. This is not a public health approach. And in order to make a lasting improvement, numerous agencies have a role to play. including education, social services, health, justice and third sector. And rather than creating barriers to education, housing and employment, the multi-agency approach in Scotland actively removes them. The focus in Scotland has been on listening to the community, not dividing it. SVROs conform to outdated reactive practices. By the time one is issued, the damage has been done. And the government is saying that they represent a public health approach, but a public health approach emphasises prevention. It's glaringly obvious when you think about it. Fewer crimes create fewer victims, and this reduces demand on public services. Crime prevention is the public health model in action, and that's not what this is. My apologies for pointing. Finally, I support the amendments to delete Part 4 of the bill on travelling communities, Madam Chairwoman. That part of the bill sickens me to my core, and given that the Conservative member for Ashfield has been allowed by his party to get away with claiming that travellers today are, quote, more likely to be seen leaving your garage at 3 a.m. with your lawnmower, in other words, are thieves, there can be no hiding from the fact that this is anything other than a full-on attack on the way of life of gypsy travellers. Travelling community in Scotland are deeply concerned, as are all of those across the UK. One of my colleagues will say more later, but I want to tell you what one traveller said of the bill. He described it as, and I think the Minister should listen, the single biggest threat to their traditional way of life. He said it may entirely eradicate nomadic life. On Wednesday this week, from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, people from travelling communities will be across the road, and they're inviting honourable members to come and say hello, hear more about their lives and lifestyles and their fears about how much more difficult their difficult lives will be when this bill passes. I would urge honourable members across both sides of this House to take them up on that invitation. I will be there, but the irony is not lost on me that if this bill passes unamended, not only will they face losing their homes for a minor infringement of the law because of Part 4, but they won't ever be able to protest that by demonstrating across the road again because of Part 3 of this bill.
Thank you. I know that Mr Speaker has urged honourable and right honourable members to be between 3 and a maximum of 4 minutes, so I'll just re-emphasise that. Jonathan Denockley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I address Part 3 on public order, having joined the Democracy, Constitution APPG inquiry, which reported on this part of the bill last week. And that's in the context of the March events at Clapham Common and Bristol. What we found was not just a lack of justification for many of these proposed new powers, but of equal concern, a lack of understanding of the current law amongst the relevant police. On the Clapham Common vigil, everyone, including the local police, knew this was going to happen in every event. Yet the local activist organisers were not only ultimately ignored, but threatened with prosecution. So what should have been a quiet, well-organised vigil for a slain innocent woman became an increasingly disorganised public order situation, with police using extreme repressive techniques. As a result, public safety at this event was diminished, firstly as a result of police omission to engage in advance, and then secondly, due to their lack of preparedness, engagement, intelligence, and finally overreaction on the day, which is why the bill ought to set out the basic human rights position along the lines set out in New Clause 29.
Will my honourable friend allow me?
I will.
My honourable friend is extremely kind. Would he agree with me that much of what we sadly saw at Clapham Common at the vigil was in consequence of sloppily drafted COVID regulations, which were given such little scrutiny by this House, let alone understood by the police who we compelled to enforce them?
Exactly. I thank my honourable friend, because if I'd had 5 minutes, that was exactly the case I was going to make. And that was proven in our inquiry. Sadly, time today only allows me to give one example of concern on these new public order powers. And I look at Clause 54, providing powers to deal with non-violent serious disruption. And firstly, this should be stated in this bill, not in secondary legislation. Furthermore, I'm concerned that this would provide excessive powers to prevent non-violent disruption to business in circumstances where the business concerned need not be the focus of the protest. Again, this shifts the ground towards making a presumption of illegality. In practice, working out to what extent a business can be disrupted is only going to make the police's job tougher, not easier, and certainly more political in nature. For instance, if protest that has until now been kept away from residential areas is in future going to be removed also from business areas, where does protest go? Presumably to a place where it can't be heard. But noise and disruption, as has been said, are integral to protest. And as many commentators have pointed out, what will happen in practice is the police being put increasingly into a position of receiving pressure from businesses to condition and pressure from demonstrators who will then go ahead anyway, as they did at Clapham Common and as they did in Bristol. So this clause could well undermine public confidence in the police and reduce public safety. This is why our inquiry recommended guidance being produced to help both police and organisers understand their respective powers and obligations, and that's new clause 85. But more fundamentally, we also need to question whether it is still appropriate that police both condition protest and then also enforce their own conditions. To that extent, I am drawn to something like the Northern Ireland Parades Commission, which has power to place conditions on public processions, thus leaving the police with the enforcement role that they know how to do so well.
Chair of the Home Affairs Select Committee, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Home Affairs Committee has obviously considered many of the different aspects of this bill and these amendments at different times in different ways. But given the time, I will focus today on a small number of areas. In particular, I want to raise new clause 69 in my name. The purpose of this amendment is to get justice for victims of domestic abuse who are being timed out and take action against perpetrators who are being let off the hook. Many domestic abuse cases are prosecuted as common assault in the Magistrates' Court, where, for example, police and prosecutors say the threshold isn't met for the Crown Court, and yet in these cases there is a time limit on justice that most victims are not aware of 6 months from the offence, even though in domestic abuse cases it may take many months for good reason for victims to feel able to go to the police. They may still be in an abusive relationship. They may be afraid. They may not be safe. They may have children and be worried about how to leave or where they will go. It may take them time to get the support that they feel they need to be able to talk to the police. So many reasons that are in themselves the essence of continuing domestic abuse, of continuing crimes against them. And that is why this amendment increases that time limit so that it can be 6 months for the police from the point of reporting rather than from the point of the offence itself. There's somebody I have talked to, who told me her story. She was assaulted while she was pregnant. She went to A&E, but she didn't want to talk at that stage about what had happened. But when the abuse continued, after the baby was born, she left and gathered her courage to talk to the police, who started an investigation. But before long, they told her that she had passed a time limit she never knew even existed, and her ex would not be charged. There are many more victims like this of domestic abuse who, for serious and obvious reasons, don't report immediately, and where those perpetrators go on to be free to commit more crimes. I will give way to them.
I'm extremely grateful to her, and I thank the Honourable Lady for having raised her constituents' case with me in previous meetings. This is something that we take very, very seriously, and I can assure the House that we will return with a proposal at a later stage, and I certainly do not rule out an amendment on this issue, if appropriate, in the Lords. This must be looked into, and I'm extremely grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for raising it.
Well, I welcome the Minister's statement there, and I am keen to pursue this. We do have cross-party support for this, so I am keen to pursue this and to work with her on this, but I really do want to see progress, and I hope we can do that in the House of Lords, because this is about that blind spot, once again, where the legal system doesn't recognise the reality of violence against women and girls. There may be many reasons why, for summary offences about altercations between acquaintances in the pub or tussles in the street, that maybe a 6-month time limit may be appropriate, but not for domestic abuse, not for the experience too often of violence against women and girls, which is just being missed out in the criminal justice system, and where there may be thousands of cases a year that are affected in this way. And we have the support of the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, of Refuge, Women's Aid, Centre for Women's Justice, and of West Yorkshire Police for changes in this area. Now, briefly add, Madam Deputy Speaker, on new clause 31, the Select Committee has conducted a detailed inquiry into violence abuse against shop workers. We have recommended a standalone offence, because we need to strengthen the focus and to have the police take this escalating crime much more seriously. It is simply unacceptable that shop workers should face this escalating abuse over very many years. The new offence of assault against emergency workers has made a difference and increased prosecutions. We need to increase prosecutions in other areas as well. I won't, I'm very conscious of the Deputy Speaker's coughing to remind me. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do hope as well the Government will also accept amendments which provide greater safeguards for freedom to peacefully process, to also strengthen the law on curb crawling, but I particularly hope we continue to work on much stronger protection for victims of domestic abuse and those who suffer violence against women and girls.
I've got 5 new clauses down in this group. New clause 64 would ensure more timeliness of investigations of complaints against police officers and allegations of police misconduct. New clause 70, at the moment a police officer has the power to ask somebody to stop their car, but not to ask them to shut off the engine. My new clause 70 would give them the power to shut off the engine as well, because not having the power to do that can put police officers in a dangerous position, and that would deal with that anomaly. New clause 71 would remove the word insulting from section 4A of the Public Order Act. People should not be guilty of an offence for using insulting language, in my opinion. It would still keep threatening and abusive language as being an offence, but the word insulting really should have no place in the law. New clause 72 would criminalise commercial squatting and squatting on land. The bill addresses the issue of trespassers on land, but misses the opportunity to expand the current residential squatting offence to cover village halls, churches, pubs, etc., and is much needed in many local communities. New clause 84 would mean that non-hate crime incidents could not be recorded on the National Police database. The police should be focusing their efforts on tackling crime, not non-crime incidents. But I also just want to mention, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope, by the way, that the Government will respond in detail with why they are not accepting my entirely reasonable new clauses, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I'd be very interested to know why they couldn't accept them. But I just want to talk about new clause 31 and new clause 90. As somebody who spent 12 years working for ASDA before I became an MP, I feel very, very strongly about the issue of violence against shop workers. These are often very lowly paid people who are expected by the government to in effect enforce the law, whether it's on age restrictions or in recent times about COVID rules and restrictions, face mask wearing, social distancing. And the only thanks that many of those people have had for actually keeping the nation fed during those COVID restrictions, going out to work every single day to make sure that happened, was to see the number of assaults on them double over that period. It's an absolute disgrace. Now, the government say, well, it's already can be used as an aggravating factor by the courts if necessary. But when people were charged with assaulting an emergency worker, that law was introduced, even though that was already an aggravating factor if necessary. This new clause 31, new clause 90 is better because it doesn't just cover shop workers, it covers all people on the front line providing a service to the public. And therefore, I hope the other parties will reflect on that and actually support new clause 90. I'm not going to give way because so many people want to speak and there isn't much time. I hope the Honourable Lady will forgive me for that. But that new clause 90 is much better, and I hope that honourable members will support new clause 90. I will support new clause 31 as well, but new clause 90 is much better. But these workers deserve our support. They've done so much for us over recent years. Surely the least that they can expect, from this House is for them to see that we are on their side, that we respect the job that they've done. We understand the terrible abuse that they get, like I say, for very little reward often at the hands of their customers. We should be there to protect them. This will just give the Crown Prosecution Service an extra tool in their armoury, and the police an extra tool in their armoury to make sure that those who assault frontline workers and shop workers get brought to justice, and to make sure that those shop workers and frontline workers get the justice that they deserve. This House should be on their side. Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much hope the Government at this late stage will reflect on this and accept new clause 90. It only uses the same wording as the Sentencing Guidance Council use when they consider whether it should be an aggravating factor or not. So this is used terminology to describe people who are providing a service to the public, including shop workers. This is a really, really important moment for this government, and I hope that they will show that they are on the side of our shop workers and frontline workers who we owe so much to, particularly over the last 15 months.
Because we do have to suspend the debate for the statement at 5 o'clock, after the next speaker, I'm going to put a time limit on of 4 minutes just to help guide colleagues. Dame Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Because of the time available, I am going to speak to amendments in my name. First of all, I'll focus on new clauses 26 and 27, which will encourage the public to report all cases of sexual offending, including low-level or non-contact sexual offending, and amendments 22 to 24, which put in place early interventions for referrals to treatment services to stop sexual offending from escalating. There is a great deal of evidence that those who commit low-level or non-contact sexual offences will take more risks if not stopped and move to increasingly violent sexual crimes. In the case of Hull University student Libby Squire, who was raped and murdered in 2019, the defendant had been prowling the streets of Hull for 18 months, committing low-level sexual offences such as indecent exposure, voyeurism and burglary of women's underwear and sex toys. And unfortunately, very few of his crimes were reported to the police before Libby went missing. And I understand from talking to the police, even if the offender had been charged and convicted, little would have been done to address his offending behaviour, as his actions did not meet the required high threshold for a referral to specialist treatment services. The status quo isn't working to protect women and girls. And these amendments would interrupt a pattern of sexual offending behaviour at the earliest possible point and prevent it escalating, helping to reduce the risk of sexual harm to women and girls and the wider public. Tackling the low public awareness of the importance of reporting sexual offences is crucial, plus the focus on early intervention, both critical to help fight violence against women and girls. I just want to briefly turn to new clauses 44 to 50. These would criminalise those who pay for sexual activity with others, decriminalise those who are subject to commercial sexual exploitation, and criminalise those who intend to profit from and or who advertise the commercial sexual exploitation of others. These clauses are designed to bust the business model of sex trafficking, which is taking place on an industrial scale in England and Wales, dominated by serious organised crime, using non-UK national women, advertising them on legal pimping websites like Viva Street and Adult Work, and moving them around networks of pop-up brothels and hotel rooms to be raped by paying punters. These amendments would bring our laws in line with those of France, Ireland, Northern Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Israel and Iceland, all countries that have criminalised paying for sex and decriminalised victims of sexual exploitation in order to put pimps and traffickers out of business. Difficult or inconvenient as it may be for some to confront this issue, there is simply no avoiding the reality that to stop sex trafficking, we have to deter demand from sex buyers and shut down pimping websites. Finally, I want to just refer to new clause 55, which I have tabled as a probing amendment in light of abortion being decriminalised in Northern Ireland by this government, to ascertain what this government intends to do about women in England and Wales who are still subject to the criminal law under the Offences Against the Persons Act 1861. And for those who have spread much misinformation about what this amendment is about, let me be very clear. Decriminalisation of abortion does not mean deregulation of abortion, as we have seen in Northern Ireland. The behaviour of some honourable members and national organisations, particularly on social media, is not helpful to the proper scrutiny and debate in this place of serious issues affecting the lives of very vulnerable women, doctors, nurses and midwives. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now go by video link to Fiona Bruce.
Thank you. And I speak to oppose new clauses 55 and 42, which I urge colleagues to vote against. New clause 55 is truly shocking on many counts. It would legalise abortions in this country right up to the moment of the birth of a child. No reason need be given. The current 24-week limit provision would go. It would legalise sex-selective abortions. An abortion could be legally performed if someone chooses to reject an unborn boy or girl. It will remove the requirement for abortions to be carried out by doctors and the protection for women that abortions must take place on approved premises. It would remove the conscience clause. Healthcare professionals could be required to conduct abortions contrary to their conscience or beliefs or lose their job. It would sweep away current legal safeguards and protections, not only for the unborn child, but also many which protect women. The 1967 Abortion Act would in effect be void. It would be significantly more permissive than the Northern Ireland regulations introduced in 2020. It would leave England and Wales with one of the most extreme abortion laws in the world. In Europe, the median gestational time limit for abortion is 12 weeks. Here, it is currently 24 with some exceptions. We should not be looking to increase it to 37 weeks full term. Indeed, we should now be looking to lower this following medical advances over recent years regarding viability. That is, the ability of a child to survive outside the womb, now 22 or even 21 weeks. These proposals are indeed shocking. That a viable human being could have his or her life ended up to the point of birth with no one held accountable. And yet a day later, similar actions against a child outside the womb would constitute murder. And if, as has happened, the abortion procedure goes wrong, what then? Is the child to be left alone, crying, uncomforted until it breathes its last? I am confident that if new clause 55 were to be put to a vote, it would be soundly defeated. This proposal has no place on our order paper. It has no place in this House. We are better than this. We are better than this as a parliament. We are better than this as a country. And our constituents know it. Our inboxes have been flooded with calls to oppose new clause 55. I've had over 150 constituents' emails urging me to vote against new clause 55. Not one constituent has asked me to support it. And over 800 medical professionals have today called for its withdrawal. Reports indicate only 1% of women want the current 24-time limit extended. 70% want it lowered. It was lowered in 1990 from 28 to 24 weeks as medical advances improved, and now is the time to reduce it further following greater such advancements. That is the provision which we in this House should be debating today, and I hope soon will. Let today be a turning point in our approach towards the review of this country's abortion laws. Let us determine to secure better protection for the unborn child and for women, not worse. New clause 55 has no place in a compassionate, civilised and humane society. And if, as I now understand, the proposers included it as a probing amendment, I hope with the strength of opposition it has gathered in just a few days from within and outside this House, they will never contemplate reintroducing it for consideration by this House again. We are better than this.
Now go to Sarah Champion. Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to speak in this debate after having served on the Bill Committee. While I'm deeply concerned about Part 3 of this bill, which undermines the right to protest, I'll spend the short time I have on my amendments, which aim to improve the criminal justice response for victims and those at risk of sexual exploitation and all forms of abuse. The 2019 National Police Wellbeing Survey identified that 67% of police officers responding reported post-traumatic stress symptoms, which warrant an evaluation for PTSD. A Police Federation survey to 18,000 members found that attending traumatic or distressing incidents was one of the top 10 reasons why respondents were having psychological difficulties at work. John Apter, chair of the Police Federation, stated while giving evidence to the committee, "The Covenant gives us a great opportunity to put in place mandated levels of psychological support and training. My Amendment 25 acts on these concerns. It would ensure a clear focus within the Police Covenant on the impact of working with trauma and also making sure that that impact is mitigated on the officers' wellbeing and morale. Madam Deputy Speaker, we owe them that." Turning to my Amendment 51, after years of campaigning with Baroness Gray-Thompson and the Honourable Member for Chatham and Aylesford, I welcome the measures in this bill to extend the definition of positions of trust to include faith leaders and sports coaches, as we've been asking for. This is a vital step in improving safeguarding. However, the bill still leaves children vulnerable to abuse from other adults in positions of trust, such as driving instructors, private tutors or counsellors. I urge ministers to adopt my more comprehensive solution that ensures children across all activities and settings are protected from adults in positions of trust. This bill should do more to address criminal child exploitation. The Children's Commissioner estimated at least 27,000 children are at high risk of exploitation by gangs. Despite the scale of child criminal exploitation, there is a lack of shared understanding about what it is and the forms it takes. Questions are not consistently asked when children are identified as being associated with criminal activity. Children are arrested for crimes they are being forced to commit, while the adults who exploit them are not brought to justice. My new Clause 23 introduced a statutory definition of child criminal exploitation. This would enable a shared understanding, a better multi-agency response, and would support professionals to spot the signs of exploitation earlier and disrupt grooming. Finally, I turn to new Clause 24, which is supported by 41 members across the House, and the Minister gave a very good hearing to. I was astounded when I realised registered sex offenders are changing their name without notifying the police, despite a legal requirement to do so. Current notification requirements leave the onus on the offender to report changing their name. The result is that many slip under the radar of the police, with potentially devastating consequences. This serious safeguarding loophole leaves sex offenders free to get a new name, a new driving licence and a passport, and then secure a new DBS check. With this, they can then go on to gain jobs working with children and vulnerable people. Alarmingly, an FOI by the Safeguarding Alliance, who I thank for their support on this, found that over 900 registered sex offenders went missing between 2017 and 2020, and that's with only 16 of the 43 forces responding. We cannot rely on sex offenders to inform the police themselves if they change their name. New Clause 24 requires the government to undertake a review into the problem and propose solutions within a year of the Act being passed. The strength of support this motion has got, I hope, makes the Minister consider working with me to get the changes that we seek. Thank you.
Sally-Anne Hart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill backing police to cut crime, building on our record of cutting crime and backing our frontline officers, and reforming our justice system to make sure criminals spend longer in jail. However, today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to focus my comments on Amendments NC 55 and NC 42. Having an abortion is a significant, irreversible and life-changing event for a woman, and I know that most women do not make the decision to abort lightly. Women who seek abortions need compassionate advice and support. However, probing Amendment NC 55, brought by my honourable friend for Kingston upon Hull, is at odds with the recognition that abortion is a difficult and heavy decision which requires support and compassion. Removing safeguards and legal provision around abortion devalues women's experience of abortion and drives the focus away from quality health care. The proposed amendment to decriminalise abortion, in my view, and in the views of numerous constituents in Hastings and Rye who have contacted me on the subject, would introduce abortion on demand for any reason up to birth. Abortion would be available on demand for any reason, and evidence shows that after a few weeks, unborn babies are sentient beings in the womb. Who gives them a voice? We should ask ask ourselves, what kind of a society are we that would condone this?
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, but as I just expressed in my short contribution, I think we need to get the facts straight here. Could the Honourable Lady point to where in the amendment it says that there will be no safeguards around abortion? It talks about decriminalisation, not deregulation.
Doubt that it talks about decriminalisation but doesn't underline the safeguards. As the also 800 medical professionals also in an open letter to my honourable friend for Kingston upon Hull have said, your proposal to allow abortion up to birth in this country would attack the heart of the medical profession, our core duty to protect life whenever and wherever possible. And that the British public prides itself on being a reasonable, humane and tolerant society. Such an extreme and radical abortion law has no place in the UK. We see 70% of women favouring a reduction in abortion time limits, and we see from recent history that abortion time limits align to the viability of a baby, the point when a baby can survive inside or outside the womb. We should therefore be seeking to reduce the time limit, save for exceptions. NC 42, introduced by my honourable friend for Ealing Central and Acton, imposes censorship zones outside abortion clinics. This goes against the long-standing tradition in the UK that people are free to gather together to express their views. It also goes against this government's commitment to human rights and freedom of speech in our party manifesto. The right to protest is the cornerstone of our democracy. Whilst I personally find it somewhat offensive and lacking in compassion for people to gather outside an abortion clinic where women should be given space when accessing an abortion, what I find offensive may be different to what other people find offensive. If we ban speech or assembly on the likelihood of causing offence, we will have to ban far more than demonstrating outside of abortion clinics. I'll give way.
For giving way. Would she also agree with me that many abortion clinics are co-located with general hospitals, and that could curtail the rights of trade unionists and health workers to actually demonstrate outside their own hospitals?
I would acknowledge that that is the case, my honourable friend. Current laws, this sets a dangerous, so if we cannot have demonstrations, it sets a dangerous precedent, and I urge members to reject this motion. Current laws provide wide-ranging powers for authorities to keep public order and protect women and the public from genuine harassment and intimidation. An extensive review undertaken by the Home Office in 2018 concluded that legislation already exists to restrict protest activities that cause harm to others. Most notably, public space protection orders under Section 59 of the Antisocial Behaviour, Crime and Policing Act 2014 can be used. The UK's first buffer zone around an abortion clinic was established in 2018 by Ealing Council using a public space protection order in my honourable friend the member for Ealing Central and Acton's constituency, which prevents protesters from gathering up to 100 metres away from the clinic. Other local authority areas have also brought in similar public space protection orders. In summary, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge members of the House to reject these amendments.
Addy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to new clauses in my name, and due to time constraints, I'll largely keep my comments today focused on those. However, I'd like to give the honourable member a chance to intervene further.
I'm very grateful to the. I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. I just think when we are discussing these types of issues in this House, that we need to look very much at what's actually in amendments, and we should not just say what we think is in the amendment, but actually look at the actual drafting. And this is a bill about the criminal law and justice system. It is not about any safeguards or anything else to do with healthcare. And my amendment is specifically on decriminalisation, as the government have already done in Northern Ireland.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to highlight those amendments and new clauses that I seek to support as well, including the right to protest, in particular those in the names of the members of Orkney and Shetland and Coventry South, standing up against the discrimination and persecution of the Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities, particularly those in the names of members for the Liverpool West Derby and the City of Durham, and challenging the wider inequalities in the criminal justice system, from class to age to race, sexuality, disabilities and gender, for example, the new clause in the name of the member for Leicester East. And also opposing the introduction of secure 16 to 19 academies, which is essentially the expansion of child prisons, the clause which is in the name of the member for Poplar and Limehouse, and any other amendment or new clause that seeks to remove or address the very sinister nature of this bill. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can be under no illusion that this is yet another authoritarian clampdown on our civil liberties. The right to peaceful assembly and protest are fundamental principles of any democracy, and the rich tradition of dissent in this country show us that they can literally change the course of history. They are the reason that someone of my race, of my class and of my gender has the rights that I do, and why I can even stand here as a member of this House. And we can't forget that the struggles and protests being demonised by this bill today are now actually seen as the milestones of progress in our society, like the suffragette movement, which faced considerable state repression and police brutality. Madam Deputy Speaker, the clauses in my own name, new clause 56 and 57, call for a review of stop and search orders and a public inquiry into the criminal justice system, black, Asian and minority ethnic people respectively. BAME people are more than 9 times as likely to be stopped and searched by police, and yet this government thinks it's okay to just plough ahead with exacerbating this situation further. Just last week, the United Nations released a report analysing racial justice in the aftermath of the death of George Floyd, and called on member states, including the UK, to end the impunity of police officers who violate the human rights of black people. The 2019 Women and Equality Select Committee report recognised that Gypsy, Roma travelling communities are one of the most persecuted groups in Europe, and yet this government seeks to literally persecute them further through this bill. We need a full public inquiry into this disproportionality that exists at every single level and juncture in the criminal justice system. Higher prosecution rates, higher custody rates, longer than average custodial sentences disproportionately being represented in the prison system, and deaths in custody. This is what underrepresented communities have come to expect. We need answers, and then we need justice in order to move forward. Now, the Black Lives Matter movement and the protests that sprung from it sought to challenge these injustices. And what was the government's response to national calls to end institutional racism? To commission a report that said there was no institutional racism, and a policing bill that will only further criminalise and brutalise these communities. If the government was actually listening to what the BLM protesters said, they would not be putting down a bill like this. And why not follow the example of the England football team, who have inspired us during the Euro 2020, not only with their football prowess, but also their collective and principled bravery, taking the knee, and by representing the very best of us and of our communities. Now, to quote Gareth Southgate, it's about a duty to continue to interact with the public on matters such as equality, inclusivity and racial injustice, whilst using the power of their voices to help put debates on the table, raise awareness and educate. And he's a football manager, Madam Deputy Speaker. He doesn't actually work for this House, but does much better than we do on a day-to-day. Now, I know with all of my heart that I am on the right side of history, and I urge members to stand with me and stop the criminalisation of black, Asian, minority ethnic communities and the Gypsy, Roma traveller communities, and every single underrepresented group that will be destroyed by a piece of legislation such as this. Thank you.
For the last 2 speakers, if you could stick to 4 minutes. Danny Kruger.
Speaker, thank you. I want to speak quickly about the 2 new clauses, amendments 42 and 55, which concern the regulation of abortion. The first one, new clause 42, in the name of the member for Ealing Central and Acton, proposes the creation of censorship zones around abortion clinics, and the intention behind the clause is to stop harassment of women seeking abortion. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we already have laws against harassment which can be and are applied, and we already have public order laws which allow councils to impose restrictions about specific clinics which are experiencing this, any real public order difficulties. So the proposal, the activity that is proposed to be criminalised is peaceful, passive, non-obstructive activity, less disruptive than the sort of protests which members opposite
are so busy trying to defend today. Now, I do recognise the good faith behind this clause, but in practice it is an attempt to criminalise the expression of an opinion. And I cite Peter Tatchell, who said today, the campaigner, it is an unjustifiable restriction on the right to free expression. So I urge the House to vote it down. The other clause, in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull North, it doesn't criminalise anything, it decriminalises something, namely abortion itself, up to term. It effectively legalises abortion on demand up to birth. And she's keen that we pay attention to the text of her bill, of her amendment, and I quote that if this amendment were passed, no offence is committed by a woman who terminates her own pregnancy or who assists in or consents to such termination. So the effect of the amendment would be to legalise, to decriminalise abortion up to birth. And I'm not arguing that there is an attempt to deregulate abortion through this amendment, although I do believe that might be the effect of it. The objection that I have is to the principle of it. It says a very, very terrible thing about the value that we place on an unborn life. If we simply say that the value of that life should be determined by whether or not the mother would like to keep it, whether that baby is wanted or not. Now, if we think of that in terms of other lives, if we think of that in terms of a newborn child, or a disabled person, or a vulnerable or elderly person, if their family is no longer able to look after them, the community steps in, the state steps in. And that is the principle that we should apply in the case of a child in the womb, especially one which is, as we've heard, still viable, could live outside the womb. So I urge the House to vote this amendment down as well. Thank you.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move Amendment 1, which stands in my name and the names of my honourable and right honourable friends, and indeed people, members across parties represented in the House, along with Amendments 2 to 7, the effect of which is to remove those provisions in the bill that would affect the right to protest. I would say, in passing, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are a number of other issues that are in play today. Goodness only knows what a debate like this must look like to those looking in from the outside, but that is a consequence of the inadequacy of the time that has been made available for us. So I'm afraid I'm just going to keep my my remarks limited strictly to the amendments that stand in my name. Essentially, the objection of many of us with regard to the proposals that are contained in this bill is that, first of all, the government has got the balance badly wrong, and that the language that they use in trying to strike that balance is probably amongst the vaguest and most imprecise language that I have ever seen, either as a legal practitioner or as a parliamentarian. To ban protest on the basis that it would be noisy or that it would cause serious annoyance, I am sure may appeal to many parents of teenagers up and down the country, but I think we have to do rather better when fundamental issues of free speech are at play. I remember many years ago, and the honourable and learned lady from Edinburgh South West may have heard the same thing being said, that in Scots law, a breach of the peace was almost anything that two cops didn't quite like the look of. And it seems to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that what the government is wanting to do here, in regulating not the conduct of a few drunks on the high street on a Saturday night, but in fact the fundamental right to protest, is to take the law back to that very imprecise state of affairs. The risk is, of course, that it serves only to pit the police against the protesters, because it won't be the Home Secretary who makes the decision about what's noisy and causes serious annoyance. It will be police officers, very often police officers actually on the ground at any given moment in time. And that, again, risks undermining the very fundamental principle of policing by consent, which has always underpinned the way in which we police protest and indeed all behaviour in this country. I also remain of the view that it will be ineffective and it will have a chilling effect. I honestly do not believe for 1 second that Extinction Rebellion, if this bill is passed into law, will look at this and say, oh, well, we can't possibly go out and protest in the streets of the capital then. We'd maybe better just go home and email our members of Parliament, although I've heard some in this House say that even that is seriously annoying sometimes. It is not going to stop them protesting. But for those communities up and down the country who perhaps face a challenge to hospitals or schools or traffic management or whatever it's going to be, they will look at this and they will think, actually, you know what, it's not safe for us to have our voice, to protest against what is being done to our community. And for that reason, as for so many others, I believe that this is a fundamentally mistaken provision. The only amendments that we can actually seek to bring are those that would excise it from the bill where it should never have been in the first place. If he can do it in 9 seconds.
You've got more time. So I'm listening to what he says, and he doesn't want to see people on this side smear amendments that come from that side. So in that spirit, this does not ban protest, but is he not therefore tempted by new clause 85, which has already been spoken about by the Honourable Gentleman from Huntington, around the code for policing of protest?
I have to ask the Honourable Gentleman to have 30 seconds.
And 30 seconds, because of the nature of the programme motion that the House has passed, is inadequate to that. So I'm afraid I'll pass up the Honourable Gentleman that. There might be some future point at which we can return to it. It shows the inadequacy of the way in which the Government is dealing with this. And in the absence of any amendable propositions, I would urge the House simply to take these provisions out of the bill.
Thank you. I'm going to suspend the House for 1 minute, and after the statement, there will be a 3-minute time limit on speeches. Thank you.
Before I call the Secretary of State, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of the statement will be available to watch on Parliament Live TV. I now call the Secretary of State, Sajid Javid, to make his statement and welcome him back to the front bench at the same time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm extremely grateful for you accommodating the timing of this statement today. I'd like to update the House on the pandemic and our roadmap to freedom. Mr. Speaker, this morning I joined some of the remarkable people who have been at the heart of the pandemic response at a service to mark the NHS's 73rd birthday at St Paul's Cathedral. Together we reflected on a year like no other for the NHS and for our country. And I know that honourable members on all sides of the House would join me in celebrating the decision by Her Majesty the Queen to award the NHS the George Cross. I can think of no more fitting tribute to the NHS. I know that everyone in this House, indeed everyone in this country, will celebrate this award. Mr. Speaker, there's no greater demonstration of our high regard for the NHS than the manner in which we all stepped up to protect it. Now it is thanks to the NHS and many others that we are vaccinating our way out of this pandemic and out of these restrictions. 86% of UK adults have had at least one jab and 64% have had two. We're reinforcing our vaccine wall of defence further still. I can tell the House that we are reducing the dose interval for under 40s from 12 weeks to 8, which will mean that every adult should have had the chance to be double jabbed by mid-September. And those vaccines, Mr. Speaker, they're working. The latest data from the ONS suggests or shows that 8 in 10 adults have the COVID-19 antibodies that are so important in helping our body to fight this disease. When we look at people aged over 50, the people who got the jab earlier in the programme, that figure rises to over 9 in 10. Now, Mr. Speaker, allow me to set out why all of this is so important. Before we start putting jabs into arms, whenever we saw a rise in cases, it would inevitably be followed by a rise in hospitalisations and, tragically, a rise in deaths too. Yet today, even though cases are heading upwards, in line with what we expected, hospitalisations are increasing at a much lower rate, and deaths are at just 1% of the figure we saw at the peak. Our vaccines are building a wall of protection against hospitalisation, and jab by jab, brick by brick, that wall is getting higher. And for those people who sadly do find themselves having to go to hospital, we have better treatments than ever before. Last week on my visit to St Thomas's Hospital, clinicians were telling me just how transformative dexamethasone has been in their effort to save lives. And taken together, the link between cases, hospitalisations and deaths is being severely weakened, and this means we can start to learn to live with COVID. Now, as we do that, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we're straight with the British people. Cases of COVID-19 are rising, and they will continue to rise significantly. We can reasonably expect that by the 19th of July, the number of daily cases will be far higher than today. Against this backdrop, I know that many people will be understandably cautious about easing restrictions. After many months of uncertainty, this is entirely natural. But we can now protect the NHS without having to go to extraordinary lengths that we've had to do so in the past. That's not to say that this is going to be easy, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the pandemic is not over. The virus is still with us. It hasn't gone away. And the risk of a dangerous new variant that evades vaccines remains real. We know that with COVID-19, the situation can change, and it can change quickly. But we cannot put our lives on hold forever. My responsibility as Secretary of State for Health and Social Care includes helping us to turn and face the other challenges that we know that we must also address, from mental health to social care to the challenges of long COVID. I am determined to get to work on busting the backlog too, the backlog that has been caused by this pandemic, a backlog that we know will get a lot worse before it gets better. Now, as I said to this House, as I set out, Mr. Speaker, last week, I remain confident that we can move to step 4 in England on the 19th of July, and that the government will make its final decision on this on the 12th of July. So today, Mr. Speaker, I wish to set out further details of what step 4 will look like. In essence, our national response to COVID will change from one of rules and regulations to one of guidance and good sense. We will revoke all social distancing guidance, including the 2-metre rule. Hallelujah! Except for in some specific settings, such as ports of entry and medical settings, where, of course, it would continue to make sense. It will no longer be a legal requirement to wear face coverings in any setting, including public transport. Although we will advise this as a voluntary measure for crowded and enclosed spaces. It will no longer be necessary to work from home. There will be no limits on the number of people you can meet. There will be no limits on the number of people who can attend life events like weddings and funerals, and there will be no restrictions on communal worship or singing. We will remove legal requirements on how businesses operate. Capacity caps will all be lifted, and there will no longer be any requirement to offer table service. All businesses that were forced to close their doors will be able to open them once again. And we will lift the cap on named care home visitors so that families can come together in the ways they choose to do so. Mr. Speaker, ministers will provide further statements this week on self-isolation for fully vaccinated people, including for international travel, and on restrictions in education settings, including the removal of bubbles and contact isolation in schools. Today, I can also confirm to the House that we have completed our review of certification. While already a feature of international travel, we have concluded that we do not think using certification as a condition of entry is a way to go. For people who haven't been offered a full course of vaccination and for businesses, we felt that the impact outweighed the public health benefits. Of course, Mr. Speaker, businesses can use COVID status certification at their own discretion, and from step 4 onwards, the NHS COVID Pass will be accessible through the NHS app and other digital routes. This will be the main way that people can provide their COVID status, a status that will achieve once they have completed a full vaccine course, a recent negative test, or some other proof of natural immunity. Now, Mr. Speaker, taken together, step 4 is the biggest step of all, a restoration of so many of the freedoms that make this country great. We know that as a consequence, cases will rise, just as they have done at every step on our roadmap. But this time, our wall of protection will help us. While step 4 will be the moment to let go of many restrictions, we must hold on to those everyday, sensible decisions that can help make us all safe. The responsibility to combat COVID-19 lies with each and every one of us. That means staying at home when you're asked to self-isolate. It means considering the guidance that we're setting out. And it means getting the jab, both doses. When you're offered it, that you please take the jabs. And this is something that everyone can do to make a contribution towards this national effort. And it may even mean, for some people, that they will get 3 jabs in a single year. Last week, the JCVI provided interim advice on who to prioritise for a 3rd dose, and our most vulnerable will be offered booster COVID-19 jabs from September in time for the winter. And preparing for the winter ahead is not just about COVID, but flu as well. Because of the measures in place this winter, almost nobody in the UK had flu for 18 months now. That's obviously a good thing, but it does mean that immunity from flu is down. This winter's flu campaign will be more important than ever, and we're currently looking at whether we can give people the COVID-19 booster shot and the flu jab at the same time. Mr. Speaker, step 4 is the next step in our country's journey out of this pandemic. I know that after so many difficult months, it is a step that many of us will look upon with a great deal of caution. But it is one that we will all take together, with a growing wall of defence against this virus, a wall that each and every one of us can help build higher. It's vital that each of us plays our part to protect ourselves and to protect others into better days ahead. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Jonathan Ashworth.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker, and can I start by paying tribute to our NHS on its 73rd anniversary and thank again our extraordinary health and care workforce. The best birthday present they could have, of course, is a fair pay rise, not the proposed real terms pay cut that is currently on offer. Now, we all, Mr. Speaker, want to see these restrictions end. Lockdowns are a sign of policy failure. And I hope that when he makes the final decision next week, it will be based on the data, the modelling and the sage advice. But let's be absolutely clear about what he is talking about today. When only 50% of the total population across England are fully vaccinated and another 17% partially, his strategy, as he indeed was gracious enough to concede, accepts that infections will surge further and continue to rise steeply, accepts that hospitalisations will continue to rise until they reach a peak later this summer, presumably. Some of those hospitalised will sadly die, Mr. Speaker, and thousands upon thousands, mostly children and younger people, but others as well, will be left exposed to a virus, mainly because they have no vaccination protection. But we also know even when double jabbed, you can catch and transmit the virus. And many of them will be at risk of serious, long-term, chronic illness, the personal impact of which may be felt for years to come. So even though the vaccination may have broken the link with mortality, there are still questions about the link between morbidity. So as part of his strategy of learning to live with COVID, can he spell out today for the British public what that actually means? In his view, learning to live with COVID, how many deaths does he consider it is acceptable when we're living with COVID? How many cases of long COVID does he consider acceptable when we are living with COVID? And given that we know that when the COVID rates circulate at high rates, that the virus can escape and evolve, what risk assessment has he done of the possibility of a new variant emerging, and will he publish it? Now, the Secretary of State says that every date for unlocking carries risk, and that's why we need to learn to live with COVID. But we shouldn't have to take a high-risk approach. We should be pushing down risk. Indeed, we mitigate against risk across society all the time. We just don't accept other diseases. We take interventions to try and prevent other diseases. So why is he collapsing all mitigations completely when he knows that the COVID rates will continue to rise? He'll be aware that Israel has reintroduced its mask mandate because of the Delta variant. So why is he planning to bin ours? Masks don't restrict freedoms in a pandemic when so much virus is circulating. They ensure that everyone who goes to the shops or who takes public transport can do so safely, because wearing a mask protects others. If nobody is masked, COVID risk increases and we're all less safe. He must understand that those in the shielding community are particularly anxious. Why should they feel shut out of public transport and shops because he's abandoned the mask mandate? That's no definition of freedom I recognise. And who else suffers when masks are removed? It's those working in shops, it's those who drive the buses, it's those who drive taxis, it's those who work in hospitality, it's the low-paid workers who also have been without access to decent sick pay, many of whom live in overcrowded accommodation, those who have been savagely, disproportionately impacted by this virus from day one, and now he's asking them to bear the brunt of the increased risk again. So again, will he explain to us why he thinks abandoning masks is a sensible proposal to follow? Given that people will still need to isolate, as he recognised, and test and trace will still be in operation, will he accept that living with the virus will mean more so than ever that those who are sick will need to isolate themselves from the rest of society? So will he ensure that they are paid proper sick pay and isolation support to do it? Does he agree with me it's been a monstrous failure of these past 15 months that isolation support has not been in place? Now, masks are effective because we know the virus is airborne. So he could further mitigate COVID risks by insisting on ventilation standards in premises and crowded buildings. He could offer grants for air filtration systems. Instead, all we get is more government advice. Ventilation in buildings and grants to support air filtration systems doesn't restrict anyone's freedoms, Mr. Speaker, and indeed it would probably help us get some of those 400,000 children back into school who have been off school because of COVID. Now, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, he said he believes the best way to protect the nation's health is to lift all restrictions. Now, I know he boasts of his student years at Harvard studying pandemics, but I think he may well have missed the tutorial on infectious disease control, because widespread transmission will not make us healthier. We're not out of the woods yet, but we do want to see lockdown end, but we need those life-saving mitigations in place. We need sick pay, local contact tracing, continued mask wearing on public transport, and ventilation in buildings and schools to prevent further illness. I hope when he returns next week, he has put those measures in place.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his comments, and just turning to those. First of all, that the decision, I think he started by saying, can he get reassurance that the final decision on go or no go on July the 19th, for July the 19th, which we will make on July the 12th, will it be informed by the very best expert data? I mean, of course it will be, just as every decision has been informed in that way. And I must say, I've only been about a week into the job, Mr. Speaker, but I'm incredibly impressed by our scientists and medical advisors and Public Health England, and take this opportunity to pay tribute to all that they have been doing. And Mr. Speaker, turning to his second point about the cases and the link between cases and hospitalisation and death, I mean, this is absolutely central to this next step that we're taking. So case numbers are high, and as I've said, they will go higher, and they will go significantly higher, and we need to be ready for that. But what is far more important is how many people are ending up in hospital and how many, sadly, are dying. And that is where the vaccines have worked alongside the treatments that we now have, that we didn't have a year or so ago. And it has meant that the link between cases and deaths has been severely weakened. The last time we had 25,000 new cases a day, we had around 500 deaths a day. The level now is 1/30 of that. And I know the right honourable gentleman would welcome that and understand that as we move forward, there is no risk-free, absolutely risk-free way to move forward, but we do need to start returning things back towards normal and learning to live with COVID. His question around masks, again, we've taken the best public health advice, and he would know from what I've said that although we will remove all legal requirements for anyone to wear a mask in any setting, we expect people to behave sensibly and think about others around them. So, for example, the guidance will be there. So if you're on public transport, let's say in a very crowded tube, I think it would be sensible to wear a mask, not least for respect for others. But if you're the only person in a carriage late at night on the East Coast Main Line, then you can choose much more easily not to wear a mask, certainly because there's hardly anyone else around. So we expect people, we trust people to make sensible decisions, and I think that's the way we should move ahead. He's also asked about compensation, sick pay, and he knows that many measures are in place, and we will continue to keep those under review.
To the Select Committee, Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I support the approach the Secretary of State is taking for the simple reason that 2 doses of the vaccine work against the Delta variant. But with 350,000 new cases daily across the world, the battle against this pandemic is far from over. Does he agree that if we want to prevent another lockdown in the run-up to winter, apart from the booster jab programme, the most important thing we can do is to improve the way test and trace works? In Korea, they managed to use it to stop any lockdowns. Here, it failed to stop 3 lockdowns, and the head of Test and Trace told my committee that between 20 and 40% of people were not isolating when they were asked to. So with his fresh eyes in the job, will he ask officials for new advice as to what we can do to improve Test and Trace to stop further lockdowns?
First of all, Mr Speaker, may I thank my right honourable friend for his support of these measures. I know he speaks with great experience and I want to thank him for that. Regarding test, trace and isolate, he's right. There are many successes over the last year that we can be proud of, but there are also many improvements, I think, that can be made as well. And I want to tell him that I have already asked for such advice, and I look forward to talking to him about it in the future.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson, Dr Philippa Whitford. Philippa.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. This pandemic is very far from over. So with cases soaring across the UK, I'm surprised the Health Secretary is planning to end all COVID measures. The Delta variant, which was allowed into the UK due to the failure of border quarantine, is twice as infectious as the original and is infecting younger age groups, including children. It also shows significant vaccine escape, with only 33% protection against infection from the first dose. While receiving 2 doses of either vaccine dramatically reduces hospitalisation, the numbers are rising, and only half the population are fully vaccinated. That means the other half are not, and many won't have that opportunity until near the end of September. The Secretary of State talks about the percentage of adults that are fully vaccinated, but he must know that isn't how herd immunity works. It's achieved by reducing the number of susceptible people in the whole population to stop onward spread of the virus. The UK government's failure to lock down last September allowed the Alpha variant to emerge in the southeast of England and spread across the UK, and indeed the rest of the world. So if the Health Secretary is going to just let it rip, how does he plan to avoid generating yet another UK variant with even greater vaccine resistance? With over 150,000 people dead, why has he returned to the false narrative that COVID is just like flu? Is it just wishful thinking? And why is he planning to end even simple measures like mask wearing? He has suggested people need to just learn to live with it, but appears to be completely ignoring the risk of long COVID, which is already affecting over 1 million people, including children. So how does he plan to avoid soaring cases of long COVID in unvaccinated young adults and children? Does he consider them to be collateral damage or just a price worth paying?
Mr Speaker, I have to say the Honourable Lady, she started off well, but her points that she made just completely degenerated into political point scoring. And she should know much better than to engage in scaremongering of the Scottish people, of the British people, and she has no respect for what is happening and trying to treat this whole issue with a degree of respect and seriousness. I mean, she's using phrases like "let it rip." If anything, Mr Speaker, the only part of the UK where cases could be described as ripping would be in Scotland, where the case rate is higher than any other part of the UK. In fact, I think they have the 7 of the 10 highest hotspots in terms of number of cases throughout Europe, and the Honourable Lady should reflect on that. And then she claimed that I suggested that somehow that COVID is like flu. I've never said that. It would be complete nonsense for anyone to suggest that COVID is like flu. She should think about the millions of people across the world, the thousands that have died in the UK. I think, how dare she suggest it's like flu in even raising that. The issue when it comes to flu, Mr. Speaker, is to say just as we have had to learn to live with flu, when in some years we've had 20,000 deaths, sadly, from flu, we have to learn to live with COVID. The Honourable Lady should reflect on what she said and stop playing political football with this serious issue.
In the House, Peter Bottomley.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the Secretary of State in this role and say to him in public, but I hope I've said to him in private, that when he was Secretary of State for Housing, he was one of the few ministers to actually understand the plight of residential leaseholders, and I thank him for that, and I hope he'll do as well in this job as well. Can I put to him that as well as the recognition of the National Health Service, it would be a good idea if we could find some way of recognising the role of teachers and their assistants in schools, who've done as much to keep the young people of this country up to their education and occupied, even though remotely. Many people have contributed. And can I finally put to him that I hope that, despite the occasional political remarks that any of us may make, that he will work with the other nations of the United Kingdom and with other nations around the world so that we can defeat the impact of this condition together.
Mr. Speaker, can I thank the Father of the House for his kind comments, and he may have heard me say earlier that the Education Secretary will say much more tomorrow about the action we will be taking around schools and educational settings, including the removal of the bubbles requirement from July the 19th as well. And he's made an excellent point about working not just across the United Kingdom, which I would tell him, despite what we just heard from the previous Honourable Speaker just a moment ago, there's great cooperation, and that will of course continue, but also international cooperation, both through our leadership of the G7 and the COVAX Alliance.
Let's go to Munira Wilson. Munira.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware that for clinically extremely vulnerable people with compromised immune systems, double vaccination provides a much reduced level of protection compared to the rest of the population. He'll also be aware that pregnant women in their third trimester are considered clinically vulnerable, and many people in these groups are anxious about what today's announcements mean for them. So could he confirm what advice is being published for those who are clinically extremely vulnerable, and specifically, will he consider allowing pregnant women to have their second jab after 21 days?
Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms, of course, there will be people that are more vulnerable, sadly, to this virus that will be concerned about step 4. I entirely understand that and understand the caution and how they can be anxious. We will be publishing further guidance along the lines that the Honourable Lady has mentioned. With regards to her question on the second dose for pregnant women, I will have to take advice on that.
Just to warn colleagues that this statement will finish at 6 o'clock because of the need to go back to the debate on the bill, so I would urge colleagues to be brief. Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The majority of my constituents will certainly welcome the Secretary of State's statement, but in that council area, the NHS digital rate at the moment is 591 per 100,000, which is considerably ahead of the national average, and that inevitably causes concern, particularly amongst the elderly and vulnerable groups. I've got full confidence in the local NHS and council and other officials who are dealing with it, but it may, if it continues to worsen, will my right honourable friend meet with me and my honourable friend from Grimsby to discuss whether additional support and resources is required?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I of course understand the importance of the question from my honourable friend, and I have to tell him, as I've said in my statement, I do believe the case rate nationally and including in his own constituency, it will worsen, but what is far more important is the hospitalisation rate and the death rate, and he would have heard what I've said earlier, but I would be more than happy to meet with him on any occasion to discuss these issues further.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Secretary of State for the health statement and for the approach by government centrally here to drive the vaccine rollout across all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland better together as always. The approach as outlined by government seems to be a sensible approach. Can the Secretary of State outline what discussions have taken place with his health counterpart in Northern Ireland to ensure that Northern Ireland cautiously and carefully moves forward at a similar pace as to here, bearing in mind our level of transmission in tandem with the need to be wise and wary?
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for his remarks about the vaccine, and as he has said, it is a very successful UK-wide programme. The take-up of vaccinations in Northern Ireland is just as high as any other part of the UK. I'm working closely with my counterpart in Northern Ireland. We've already had 2 discussions in 1 week, and we will be speaking on a regular basis and coordinating, and it's working very well.
Andrew Jones.
Speaker, can I welcome my right honourable friend's statement? I think it will be greeted by a sense of relief across the country. The challenges that people have faced during its lockdowns have been so profound. This success, of course, is only possible because of the vaccine rollout. So will my right honourable friend keep the pressure up to ensure as many people as possible are vaccinated, but whilst doing that also really put focus upon the significant catch-up required on dealing with other health conditions, and particularly thinking about mental health and cancer?
My honourable friend is right to raise this, and what he points out, and sometimes I think it's missed by certain members of this House, is that the pandemic has caused many other non-COVID health problems, and he's mentioned 2 of the most important, which are the increased problems with mental health that we are seeing plenty of evidence of, and then also with cancer, and particularly cancer referrals. In fact, I've been told that departmental officials think there's at least some 40,000 people that in a normal year would have come forward for cancer referrals that did not come forward, and this is just a reminder of why it's important for us to move back towards freedom and learning to live with COVID.
We now go to Ben Lake.
Diolch, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Welsh Government has suggested that an easing of Welsh restrictions is unlikely before July 19th, and any divergence in the rules applicable on either side of the border will raise questions of enforcement. Now, the responsibility for enforcing social distancing rules on trains is the responsibility of the British Transport Police. And so what discussions has the Health Secretary had with the Secretary of State for Transport, and indeed the Welsh Government, regarding the status of restrictions on cross-border rail travel?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman will know already there's, and this is understandable, there's been a difference in approach between Wales and England, and clearly there will continue to be, and we will continue to coordinate. I know that my predecessor coordinated on a very regular basis with his Welsh counterpart, and also when it comes to transport, we, the 3 of us, my Welsh counterpart and myself, will work carefully with the Secretary of State for Transport.
Julie Marson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's hugely significant and welcome that the link between cases and hospitalisation does seem to be broken by the vaccines. I'd like to echo what my honourable friend from Knaresborough has just said, Harold at Knaresborough. And can my right honourable friend assure me that, notwithstanding the risks he's pointed out, such as potential variants and increased cases, that focus, that the NHS will have the focus and the resources to continue to on that backlog, to bear down on the backlog, as my honourable friend said, when cases like cancer, which are scaring my constituents and everyone.
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can give my honourable friend that assurance, and the backlog already at 5 million, and as I've said today, it's unfortunately going to get a lot worse than that before it gets better. I think we can all understand why, but today's announcement, I think, would have certainly have helped in our march to clear that backlog. My honourable friend will know that the government has given a significant additional funding in the billions to help with that, but there will be a lot more to come in dealing with the priorities, especially cancer.
Neil Hanvey.
Speaker, all of the warm words from the Secretary of State towards the NHS at the top of his statement have been completely demolished by his attitude towards a breast cancer surgeon when he says that she should know better, when the reality is that she does know better, and he should apologise to the honourable member from Central Ayrshire for those absolutely outrageous comments. And to use the escalation of cases in Scotland as a political tool is absolutely disgraceful. I want to talk about the...
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not agree with the honourable gentleman.
We now go to Mark Harper.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I apologise for any discourtesy to the House in not being able to be here in person. The Prime Minister has confirmed that there will be contingency measures in place for winter. And even if they're not legal restrictions, they will have that effect on business. Can the Secretary of State confirm what they are and publish the detail so members can scrutinise them at the earliest opportunity?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can tell my right honourable friend, I believe what he's referring to is that we will be keeping in place contingency measures, and particularly for local authorities, the so-called number 3 regulations, at least until the end of September, in case those powers are needed in the case of a local breakout. And of course, there's no intention at this point that those powers will be used, but we believe that it is necessary to have powers in place just in case. He would have heard me earlier talk about the risk that still exists from new variants, and that is the plan, but I'll be happy to discuss with him further.
We now go to Caroline Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Secretary of State explain why, when other public health and safety measures aren't left up to individuals to decide, he thinks that's an appropriate approach to COVID? Failing to mandate mask wearing in stuffy, crowded places like public transport, where people are often pressed together for much longer than 15 minutes, risks high costs. Allowing people to choose whether or not to put others at risk is both reckless and unfair. If the freedom to pelt down the motorway at 100 miles an hour is restricted because it poses risks to others, why, with millions still unvaccinated, with some immunosuppressed, and with the risks of long COVID rising, why does the Health Secretary not apply the same logic to mask wearing?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say to the Honourable Lady, I do understand where she's coming from, but the important thing is we do have to learn to live with COVID, and that does mean that these restrictions that have been necessary up until now, that we have to at some point confront them and start removing them, and now is the best time to do that because of the defence that has been built by the vaccine.
Sir Desmond Swayne.
We will never again sacrifice free enterprise, freedom of association, and indeed freedom of worship in order to manage hospital admissions ever again, will we?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I take it from that my right honourable friend is pleased with today's announcements.
Time Efford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, some have suggested that removing all restrictions in the way that the Secretary of State has announced will create factories for new variants in parts of our communities. So what advice has the Secretary of State received from experts about the potential for new variants? And what contingencies has he planned for containing such an outbreak if one were to occur?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman would have heard in my statement earlier that no course of action that we take now is without risk. I think the honourable gentleman understands that. And it is because there is still a pandemic. As I said, the pandemic is not over. That we, of course, will continue to first monitor for new variants. We will continue to have border restrictions in place. We will continue to have some test, trace and isolate procedures in place. And I think these measures, taken together with the success of the vaccine programme, is the best answer to his question.
We now go to David Simmons, who I think is going to be audio only.
Madam Deputy Speaker, one head teacher in my constituency tells a tale of losing more than 2,700 days of education, 390 children sent home, and zero transmission amongst pupils in school. So can my right honourable friend assure me that swift action will be taken to ensure that children can get back to school, head teachers can get back to teaching as soon as possible without the damage the current situation is creating?
Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, I can give my honourable friend that assurance, and the Education Secretary will be saying more later this week, but I can confirm to my honourable friend that on July the 19th it is our plan to remove bubbles and to end the requirement for early year settings, schools or colleges to routinely carry out contact tracing, and I will have more to say on how we intend to exempt under 18s who are close contacts from the requirement to self-isolate.
Grady.
Deputy Speaker, given that masks help reduce the spread not just of COVID but all kinds of respiratory diseases, isn't it important to avoid mixed messages and actually encourage everyone to continue that kind of practice and the likes of good hand hygiene as a relatively routine part of a new normal to stop coughs and sneezes from spreading diseases?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think what the honourable gentleman is suggesting is that people should have the freedom to wear a mask if they wish, but it should not be mandatory. It should not be mandated by law. And there are countries, I lived in Singapore for 3 years, where people would wear masks if they were feeling unwell out of respect for others. And if people choose to do that here, that will be a good thing, but it won't be a requirement from the government. And as I said earlier, that in certain settings, if in a crowded place, let's say on the tube in London, I think many people, despite not being a legal requirement, would choose to wear masks.
We now go to Caroline Noakes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The immunosuppressed want to know what the plan is for them. Will they be allowed tests for spike antibody levels on the NHS? And will they be able to get a booster before September if their antibody tests show they have no protection despite being vaccinated?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an important question from my right honourable friend, and we are still considering what more we can do to give more confidence to the immunosuppressed, and we will be saying more on this shortly.
We now go to Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Until recently, ministers were saying decisions would be based on the link between infection and hospitalisation. But although the link has been weakened, it's not been broken. Hospitalisations are up 20% in the last week. They've doubled in a month. We all want to unlock the economy, but surely we should maintain barriers to infection where we can. The Secretary of State has said that wearing masks would be a good thing. So will he accept that requiring them on public transport, in essential shops and in similar locations would make sense and would reassure people?
State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, no one is suggesting that the link between cases and hospitalisation because of the vaccines has been completely broken. What I've said, and this is the fact based on the evidence that we are seeing, is that it has been significantly weakened, and that is clear from the data we're getting on a daily basis. If you look in England, the case rate of 25,000, and I think less than 2,000 people currently with COVID in hospital, which is far, far lower than what we've seen before when we had such a high case rate.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for his statement today, setting out the way forward. In the 150 years since the foundation of Cheadle's Together Trust, it's championed and cared for people from 18 to 30 years old with disabilities. Meeting with their dedicated team last week, it was clear that having navigated the challenges of COVID, they're preparing for the future. As the government looks to set out a new vision for health and social care, can the Secretary of State reassure voluntary and third sector bodies like Together Trust that they will have their invaluable contribution recognised and be included as equal partners in its design?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy to give my honourable friend that assurance. The Cheadle Together Trust and many other third-party and voluntary organisations across the country have really stepped up during the pandemic when the country most needed it, and we will continue to work with them, and I think at a suitable moment we should give them the recognition that they deserve.
Bergen.
Thank you,
Deputy Speaker, it's a dereliction of duty by the Secretary of State for Health to tell people to live with the virus whilst denying people the basic financial and other support that they need. In 2 weeks' time, with restrictions lifted, there could be over 60,000 cases per day. The government says it will surge further. Huge numbers are denied the self-isolation payment. Tens of thousands of people each day will be forced to isolate on statutory sick pay of just £96 per week. So I ask the Secretary of State for Health, could he live on £96 per week?
Secretary of State. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's right that we provide support, including financial support, for those that are isolating and finding things difficult, and we will continue to do so, and we will keep that under review.
Dr Luke Evans.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to draw the House's attention to a story over the weekend of 3 batches of AstraZeneca vaccines affecting 5 million people and the prospects of travelling to the EU. I must declare an interest. I've vaccinated many people with this batch and indeed had the batch myself. So can he confirm that this is purely a bureaucratic issue, that the vaccines are exactly the same, and update the House over what talks he's had with the EU to resolve this problem?
Secretary of State.
First, can I thank my honourable friend for the work that he's personally been doing during the pandemic. And what I can tell him that all doses that are used in the UK have been subject to very rigorous safety and quality checks, including individual batch testing and physical site inspections. And this is all done by the medical regulator, MHRA.
We now go to Ben Bradshaw.
Given Americans and other Europeans have already been free to travel again for some time, and given we were promised a vaccine dividend, when can the millions of British families separated from loved ones abroad, or simply who want a foreign holiday, expect to receive the same freedoms back that other Europeans and Americans already enjoy?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can tell the honourable gentleman very, very soon, and the Secretary of State for Transport will have more to say on this very shortly.
Steve Brown.
Thank you. Last week I said I wanted to see a change of policy as well as tone from the new Secretary of State, and we have that today, or at least an indication of such for next Monday, and I'm grateful for it. Can I ask my right honourable friend to give us some insight into his thinking about the future of test and trace? Surely it can't continue as now, with contacts of contacts, even if double vaccinated, forced into isolation for 10 days at a time, with all the knock-on effects that that has for society and economy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be making a statement to Parliament on just that issue, and I think I will probably make it tomorrow.
We now go to Debbie Abrahams.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last December, Professor Sir Michael Marmot revealed that the high and unequal COVID death toll across England was down to historic structural inequalities that successive Conservative governments have allowed to go unchecked. And last week, he quantified this and showed that Greater Manchester had a 25% higher COVID death toll because of these structural socioeconomic inequalities. So when will the Health Secretary deliver on the Prime Minister's promise to me in January in terms of implementing Sir Michael's recommendations to address these inequalities in my constituency and others, and will ensure that we build back fairer?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's an important issue that the Honourable Lady has raised, and we have seen, sadly, through this pandemic, because of various inequalities up and down the country, some people have suffered a lot more than others. So it is an important point, and we do need to do more. We do need to all collectively learn from this, and I want to give her the assurance that I know that Public Health England and the CMO, the Chief Medical Officer, are looking into this and will be reporting to ministers shortly.
Final question, Hugh Merriman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this statement from the Secretary of State. Can I just ask for clarity? The legal requirement to wear face coverings, including on public transport, it states, we advise this as a voluntary measure for crowded and enclosed spaces. Should that be crowded, enclosed spaces? And does he intend to put out guidance? And what will he do to ensure that private operators can't mandate it outside of that guidance? Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I can tell my honourable friend The guidance is really asking people to use their common sense. That if there are many other people around them, particularly if the people around them might be more vulnerable, let's say older people, or for some reason people that may be as a group unvaccinated, then we're just really saying use your common sense. And I think everyone in Britain will do just that. In terms of private settings, it will be up to private businesses, shops, for example, to decide what they wish to do.
I thank the Secretary of State for his statement and will suspend the House for 1 minute to make arrangements for the next business.
Pleasure to follow the member for Orkney and Shetland, albeit with rather a long break. I declare my interest as a barrister. I'm pleased to contribute to this report stage. During my election campaign and since, I have had the opportunity to speak to many constituents in Derbyshire Dales about law and order generally, particularly during the recent election campaign for our new Police and Crime Commissioner. I'm a firm believer in listening to my constituents. They're hard-working and law-abiding. I respect what they're telling me. They tell me they want to feel safe and they want to feel protected in their own homes and the areas in which they live. There is much to offer them in this excellent bill. There are two aspects of this bill which particularly interest my constituents. Firstly, my constituents want to see tougher sentences for convicted criminals, and this bill delivers. I particularly support two proposals. The proposal for tougher community sentences, doubling the time offenders will be subject to overnight curfews, raising from 12 months to 2 years. Also, the ending of the automatic early release of dangerous criminals. I'm pleased to say that this bill firmly delivers on what my constituents are requesting, tougher sentences, and I wholeheartedly support the bill. Secondly, I receive a lot of correspondence from constituents whose lives are disrupted by unauthorised and illegal encampments that cause alarm and distress to local residents. This government is the first to have the courage of many governments to attack these long-standing issues. I welcome the provisions of the bill that will give the police the power to seize vehicles and arrest or fine trespassers who are intent on residing on private or public land without permission, whilst ensuring they will not be able to return for 12 months. This is long overdue. I have constituents who write to me regularly, many, in towns such as Matlock, Bakewell and Ashbourne. Their lives have been very badly affected by illegal encampments, and this must stop. It is, of course, very important to make sure that local authorities fulfil their statutory duty to provide permanent sites for groups such as travellers so they can stay within the law and enjoy their traditional life. But illegal encampments must stop. There is much to recommend this bill. It's got a huge breadth of provisions, and I am so pleased this government has the courage to address so many different areas in such a relatively short space of time. I commend the provisions of this bill.
We now go to Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While I have grave concerns about many aspects of this bill, I'll limit my remarks to the amendments in my name, those of my honourable friend for Liverpool West Derby and new clause 1 or 2. This bill needlessly criminalises Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities. It will turn civil offences into criminal ones and will punish littering and inconvenience with prison and homelessness. This bill doesn't target a problem, it targets minority and ethnic communities. It's driven by hatred and division and will serve only to fuel hatred and division. Only last month, the Conservative member for Ashfield demonstrated this by saying, "The travellers I'm talking about are more likely to be seen leaving your garden shed at 3 o'clock in the morning, probably with your lawnmower and half your tools." These words racially stereotyped travellers and painted entire communities as criminals. They were racist and repugnant, and they show the bigotry that this legislation promotes. On top of this, the draconian powers included in this bill are being pushed upon police despite their insistence that they don't want or need them. The National Chief Police Council and the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners have said that trespass is a civil offence, and in our view, it should remain so. While 93.7% of police bodies support increased site provision as the solution to unauthorised encampments, both police and travelling communities are in agreement on this, and I would urge the government to listen and support new clause 102 and the amendments in the name of my honourable friend for Liverpool West Derby. The government should be focused on improving society for everyone, yet they've become fixated on attacking an already much persecuted minority to the expense of many and to the benefit of none. And in doing so, the government is ignoring ready-made solutions. Organisations like Friends, Families and Travellers have called for increased and improved site provision while highlighting the value of negotiated stopping, because the reality is that if travellers cannot stop with authorisation, then they must stop without it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've tabled my amendments today because I believe that it's the role of politicians to protect minorities, not persecute them. New Clause 51 seeks to address the racism that GRT communities face every day by forcing the government to review the prevention, investigation and prosecution of crimes against these communities, while New Clause 52 would require the government to provide proper training for the relevant public bodies. While valuable amendments will undoubtedly fall today in this dystopic bill, I'd like to reassure my constituents that the fight against legislation is not the end.
I have to bring the honourable lady's remarks to a close because we're on very short of time. Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I wish to address particularly New Clause 55, New Clause 42 and New Clause 90 if time permits. Now, members on the House can all agree that clarity is crucial when we're talking about the proper functioning of the House, and particularly when we cover immensely sensitive subjects like abortion and the ending of human life. Now, I want to clarify what was earlier in dispute, whether the decriminalisation of abortion, as sought in New Clause 55, means deregulation of abortion and the loss of all legal safeguards around abortion. Indeed, changing the law means changing regulations. Now, the central and implacable legal fact of New Clause 55 is that by repealing the relevant sections of the Offences Against the Person Act and the relevant offences under the Infant Life Preservation Act, it will immediately undo all of the safeguards provided by the Abortion Act 1967. Now, as my honourable friend, the member for Congleton, so soberly and succinctly stated in the first session of this debate, this amendment would sweep away all current legal safeguards and protections, not only for the unborn child, but also many which protect women. The 1967 Act would in effect be void, and it would leave England and Wales with one of the most extreme abortion laws in the world. So may I briefly remind members what these safeguards involve. They are not obstructions from opponents of abortion. They are crucial, vital protections against clear and present dangers. These safeguards prevent abortion simply on the basis of sex, simply because the baby will be born a girl or indeed a boy. They ensure that health professionals' freedom to conscientiously object are protected, and prevention abortion right up until birth, even though many prematurely born babies are born and survive and thrive every single week. Now, the Right Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull North failed to explain how any of these serious threats to our society and culture would remain illegal. Never once has she denied that her amendment would allow abortion up to birth, allow that to which so many of my constituents have rallied against in recent days. I know which is true of constituents across the country. And I've received more emails and calls about this particular amendment than any other measure that I've had since I was elected to the House 11 years ago. The Right Honourable Member may argue that abortion will remain regulation by some of the different medical bodies in this country. But these medical bodies cannot make legislation. They can't pass laws, can't send the crucial messages that our current abortion law sends. That sex-selective abortion is wrong, that the conscientious objection is valid, and that abortion without any time limit will be a gross injustice in a humane society. Abortion under the regulation of changeable medical bodies, which only issue guidelines and never laws, can never be recommended.
Stop the honourable gentleman. Move to Gavin Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to be contributing in this report stage of the debate. Madam Deputy Speaker, at second reading I did highlight that there are about 5 clauses of this bill, large as it is, that apply to Northern Ireland, and we are supportive of them. But I do think it is appropriate, considering we just heard from the Health Secretary who outlined our roadmap to freedom, that I do express disappointment that through committee stage this bill is not in a better place when it comes to protest. A party that prides itself on libertarian values and on freedom within our country, to curtail protests because they are noisy, because they are inconvenient, because they impact on those around them. I don't think the right balance has yet been struck. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do wish to speak in favour of new clauses 44 to 50 in the name of the Honourable Lady for Kingston upon Hull North. I commend her for bringing forward those new clauses. The law has operated successfully in Northern Ireland for 4 years now. It was brought forward by my colleague from the other place, Lord Morrow, and very important provisions that are working in Northern Ireland, and I do hope that after the conclusion of this report stage this evening, they do come forward again. I would encourage the Minister to look at them. I understand she is engaging with the Honourable Lady, and I do hope this is a conversation we can pick up again. I have mentioned to the Honourable Lady from Kingston upon Hull North that I have considered some ire having signed her amendments in regards to human trafficking and sexual exploitation, given the amendment that rests in new clause 55. She knows I could never support new clause 55. I do see the dichotomy between bringing forward... Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. Wave back. Thank you. Having said... Sorry. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll continue on. New clause 44 to 50. As far as I'm concerned, take away the power from the powerful in support of the most vulnerable. And that's why I struggle with new clause 55, because I think it does the reverse. But it is something I really shouldn't, because Madam Deputy Speaker is waving too much at me. Can I just say in the remaining seconds, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I have given careful consideration to new clause 42 as well, and indicate to the House that in principle, I am prepared to support the notion of buffer zones, but not as currently drafted. Now, I know that's not exactly where all of my colleagues are, and so I don't wish to abuse my position as spokesman, because my colleagues are not comfortable at all, Madam Deputy Speaker. There should be a discussion. I don't think the balance is struck in that amendment, and if it was moved, I couldn't support it this evening. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is such a massive bill that is going to impact on every facet of life. I fear the committee stage hasn't had the desired effect, and that it is not right yet. But we will consider the new clauses and amendments as they're brought forward this evening. Thank you.
We now go to Geraint Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill removes our fundamental right to peaceful protest. How? By putting power in the hands of the police to stop protest, not as before on the grounds of causing serious damage or unlawful behaviour, but instead that it may cause serious unease or distress to bystanders. Those found guilty of even risking causing serious annoyance or inconvenience can get imprisoned for up to 10 years or face unlimited fines. This amounts to the removal of the right to peaceful protest as enshrined in our Human Rights Act and the European Convention on Human Rights. And we saw a taste of that, what that means in practice in the Clapham Vigil and the Bristol protests in March. The parliamentary report into Clapham and Bristol, published last week, mentioned by the member for Huntingdon, found that the Metropolitan Police told the Clapham Vigil organisers the vigil was illegal when it was not, and that they faced thousands of pounds in fines, which they did not. So the organisers withdrew and the vigil was disorganised. And then at 6:30, the police physically intervened to disperse the gathering, thereby increasing the public health risk of COVID. In Bristol, yes, proportionate use of force by the police was justified, but battening and blading protesters with shields on the ground certainly was not. So we've had a glimpse of what poorly drafted law can look like in practice. Instead, we must protect the right to peaceful protest by deleting clauses 55 to 61, which stop it, and introducing my new clause 85, a code which sets out the police's duty to facilitate the right to peaceful protests, to return them to Robert Peel's founding principle: the police are the public and the public are the police. This bill is before us because people want to protest against climate change, as by 2025, the 1.5 degree Paris limit will be breached. Peaceful protesters, whether suffragettes or economic, social or environmental campaigners, enrich and inform our democracy between elections. It is essential of fundamental values of democracy, human rights and the rule of law. This bill is an act of political treason. It is bad at its core. It will be seen in China and Russia and elsewhere as a green light to crush democracy and the right to peaceful protests with unaccountable police power. The good people in this country should not rest until it is overturned and our rights reinstated, so that democracy can live and breathe and thrive again.
Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to speak supportively of two amendments and comment on one in the time I've got available. Firstly, new clause 24 in the name of the member for Rotherham calls for a review of how registered sex offenders are able to change their name or identity without the knowledge of the police. The UK has some of the toughest measures in the world to manage sex offenders, yet the system is being exploited and flouted by thousands of convicted offenders, if the figures are to be believed. Over 16,000 offenders in the last 5 years haven't told the police of their whereabouts under their notification requirements, and indeed it's estimated around 900 have gone missing altogether. Possibly some of these could have changed their names, and this amendment would review how sex offenders are able to change their names or identity and ensure that the system is amended to ensure the police are always made aware, and I hope the Minister can respond to that amendment in her comments. And then I wanted to also turn to two amendments on the issue of abortion. And I think this debate today has made it very clear that the current position and the inconsistency between the situation in Northern Ireland and in England and Wales is very difficult to explain. Perhaps other than the fact that in England and Wales our law is underpinned by an Act of Parliament passed 50 years before women were actually even allowed to be part of the legislative process. And there's been almost no change to the abortion laws in more than 50 years. It may be that the tradition of leaving these issues to backbench bills no longer works, and the government needs to think more creatively. If the Honourable Lady could forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker is going to have my guts for garters. Government needs to consider how we modernise the set of laws which this place has changed for Northern Ireland, but has not had the opportunity to do so in a thoughtful way for England and Wales. The strong feeling on both sides of the House today shows that there is an argument for thinking about this further, particularly the two specific amendments. And I turn to new clause 42. The bill already recognises protests should not stop others from going about their daily business. Frankly, new clause 42 does this similarly for individuals who want to access abortion advice and services. And as with regards to this amendment, I do hope that the Minister can reflect on this in her summing up. In terms of new clause 55,
I don't support the Honourable Lady's amendment for the reasons of the expansiveness of the way it's drawn. But I have deep sympathy and support her in a wish to see abortion in England and Wales decriminalised for women, as it indeed has been done in Northern Ireland. And we have to take the opportunity in this House to have a thoughtful debate, a thorough debate, and to have it in the very near future. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Ms Savile Roberts.
And I rise to speak as co-chair of the Justice Union Parliamentary Group. There is an awful lot I'd like to say about this bill, and I have to unfortunately restrict my comments to Amendment 47, which seeks to correct an anomaly in legislation brought by the Right Honourable Member for the Rhondda in his Assaults on Emergency Workers Act, whereby the only members of prison staff included in the protected category of emergency workers are prison officers and some healthcare workers, while other prison workers, such as teachers or instructors, are not protected. This is simply unfair and indeed increases the risks for those staff. It effectively paints a target on their backs because prisoners are well aware of the law and they know that the penalties for attacking a prison officer are way more severe than those for attacking the teacher who might be standing next to them. In the 2019 Safe Inside survey conducted by the Joint Unions and Prisons Alliance, that showed that all prison staff are subjected to shocking levels of violence, not just prison officers, but prison educators and teachers as well. Shocking levels of violence and routinely exposed to harmful drugs. More than a quarter of staff reported having been a victim of physical violence within the last 12 months. Of those, 14% said they'd been assaulted more than 10 times in that period. Take the youth estate, for example, which often houses children locked up hundreds of miles from family and support. The resulting strain on mental health is a contributing factor towards violence against staff. In Wales, of course, as education is devolved, things run differently, and therefore the bill's impact will be felt differently, something which my colleague Howell Williams will be raising in his speech later today. But here is one horrific example from an educator in a young offenders institution. I turned to press the radio, and as I did so, I felt the young offender's arms around my neck, and he put me in a headlock and began to strangle me. I managed to say assistance on the radio, but before I could say my location, he had my arm above my head to stop me calling for help. He dragged me down to the ground. He continued to strangle me with his left arm, and he hit me repeatedly in the head with the other. As he was doing so, he said he had mental health issues. It felt like longer, but I think the officers arrived in approximately 5 minutes after the incident began and physically removed him from me. No teacher or educator or instructor should be expected to work in an environment where terrifying assaults like these are not treated with the same severity as those against prison officers. For this reason, I urge all members to show these brave frontline public servants that we prioritise their safety as emergency workers too.
20 seconds for Steve Brown.
Madam Deputy Speaker, there is much in this bill that I welcome. Spoken before about driving offences reform, but of course parts of it are controversial. Well, that is what happens with legislation. Some people don't agree with parts of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, but on balance it's a bill worth backing, and that's why I did at second reading. New clause 90 seems entirely logical to me. I've been well lobbied on the subject. I hope to hear something from the Minister. It is surely the least that our shop workers can expect to be able to do their job without abuse. On protest, we should be careful not to be misled about what is in the bill and what is not in that respect. I actually agree with some of what my right honourable friend from Houghton, Price and Howden said. It's not right just yet, the parts of this bill on protest, and I predict it will have a challenging time in the other place. But I do look forward to hearing what the Minister has to say on that, and surely new clause 85 is worth a look in respect of a code for the policing of protest. New clause 55, in the name of the Honourable Lady from Kingston upon Hull, I think it's poorly drafted. I've seen a tsunami of constituents' contacts this weekend against it. I wish it were going to the vote, Madam Deputy Speaker, if only so I could vote against it and the House could show its will on the subject. And finally, I do oppose new clause 51 and 52 in respect of illegal traveller encampments. My constituents have an illegal encampment on the Cattle Market car park in the centre of Winchester just today, which is inconveniencing my constituents' lives, and I do oppose those two clauses. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill delivers on our promise to the British people to keep them safe and to crack down on criminals. This bill backs the police, recognising the unique and enormous sacrifices they and their families make to protect us all. This bill imposes a legal duty on local councils, the police, health services, schools and prisons to work together to prevent serious violence in their neighbourhoods. This bill balances the rights of protesters to demonstrate with the rights of residents to access hospitals, to go to work, to let their children sleep at night. And despite some of the claims opposite, this bill includes measures that will help protect women and girls, but indeed go further than that, and protect the whole of society from some of the most dangerous offenders that are sentenced, including managing sex offenders before and after conviction, and importantly, providing clarity on the extraction of data from victims' phones in line with the rape review that the government published only a few weeks ago. Let me begin, Madam Deputy Speaker, by briefly addressing the government amendments in this group. In committee, I undertook to consider further whether the reporting duty in respect of the police covenant should be extended to apply to the British Transport Police, the Ministry of Defence Police and Civil Nuclear Constabulary. Having reflected further, we agree we want the wider policing family to be included in this covenant, and Amendment 34 does exactly that, to cover not only these three forces, but also the National Crime Agency. They do essential work for us, and we want them and their families to be looked after. Government's Amendments 35 to 45 standardises the traffic offences in clauses 4 and 5 and clauses in relation to the serious violence reduction orders for the British Transport Police. Again, consistency in how we deal with these important matters. Let me now turn to the non-government amendments. I won't be able to deal with all of them, but I'm going to pick out the ones that have been talked about most frequently. First of all, I would like to thank the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, my Right Honourable friend for Basingstoke and many other members across the House for raising the issue of sexual harassment, not just in the context of this bill, but in our wider work. The murders that we have heard so much about in this chamber, sadly, the murders of Nicole Smallman, of Bieber Henry, of Sarah Everard and PCSO Julia James, have caused millions of women and girls to share their own experiences and fears of walking in our towns and cities. We have also heard girls' stories about their experiences at school through the social media platform Everyone's Invited. We are listening to women and girls. In March, we reopened the survey on violence against women and girls and received more than 180,000 responses in terms of the survey as a whole. Each of those responses are helping to shape our work, developing this vital strategy. We therefore recognise the shocking extent of street harassment and the strength of feeling concerning the need for a new offence. Whilst it is the case that there are already offences available to address sexual harassment behaviour, the Right Honourable Lady, with whom I have met recently to discuss this, can rest assured that we remain open-minded on this issue and are continuing to examine the case for whether there should be a bespoke offence. But as part of this commitment, the new strategy on tackling violence against women and girls will focus on the need to educate and to change cultural attitudes. An offence can do so much, but we need to go further than that, and that is our intention. And as I announced in committee stage, I'm pleased that as part of the cross-government work and work across agencies, the College of Policing intends to develop advice for police forces to assist them to use existing offences in the most effective way to address reports of sexual harassment, and the CPS will be updating their guidance to include specific material on sexual harassment. I move now to new clauses 26 and 27, which the Right Honourable Member for Kingston upon Hull North has raised, and indeed my honourable friend for Wickham has spoken to me about. These clauses come out of the very, very tragic circumstances of the rape and murder of Libby Squire, which, as a constituency MP near to the Humber, I would very much join both the Honourable Lady and my honourable friend in paying tribute to Libby and her family. Of course.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend. I wonder, would she agree with me and my constituent Lisa Squire that it's vitally important that non-contact sexual offences are promptly reported so that these provisions can work?
I completely agree with both my honourable friend and indeed his constituent Mrs Squire. We need, please, to get the message out from this chamber that where there are non-contact sexual offences being committed, please, can we encourage victims where they are able to, where they feel able to report that to the police so that these escalating behaviours can create a pattern that the police can review. That's why I have great sympathy with the clauses that the Honourable Lady, the Right Honourable Lady, I should say, has laid, and I'm pleased to reassure her that we are very much taking this on board when it comes to developing the strategy. In terms of other matters relating to sex offenders, the Honourable Member for Rotherham and indeed my Honourable Friend for Basingstoke have pressed upon me the need for a review into how registered sex offenders are able to change their name without the knowledge of the police. We have some of the toughest rules in the world in terms of the management of sex offenders, but we recognise these concerns. And we do not want, of course, any loopholes that can be exploited by sex offenders to enable offending and to evade detection by changing their names. Indeed, only last week I met the Master of the Rolls and my counterpart, Lord Wolfson, in the Ministry of Justice to discuss this critical issue. And so I'm pleased to advise the House that we are conducting a time-limited review into the enrolled and unenrolled processes for changing names to better understand the scale and nature of this issue and whether current processes are or could be exploited to facilitate further offending, and if so, how this can be addressed. I turn now to the understandable concern that colleagues have regarding the treatment of key workers, particularly those who keep our shops and supermarkets open and stocked, those who keep our buses and trains running, and key workers such as refuge collectors, park staff, teachers and others who perform a vital duty at any time, but particularly so in the very difficult 18 months that we have all experienced. We are very, very conscious that when our constituents are serving the public and delivering key services, they must feel safe doing so. No one should feel unsafe in their workplace. We therefore all feel anguish about some of the stories that we have heard in relation to retail and other workers over the last year. The Lord Chancellor and indeed the Government completely understands the sentiments behind these new clauses tabled by the Leader of the Opposition and my honourable friend, the Member for Stockton South. We have, I hope, given the indication that members, I hope, will have heard earlier in this debate. There is a range of existing laws with significant penalties that cover assaults and abuse of all public-facing workers, and sentencing guidelines already require the courts to consider as an aggravating factor meriting an increased sentence where an offence has been committed against a person serving the public. But I make it clear, we want to assure my honourable friend and members across the House that we are not complacent about this, and we are actively considering an amendment on this issue, if appropriate, in the Lords. The concerns that we have, genuine concerns that we have about the clauses as tabled, relate to technical issues with some of the drafting of the clauses. There's vagueness regarding the nature of the assault offence, and it overlaps with existing offences, and there seems to be reference to Scottish provisions, which we believe to be unnecessary. But I address the House in this very open-hearted, very open-handed way that we are looking at this, and we want to work not only with honourable members but also with the retail sector to improve the reporting of these offences and the police response. I turn now to the issues of public order and contained within the bill. There has been much debate about these measures. Some of it has been informed by fact. Other forms of the debate, I have to confess, have been informed by misunderstanding. The measures that have been developed in consultation with the National Police Chiefs Council and with the Metropolitan Police in order to improve the police's ability to better manage highly disruptive protests. Such protests have brought parts of London in particular, but elsewhere in the country, to a standstill. There have been instances where ambulances have been obstructed. They have disrupted the distribution of national newspapers, and Given this is a debate about freedom of expression and freedom of speech, I would have hoped that colleagues would understand why we are so concerned that newspapers should be able to be produced. They have prevented hard-working people from getting to work, and they have drawn thousands of police officers away from the local communities they serve. I will.
As the member for the Cities of London and Westminster, which sees 500 protests in Westminster every year, would my honourable friend agree with me that human rights for protesters is absolutely important, but so is the human rights of local people who live yards away from this place?
That sums up the balancing exercise that this government is drawing on the advice, I have to say, of the Independent Police Inspectorate. The bill does not stop the freedom to demonstrate. It balances that freedom against the rights and liberties of others. These laws that exist at the moment are 35 years old, and we want to update them, but also to implement recommendations made by the Independent Law Commission. It will continue to be the case that the police attach conditions to only a small proportion of protests. And just to put this in context, in a 3-month period earlier this year, the National Police Chiefs Council assessed that out of more than 2,500 protests, no more than a dozen had conditions attached to them. 12 out of 2,500. If I may, because I genuinely do have other things other matters I want to address. In deciding whether to do so, including in respect of the generation of noise, they will continue, as now, to take into consideration protesters' freedom of speech and assembly. I move now to unauthorised encampments. Again, similarly, there seems to be misunderstanding about what this bill attempts to do. This is not an attack on the nomadic lifestyle. It is, if one looks at the clause as drafted, very clearly, the subclause 4 sets out the conditions whereby significant damage, disruption or distress has been caused or is likely to be caused. I've got 1 more minute. And that is what this offence is setting. That is what we are trying to tackle, that harmful behaviour. And that is what members opposite need to perhaps ask themselves, just how much damage, how much disruption, how much distress is acceptable for their constituents to bear with. I'm going to deal very quickly now with extraction of information. This is an important part of the bill because we want to ensure that there are strong privacy safeguards in place when dealing with people's sensitive personal information. This bill, coupled with the rate review, is an absolutely critical part of that effort. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, mindful as I am that the House will want to vote on these matters, may I conclude that we promised our constituents that we would take measures to make our society safer and to crack down on crime. As my honourable friend for Derbyshire Dales has set out, that is the promise she made to her constituents, and we all did. This is what we are delivering on, those promises we made to our electorates, standing up for the decent members of society who do not commit the sorts of crimes that we sadly have had to hear about in this chamber. I therefore have no hesitation in commending this to the House.
I understand that the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham wishes to withdraw new clause 1. Is it your pleasure that new clause 1 be withdrawn? Aye. New clause 1 by leave withdrawn. We now come to new clause 31, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Shadow Minister Sarah Jones to move new clause 1 formally.
I beg to move.
The question is that new clause 31 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 31 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Liz Twist and Mary Glinden. Tellers for the noes, Scott Mann and Tom Purslove. Pause. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 233. The noes to the left, 350.
The ayes to the right, 233. The noes to the left, 350. So the noes have it. The noes have it. I understand that the honourable member does not wish to move new clause 90. Is it your pleasure that new clause 90 be with?
Commitments from the government that they will bring forward measures to tackle this issue. During the passage of this bill, I withdraw the amendment.
Is it your pleasure that new clause 90 be withdrawn? New clause 90 by leave withdrawn. We now come to new clause 91, which has been selected for separate decision, and I call Anne McLaughlin to move new clause 91 formally.
Move formally, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that new clause 91 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. No! Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 1 be added to the bill. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Alan Dorrans. Tellers for the noes, Scott Mann and Tom Pursglove.
Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 81. The noes to the left, 358.
The ayes to the right, 81. The noes to the left, 358. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Government Amendments 32 to 39. I call the Minister to move Amendments 32 to 39 formally. Question is that Amendments 32 to 39 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to Amendment 1, which has been selected for separate decision. I call Alistair Carmichael to move Amendment 1 formally.
Beg to move.
The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Alistair Carmichael and Sarah Olney. Tell us for the noes, Tom Pursglove and Scott Mann.
Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 273. The noes to the left, 354.
The ayes to the right, 273. The noes to the left, 354. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Amendment 8, which has been selected for separate decision. I now call Ian Byrne to move Amendment 8 formally.
Formally move.
The question is that Amendment 8 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. Division. Clear the lobby. Eight be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Liz Twist and Mary Glinden. Tellers for the noes, Scott Mann and Tom Pursclub.
Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 358.
The ayes to the right, 265. The noes to the left, 358. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Thank you. We now come to Government Amendments 40 to 45. Call the Minister to move Amendments 40 to 45 formally. Minister? The question is that Amendments 40 to 45 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Group 2 of the amendments. We will begin with new clause 3, with which it will be convenient to consider the other selected new clauses and amendments as listed on the selection paper. After I have called the Right Honourable Member to move new clause 3, there will be a 4-minute limit on backbench contributions. I call Harriet Harman to move new clause 3.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, new clause 3 deals with a problem which the government have acknowledged on the question of rape. They have acknowledged that the justice system lets women down and lets men off the hook. There are many problems that contribute to this, but one that the government has rightly identified is that the process focuses on the complainant rather than on the defendant. So when it comes to the investigation, it becomes the investigation of the complainant, her mobile phone, what she was doing, her attitudes, and not the subject, not the suspect. And the trial becomes the trial of the complainant, not the defendant. And that is in one very material way. And that is in the use by the defendant of the complainant's previous sexual history, bringing that into evidence. Now, it has been acknowledged since as long ago as 1999 that actually the complainant's previous sexual history is not the issue, and it's wrong for the defendant to try and use it to deter her from supporting a prosecution by fearing that all her dirty washing will be washed in public, in open court, or that it will undermine her standing and her credibility in the eyes of the jury. So that was supposed to be outlawed in 1999, but it's become clear that a loophole was left when we changed the law in that way. And now in a third of all rape cases, one way or another, the defendant does bring into court the complainant's previous sexual history. The Victims Commissioner, when she was the Police and Crime Commissioner, she conducted research which showed that in 1/3 of rape trials observed, a previous sexual history of the complainant was brought into evidence. And that has also been backed up by work that was done by the Criminal Bar Association. And the Victim Commissioner gives one example of a woman who was a complainant and who had her parents in court to support her, and that they didn't know that she'd had an abortion, but he brought that into evidence in order to undermine her, to throw her off her ability to give her evidence. And there were her parents sitting in court, and they didn't even know that she'd had an abortion. Another report was of where the jury was told this is a woman who'd had adulterous affairs, and thereby trying to undermine her. And of course, this is not relevant to the issue of whether or not a rape has been committed. So we need to tighten up the law. Now, I've drafted a perfectly good, watertight way of tightening up the law so that where it is relevant, the question of the previous sexual history, especially if it's with the same partner in respect of whom the rape is alleged, it is allowed in evidence with permission of the judge, but not where it isn't relevant. But our front bench and the government in their rape review have said they are minded to send this to the Law Commission to look at. I would prefer the government would have legislated within this bill. It is, after all, the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill. But they decided not to do that, and they say they'll refer the whole question of the focus on the complainant to the Law Commission. But I would make two requests in that respect then. I think the Law Commission should sit with an independent reference group. I do have a great deal of respect for the Law Commission, but quite frankly, we can't leave them to get on with it on their own. We need an expert, independent reference group who is steeped in understanding of this and can help them. And I would suggest on that independence reference group should be Rape Crisis England and Wales, and also the Victims Commissioner. And my second is that there should be a time limit for the Law Commission's work. The Law Commission do go into things very, very deeply. We don't want this to just go on and on and on for years. It's been a problem for years. We don't want it to go into the long grass with an absolute never-ending Law Commission investigation. And we want their findings to be ready for when the government are thinking of bringing forward their victims bill, which they are going to consult on shortly and which arises out of the violence against women and girls consultation. So if we are going to not accept this today, which the government are not accepting, let's have the Law Commission looking at it with an independent reference group and with a time limit. And then the government will have done more than just apologise to rape victims for justice not being done. They'll make sure that in future justice is done. Thank you.
Restriction on evidence or questions about complainant's sexual history.
The question is that new clause 3 be read a second time. We now go to the Chair of the Justice Select Committee, Sir Robert Neal, and the 4-minute time limit comes into force for backbenchers at this point.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Dulwich and Camberwell, and to talk on these very important matters. I have to start, I'm sorry to say, by whilst understanding the motives behind the series of amendments in the Right Honourable Lady's name, by disagreeing with the fundamental approach in some respects. I think it is right that it does go to the Law Commission because these are potentially very important changes, and they affect inevitably the balance that must be achieved in a criminal trial between the proper protection of the interests of any witness, but also the right of any defendant to have a fair trial in which all relevant issues are ventilated. And I stress all relevant issues. Now, it's quite right that frequently the issue of consent would not be relevant to the defence. But there are circumstances where it is. And it seems to me that we should not be making substantive changes here without very careful consideration. And the same applies to a number of the other amendments that the Right Honourable Lady and others have tabled. Again, I understand the reasoning behind it, but for example, changing the definition of consent in relation to recklessness would make a significant change to the substantive criminal law in this area. And I don't think that's something that should be undertaken by an addition to an already large bill with limited scrutiny. There are significant arguments to be considered on both sides, as it seems to me here. and the Law Commission, it seems to me, is the right route for all of these matters. They are, in my experience and the Select Committee's experience, well able to move swiftly, given the resource and the support to do so. And I would hope that we could leave it on the basis, let's have a proper look at what are very significant matters. But they do affect in not just the question of the protection of victims, but also the right to any defendant to a proper airing of the evidence. Can I also say that whilst there are still, I'm quite clear, areas where complainants in such cases do not receive the treatment that they should, the position both in the courts and in investigation of such offences is very much improved from where it was. We can always continue to do more. But inevitably now, cases of this kind are tried by highly experienced and senior judges. And certainly my experience, having both prosecuted and defended in many such cases, is that the courts are themselves robust and swift to deal with such matters and to reject inappropriate applications to stray beyond the relevant issues. Can I also, in the time that's available, Madam Deputy Speaker, touch upon some of the other amendments? I'd be troubled at anything which fetters the discretion of the courts in relation to minimum sentences. It seems to me at the end of the day, all aggravating features can properly be set before the courts. The government, this House, has increased maximum sentences in a number of areas, and I have a concern in principle at the imposition of minimum sentences, which have the potential under certain circumstances to tie the hands of the court. Can I also say that there is an amendment in relation to representation of the families of deceased at inquests under certain circumstances. I don't think this bill is the right place for that, but I would strongly commend to the Lord Chancellor, I'm glad to see on the Treasury bench, the report of the Justice Committee in this regard, and I hope in his response that will give us a constructive way forward to deal with those matters. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Shadow Secretary of State David Lammy.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Chair of the Select Committee. This bill presented the Government with an opportunity to enact measures which would end violence against women and girls, but I'm afraid the Government blew it, Madam Deputy Speaker. Instead, filling the bill with divisive nonsense like locking up protesters who cause annoyance. Today, the Government has a final opportunity to support Labour's proposals to show the public it cares about violence against women and girls and wants to create a criminal justice system which works for them. If I turn then to new clause 89, during committee, my honourable friend, the member for Stockton North, told a harrowing story of a woman who was viciously raped in February of last year. It's impossible to comprehend the physical and mental pain caused by such a despicable act, but the trauma of that day will remain with that woman for the rest of her life. I'm sure all members of the House will agree it's a scandal that her attacker and violator was sentenced to just 5 years and 3 months for his crime that night. While the maximum sentence for rape is life imprisonment, there's no statutory minimum. Instead, the sentencing guidelines set a starting point of just 5 years, which in some cases can be reduced to 4. I'll just make some progress if I may. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think most people would be appalled to learn that rapists can be sentenced to as little as 4 years in prison for one of the most heinous crimes imaginable. We presented the Government with research which showed that our sentences for rape were lower than other common law jurisdictions. The Law Commission of Australia said their national penalty range was 12 years to life. In the state of Victoria, rape carries a standard sentence of 10 years, and in India, the minimum sentence has just gone up to 10 years. I give way.
Minister giving way. I wonder if he's forgotten that when he was a minister in the Department for Constitutional Affairs, Labour voted for rapists to serve less of their sentence in prison. In fact, Section 244 of the Criminal Justice Act 2003 now requires all prisoners to be released after just 50% of their sentence served, and prior to that point, those sentenced to 4 years or more had to serve more than 2/3 of their sentence.
Well, I think the Honourable Gentleman is misreading what we did in office, but the point is today the Honourable Gentleman has an opportunity to vote for a minimum sentence, and the question is he going to take it? The Minister helpfully indicated that 68% of those found guilty of rape are sentenced to more than 7 years in prison, which means that around a third of rapists receive only 4 to 7 years. How can this be right? My question to the Lord Chancellor is a simple one. Does he believe a rapist should ever conceivably receive a sentence of only 4 years in prison? The government explained one of its reasons for rejecting our amendment was because it didn't agree with statutory minimum sentences. Yet clause 100 of this bill creates a statutory minimum sentence for repeat offenders of certain crimes, including drug offences and burglaries. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, why does the Lord Chancellor feel these crimes are serious enough to warrant minimum sentence, but rape is not? A recent poll showed almost 80% of the public would support our proposal, with only 7 opposed. I call on the Lord Chancellor to show he believes the same. The Government Rape Review specifically recognised that one of the reasons almost half of victims of rape withdraw is the fear of giving evidence in court. We know pre-recording of evidence is hugely important in limiting the distress of already traumatised victims. We know rolling out Section 28 would allow more rape victims to see justice done quicker. So why then are the government repiloting something which has already been piloted twice? The lack of ambition is staggering. This is typical, frankly, of a department obsessed with endless reviews and utterly averse to radical action. The government have failed far too many victims of these horrific crimes already. Hopefully, that will change tonight. And following the tragic death of Sarah Everard, the opposition tabled an amendment which would extend whole life orders to someone guilty of a murder, abduction and sexual assault of a stranger. A whole life order is a commitment that the offender will never be released from prison again, and the opposition believe that for this crime, a whole life order is the only appropriate sentence. Amendment 50 would mean anyone found guilty of the murder, abduction and sexual assault of another person, a crime so frankly reprehensible, would spend the rest of their lives in prison. I don't feel that this is a difficult point, and I hope that the Secretary of State will agree. The Victims Commission and Domestic Abuse Commissioner have called out the culture of misogyny throughout the criminal justice system, which is clearly demonstrated in the response to domestic homicides. A quick scan through recent data powerfully illustrates this point. According to a report by the Femicide Census, 62% of women killed by men were killed by a current or former partner. A further 70% of all murders of a woman by a man took place either in a shared home or the victim's home. Yet we know there's a serious anomaly in the sentencing of homicide cases, which results in murderers who kill in the home being treated far more leniently than those who kill outside of the home. As Carol Gould put it so poignantly, why should a life taken in the home by someone you know to be valued less than a life taken by a stranger in the streets? It's clear to the opposition that it should not. And this is why we've tabled new Clause 86, which would require the Lord Chancellor to commission an independent review into this aspect of sentencing. In this country, a woman is killed by a man on average every 3 days. From 2017 to 2019, there were 357 domestic homicides. The perpetrators of these despicable crimes cannot expect to benefit from this sentencing anomaly any longer. As the law currently stands, complainants of serious sexual offences are granted lifelong anonymity, while in some cases identifying a complainant could result in an offender being prosecuted for contempt of court. Most often than not, they will receive only a simple fine. During questions on this last month, I raised the case of Philip Leese to show just how devastating revealing the identity of a complainant can be. From naming and humiliating his victim online, he received a pathetic fine of only £120. At the time, the Lord Chancellor seemed to agree with me that the law in this area must be strengthened. New Clause 87 would do just that by giving judges the power to sentence offenders for up to 2 years. During committee, the Minister indicated that the government took this point seriously, but went on to vote against the opposition's new clause. The government accepts that work has to be done in this area, so let's see what the action is tonight. Can I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the learned Member for Peckham Camberwell for raising the important issue of the use of sexual history in rape trials. The opposition wholeheartedly agrees that no victim of a sexual offence should have to feel victimised twice due to experiencing a hugely traumatic experience in the courtroom. The last thing we want is for an alleged victim of rape to face the ordeal of their sexual history being discussed in court unless the strictest of criteria are met. If Section 41 is not being used as intended, it is only right it's reviewed and, if necessary, strengthened, and this is the purpose of New Clause 88. New Clause 88 would compel the government to seek the advice of the Law Commission as to whether Section 41 is fit for purpose. Yet again, this is too important an issue to be kicked into the long grass, and I'd appreciate assurances that any review will be completed before a victims' bill comes before the House. Amendment 124 would ensure that any expansion in the use of audio-video links in courts will not undermine the access to justice or the efficiency of our justice system. As the Lord Chancellor will appreciate, a move towards jury members being able to sit remotely is a seismic shift which could have profound consequences. It is concerning, therefore, that the government seems content to introduce Clause 168 without any evidence base or consultation. At committee, the opposition tabled several amendments which would provide safeguards to Clause 168. However, the government rejected them on the basis that they were unnecessary. The hypothetical benefits of remote juries are limited, but it is crucial that these limited benefits are not introduced at the expense of access to justice and the right to a fair trial. Amendment 124 would ensure that the expansion of audio and video links is not implemented until an independent review has been undertaken. Pets are a much-loved and integral part of our family. This, of all families, and certainly of our family, I'm thinking of my dog Silver as I say that. This brings us support and comfort and happiness, and I'm smiling already thinking of my beautiful dog at home. During the pandemic, the number of dog thefts has skyrocketed, and we're now at a point where there are at least 5 dogs are stolen in England every day. That's why the opposition has tabled New Clause 98. Pet owners up and down the country would be horrified to learn that while the law of theft caters for certain offences, for example, the theft of a bicycle, scrap metal, wild mushrooms, this is not the case for pets, and this must change. I'm very pleased to see that the Right Honourable Member for Chingford and Wood Green has tabled New Clause 16, which in effect is a carbon copy of the clause that we tabled at committee. I'm very pleased to have the support of a Spurs supporter and a long-standing member of the House. But I think we could do better. Since committee, concerns were raised about the 2-year maximum tariff, and we listened to those concerned. And as the Lord Chancellor will know, many of these thefts are not being conducted by petty criminals, but by highly organised criminal gangs working across borders. We're concerned that a 2-year maximum penalty would not act as a sufficient deterrent to those, so we've raised it to 4 years, and that's our new Clause 48. I hope that the Lord Chancellor hears that the official opposition is attempting to be reasonable and that he supports some of the new clauses that we put forward tonight.
Yeah.
Sir Ian Duncan Smith.
Here, here. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman, particularly as he referred to my new clauses. Not all of them, though, it has to be said. He only referred to one of them, but there are 2 more. And the new clauses are very clear. I speak to those this evening. New Clause 14 requires sale of pets by cheque or bank transfer to be banished, rather than cash sales to be banished, and the only way you can do them is by cheque or bank transfer. This means sellers of pets can be tracked and the owners identified. This has become too easy a business, and I come back to that in a second. New Clause 15 makes it compulsory for pets that must be microchipped to be scanned as well by vets, and a check that a microchip number is registered in an approved database and confirms the correct registered keeper. New Clause 16 makes the offence of a pet theft, one moment, a pet theft, a specific category of crime, as the Right Honourable Gentleman said, carrying a much more significant set of fines and even incarceration. I give way.
I'm most grateful to my honourable friend. Of course, I share his sentiment, but I was just a bit concerned when I read his clause about microchips. Is he really, in this clause, as I understand he is, going to end up creating offences for vets? I mean, I would have thought they had enough on their plates already in often difficult and emotional circumstances.
That may be the case, but the reality is, I say to my honourable friend, that they are, by law, the dogs must be microchipped. and therefore it seems to make no sense that if you microchip a dog, that some vets will simply not scan them, because that means that those who have stolen those dogs will be able to take them to the vets that they choose. No, they're not going to be scanned. The point is, if you have an offence, you must follow it through. They must be scanned. Otherwise, they get sold, they get taken, they get stolen without redress. So I simply say that these were the three areas that were most raised, and they were raised with me, many others, and my colleagues and friends who have signed these new clauses. To this, and whilst I recognise, and I'm sure he can speak for himself, I hope that he will give an undertaking that they will return to this in this bill, at least by the time it is in the other place, and make whatever changes are necessary to the law, to the regulations, etc., in terms of criminal justice. And I have a high hope that that will be the case, but I leave it to my right honourable friend, the Lord Chancellor, to make that position clear when he gets to his feet.
Further to that, would you just... To back up my right honourable friend, I'm very happy to put my name to these amendments. The reason why it needs to be in this bill is because we have seen such a huge rise in the number of pet owners during the pandemic. I have never seen casework about this issue in 11 years here that I have in recent months.
I thank my honourable friend for the intervention. He's right. That's the point I was trying to make earlier, that there is a huge upwelling of anger and concern about the theft of dogs particularly, but pets in general. And that's what these three new clauses are to do, to highlight that particular case. It is not a simple thing. It is not something that they can ignore. In fact, it's quite interesting to look at what has happened in terms of prosecutions. During the course of this period of the lockdown, where the offences have risen dramatically, only 1% of dog crime cases have been investigated, resulting in a charge in England and Wales. 1%. And secondly, in 2019, only 19 dog theft crimes resulted in charges out of a total of 1,575 crimes. The police clearly do not take this seriously. And finally, of the 36 police forces that have had a 5-year data set for dog theft crimes and charges, the annual total shows a year-on-year decrease during the pandemic, when the level of crimes was rising. So I simply say to my right honourable friends on the Treasury bench, and particularly the Lord Chancellor, we must take this seriously. We must act. I accept that these amendments may not be technically absolutely right at this particular stage, but I have to say, those out there in the country who elect us, they want us to act on this. They fear. Some of these dogs are worth £5,000 a time. The gangs have now got involved, and the right honourable gentleman will know, as I do in my area, there are street gangs. This is an easy bit of money for them because it carries very little penalty. So violence has entered the arena on this. People having their hands stamped, cut leads off, people threatened, pushed over, knocked, some of them quite elderly, targeting particular dogs for sale. This is very easy money for the gangs, and we are encouraging greater levels of criminality. So I simply say that our constituents absolutely demand that we now take action. We must now protect them and their pets. They are not bicycles, they are not items, they are loved animals that offer succour, support all the way through people's lives, and we must therefore treat them as such. And I simply argue quite clearly to my right honourable friend that it is high time now the government stepped up to the plate on this. I accept tonight these may not be the right technical amendments, but I therefore ask my right honourable friend, when he gets to the dispatch box, to give us the undertaking that by the time this bill returns, this will be in law, improved, and those thieves will be targeted, and those who own the pets will be protected.
Order. Can I just say I've absolutely no problem with interventions, but it may be that we can get everybody in if people still stick to the 4 minutes, even if they take interventions. Number 5 has withdrawn, so we go straight to Sir John Hayes.
Deputy Speaker. Politics, you know, is about values. It always has been, actually. But in the modern age, too many politicians, perhaps timid of inspiring or the capacity to do so, or frightened of causing contumely, have retreated into a drear, dull, mechanistic discourse. Well, tonight, this bill and these amendments is a chance to break free of that, a chance to change. Because at last, government is responding to the will of the people who for a very long time have believed that the criminal justice system was weighted not in favour of victims, not in favour of law and order, but too heavily weighted in making excuses for those who commit crime. The world is a dangerous place. In fact, unimpeded, evil men and women will impose their cruel will upon the innocent. In Living the Reality of Human Imperfection, C.S. Lewis said that the art of life consists in tackling each immediate evil as well as we can. Law-abiding Britons do their everyday part in keeping the fire of social solidarity burning bright, yet too many with power appear to have forgotten how to tackle the evil which seeks to snuff out civilised order. Instead, those who see crime as an ill to be treated have held too much sway for too long. Evil too often receives a slap on the wrist, a stern telling off, and the public's desire for retributive justice goes unheeded. We must never forget, as was said earlier, that we serve here at the pleasure of our constituents. Public order and the faith in the rule of law depends on popular confidence in the justice system, a confidence which be earned. People's sense of right and wrong has changed little over the decades. In 1990, 4 out of 5 Britons thought sentencing was too lenient. Today, 4 out of 5 Britons think the same. With the number of custodial sentences for sexual offences, theft and criminal damage all falling, it's time for this place to listen. Our constituents despair at violent deviants freed, hurt again, and non-custodial sentences for yobs and thugs, and halfway automatic release for some of the most violent people in our society. Many gentle, peaceful people are appalled at all of this. Soft sentencing allows rapists, paedophiles and violent offenders to walk free after having served only half their sentence. Given the pain of victims, that's an insult to decency. This bill, seeking to ensure the most despicable criminals face their just deserts behind bars, is welcome. That may shock the Liberal establishment, filled by doubt and fuelled by guilt, but it's much yearned for by the silent majority of Britons, and it's long overdue. Shame on those who wish to use the bill for narrow ends, and I won't go into the amendments on abortion because you wouldn't let me, Madam Deputy Speaker, but you know what I mean. Disraeli said that justice is truth in action. It's not a relative individual truth, but an extension of absolute virtue which people intuitively understand and which this bill gives life. Amendments to tackle the wicked scourge of pet theft affirm that truth, as my right honourable friend has already made clear. The bill before us today begins to signal the government is no longer distracted by the plight of the guilty. It proudly declares that we're devoted to the cause of the innocent and the pursuit of justice. We must never be timid about being fierce in defence of the gentle, for in being so, we stand for the silent majority of law-abiding Britons. I commend the amendments in the name of my right honourable friend from Shipley, which in laying down the truths that I've described, further reinforce what is a good bill. It is a start. It is the beginning of a fight back on behalf of the silent majority.
Philip Davis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for his support. I've got 16 new clauses in this group, Madam Deputy Speaker, which include issues from extending the time limit for appealing unduly lenient sentences, including assaulting an emergency worker under the unduly lenient sentence scheme, limiting the use of fixed-term recalls, ensuring there's no difference in sentencing between using a knife in a murder in a home compared to taking a knife to murder someone elsewhere, and also a sentencing escalator, ensuring that people who commit the same offences must get a more severe penalty each time they commit the same offence, which has a huge amount of support from the public. And I hope that the Secretary of State will write to me with his response to each of my new clauses. But the one I want to focus on in the limited time available, Madam Deputy Speaker, is new clause 75, which would ensure that there was no automatic early release for prisoners who assault prison staff whilst in jail. Now, I would like to see an end to all automatic early release, as my right honourable friend from South Holland and the Deepins alluded to in his remarks. But as it seems that the government isn't quite with us on that just yet, it would certainly send a clear message to those who assault hard-working and dedicated prison officers and other staff in our prisons if they had to serve the whole of their sentence in prison if they indulged in that kind of activity, rather than at the moment where so many people are automatically released halfway through. If jailed criminals attack a prison officer, surely, Madam Deputy Speaker, surely they should lose their right to automatic early release and serve their sentence in full. Far too many prison officers are being assaulted at the moment. They do a very difficult job and we are not giving them sufficient support. We should be doing our bit to stop these assaults from happening. And quite clearly, if people knew that they were going to have to serve the entirety of their sentence in prison, that would be a good deterrent, because at the moment they can assault prison officers and prison staff with near impunity because they know they're still going to be released halfway through the sentence. And when you look at the number of extra days, and I say days, that are given to people when they commit the offence of assaulting a prison officer, it's derisory. And we owe a duty of care to prison officers to make sure that they are as well protected as possible when they are doing their public service. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, it also ties in with the spirit of what the government has been trying to achieve with a tax on emergency workers. And I certainly agree with what the government's doing in this bill, and I look forward to the Secretary of State bringing forward his proposals to deal with shop workers when the bill goes to another place. And I think that actually showing that we're on the side of prison officers, on the side of hard-working public servants in this way, would be a very welcome step forward. I would imagine that most common-sense members of the public will be surprised to know that this isn't the case already, to be perfectly honest. And given that I haven't had any indication from the government that they are planning to accept my new clause 75, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd be absolutely I'd love to hear from the Secretary of State why he thinks it's perfectly reasonable for a criminal to assault a prison officer not to have their automatic early release stopped. Why he thinks it's absolutely fine for them still to be released early from their prison sentence. I'm pretty sure lots of prison officers would like to know the same too. So I hope in his remarks at the end, when he winds up, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to hear from the Secretary of State on that, but I'd prefer to hear that he was accepting my new clause 75, which I think the vast majority of people in this House would actually like to see, prison officers would like to see, and the public would like to see.
We now go to Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a bill that shows us that the government has yet to understand the value of debate and discussion. As a result, it's missing out on some key amendments, many of whom which are tabled here tonight, many were in the earlier section, that could have made this bill a moment of progress in this country on issues that many of us agree on. Instead, by the way in which the Attorney General and the Lord Chancellor and the government is approaching this bill, we see exactly where their priorities lie. That every single time proposals have been put forward to keep women safe in this country, they get kicked into the long grass, suggested that they go to the Law Commission, and yet somehow the government thinks it's simple and easy to define what is annoying, and yet we all know that's a very difficult one. In the last few weeks alone, we have seen the value of deciding what the difference between protest and harassment is. Surely that should be something, Madam Deputy Speaker, that went to the Law Commission. But instead, in my short time this evening, I want to challenge the way in which the government is approaching those amendments, which have come from across the House, and which bring us many ideas about how we can improve confidence in our criminal justice system. I want to put on record my support for the amendments that have been tabled by the member for Camberwell and Peckham, who's been a diligent activist for human rights all of her life, and whose ideas about rape should not be let go again. And the member for Kingston upon Hull, who spoke courageously to identify an anomaly in our law, where now the women in Northern Ireland enjoy better rights than the women in England and Wales and Scotland when it comes to their reproductive rights. The member for Rotherham, whose amendments to help support our children and keep our children safe are so vital, and indeed the cross-party support for action against assault on retail workers, and indeed to address the issue around pet offences that have been coming up in the pandemic. I also want to urge the government to listen so clearly to the message coming from women across this country about New Clause 30, which is tabled in my name, but has been part of the work that I've been doing with the member for Withington. I pay tribute to his constituent, Julia Cooper, a valiant woman who was simply feeding her baby in a park when a man decided that it was acceptable to take photos of her breastfeeding without her consent. When she sought the support of the law said it was perfectly legal for the man to do what he was doing. Take a moment to think about that for a while. We can simply and easily decide somehow we want to protect statues, but that most natural and beautiful thing for a mother to do to feed her child, the government is saying no to protecting those women. Again, it's kicking it into the long grass. I served on the upskirting bill. At the time, we raised concerns that frankly it only went below the knee, but we now need to make sure that it ensures full coverage. So I urge the ministers tonight, whether it's in the other place or now, please don't leave the women of this country feeling that you do not understand the lives that they lead. Breastfeeding is one of the things in this country we have the lowest rates of in Europe. And it's not hard to understand why, if women feel that they're somehow going to be shamed or attacked in public. As someone that this has happened to myself, I asked the minister to think what he would feel if it was happening to a member of his family, that somebody was taking photos for their own gratification or video and you couldn't stop them. And yet by resisting New Clause 30 and saying somehow again this has to go back to the Law Commission, when it's quite clear what could be done to make this a criminal offence, he's sending a very clear message to women, as he's done on rape, as he's done on the domestic homicide reviews, as he's done on child protection, that their concerns are complicated and difficult, but somehow statues and protests are not. I asked the minister to think again about the message that he's sending and to say that actually we will make laws in this place that will support everyone to lead their lives without fear, because it's fear that you will feel if you feel that somebody is following you with a camera when you just want to feed your baby. So Minister, please, let's not just stick up for the unborn children, let's stick up for those that are newly born too. Thank you.
Number 10 is withdrawn, so we go to Sarah Champion.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my time as an MP, I've worked with too many victims and survivors who have been utterly let down by the criminal justice system. Their cases compel me to use this bill as a vehicle to deliver long overdue changes for them. In the last year alone, I've had 2 survivors from Rotherham contact me to say their abuser has been moved to an open prison and therefore eligible for day release without their notification. This is despite the fact both victims were signed up to the Victims Contact Scheme and should have been able to provide evidence to the parole board in advance of the decisions being made. The thought of an offender being back in the community is deeply traumatising for victims. Notifying them of this is vital, as should be consultation. However, the system is clearly dysfunctional. My amendments 48 and 49 would legally require the parole board to consult with the victim or victims of the case, both for moves to open prisons, but also release decisions more generally. No one should have to face reliving their trauma like my constituents have. I'm grateful to the Minister for recognising this issue in the Bill Committee, and I hope the government will continue to work with me to address this failing. This bill makes several changes regarding procedures in courts, but sadly, I don't believe these will improve the experience of victims and survivors. A key barrier to justice faced by them is the lack of access they have to special measures when giving evidence. These measures should be included via, for example, a live link, giving evidence in private, or via a pre-recorded method. However, the delivery of them is inconsistent, with the onus being on the court to offer provisions if the judge believes it will improve the quality of evidence by the witness. My new clause 22 would require the court to inform an eligible witness of all the options available to them and put in place the measures that best suit them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also concerned about the ease of access by others to counselling or mental health records when victims and survivors give evidence. This issue was highlighted to me by a former constituent. She was told by the police not to seek counselling until the trial was over, in case the defence used the records against her. The trial took 18 months, and those were the most difficult 18 months of her life. I quote, "I had nowhere to turn. I needed to see a psychologist for support. I was utterly traumatised." My new clause 25 would restrict evidence or questioning about mental health or counselling records relating to a complainant or witness unless a defined threshold is met. It would require the judge to consider the Victims Code, the potential threat to personal dignity, and the right to privacy of the complainant or witness before allowing the records to be used in court. Most importantly, it would remove any perceived need for the police to deter victims from receiving mental health support and reassure them that their records are unlikely to be shared. More than a quarter of child sexual abuse cases didn't proceed last year because the victims didn't support further action, in many cases because of how upsetting the process is. We must prioritise victims' and survivors' well-being, and in doing so help secure more convictions. I urge the Minister to support my new clause 22 and 25 to create a criminal justice system that puts victims and survivors first, rather than leaving them to feel that they are the ones on trial. Finally, I would like to speak briefly in favour of new clauses 98, which will create an offence of pet theft. In March, dog loss recorded a 170% increase in dog theft from 2019 to 20. Pets are more than property. They are part of the family, and we place a huge emotional value on them. The punishment of this crime must outweigh any potential reward thieves can reap from selling dogs, and it must reflect the distress caused to owners. Thank you.
Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In our home, pets aren't property. They're members of the family. There's Geoffrey the tortoise, whose sole aim in life seems to be to find the most obscure and inaccessible corner of the room to sit in for the day. Indeed. The back of the fireplace, though, is his current perennial favourite, and crawling in there to retrieve him has become an evening ritual in our house. We then have Florence, Vera and Coco, the alpacas, unless you happen to wander into their paddock with a handful of carrots, in which case you'd be forgiven for thinking you were dealing with a shoal of piranhas. And then there's the newest member, Sergeant Wilson the donkey, whose mission is to eat the world, even if it does involve getting his head stuck in the fence whilst trying to reach for the raspberry canes. Many of my constituents have been in touch with me to express their concerns about pet theft over the pandemic. So I started a Rushcliffe pet theft survey to listen to people's views. 96% of people told me they were worried about pet theft. 30% said they had been or knew someone who was personally affected by it. 90% have taken extra precautions to make sure their pet is not stolen. There was varying support for different measures to help tackle pet theft. 44% wanted tougher sentences, 22% to create a separate offence, 17% wanted more regulation on pet selling, and 15% more support from the police. So I'm pleased that the Pet Theft Task Force will be addressing all of these points and considering the issue in its entirety, including causes, prevention, reporting, enforcement and prosecution. I think there are a number of fundamental issues to think through. Should we be thinking of pet theft as theft at all, or is it close to abduction? So many contributions here tonight have been talking about pets as a member of the family. What about the animal cruelty element? At present, if someone causes an animal to suffer in the cause of stealing it from their owner, they can be prosecuted under the Animal Welfare Act. But aren't all acts of wrenching a pet away from the family who love and care for it an act of animal cruelty? And what about sentencing? We already have a maximum term of 7 years, and yet it rarely seems to be used in the case of pet theft. So I welcome the opportunity to debate these issues tonight, and I thank my Right Honourable friend for Chingford and other Right Honourable and Honourable members for the amendments they've tabled that have enabled us to discuss it. I won't be supporting any at this stage because I think we need to see the result of the Pet Theft Task Force first, so that we have the data we need to make the best decisions and ensure we have the strongest set of tools we need to deal with the people who want to steal our pets. So I look forward to seeing the results in a couple of weeks' time and to ministers taking strong action to implement its recommendations in this bill in the autumn. We owe it to our pets to make sure we get this right.
We now go to Ben Bradshaw.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to speak to new clauses 20 and 21 in my name, which refer to specific penalties for two road crimes. Every year in this country, 1,700 people are killed and 26,000 seriously injured on our roads. It's the biggest killer of young people between the ages of 5 and 29. And there's been a feeling, not just in this House, but particularly among the families of road crime victims, that the penalties for road traffic offences often do not fit the crimes, that somehow road crime is not treated like real crime. Now, the government promised a full review of road traffic offences and penalties in 2014, but that is yet to happen. This bill does introduce two small but welcome changes for the maximum sentence for causing death by dangerous driving and a new offence of causing injury by careless driving. But it leaves a number of serious flaws in our traffic laws in place. And my amendments would address two of the most glaring ones. Firstly, on the failure to stop and report an accident, or more commonly known as hit and run, for which the maximum sentence is currently only 6 months. Just one of the many cases raised by road safety and motoring organisations to members of this House was that of the Cornish postman Ryan Salton. He was killed by a hit-and-run driver who received just a 4-month sentence and a 12-month driving ban. My new clause 20 proposes a maximum sentence of 14 years, where a driver fails to stop and exchange details or report the collision to the police in cases where they knew or ought reasonably to have known that a serious or fatal injury had occurred or might have occurred. New clause 21 addresses the issue of exceptional hardship. This is the plea that road criminals can often make in order for them to avoid losing their licence. From 2011 to 2020, there were 83,581 cases where drivers were let off a driving ban by pleading exceptional hardship. When Christopher Gard hit and killed cyclist Lee Martin in 2015, it was the 9th time in 6 years that he'd been caught using a mobile phone while driving. He'd been convicted and fined 6 times and sent on 2 driver retraining courses. He should, Madam Deputy Speaker, have been disqualified, but magistrates had repeatedly accepted his plea that a ban would cause him exceptional hardship, so he kept his licence and Lee Martin was killed. Courts have accepted a range of problems as exceptional, like not being able to do the school run or damaging a relationship as a plea against disqualification that has brought this cause into disrepute. My new clause requires that a court should only regard hardship as exceptional if and only if it is significantly greater than the hardship that would arise if the same qualification were imposed on a large majority of other drivers. It is vital that the government fulfills its 7-year promise of a full review of traffic offences. But in the meantime, these are 2 modest improvements in 2 of the most egregious areas where most reasonable people agree the punishment all too often does not fit the crime. I don't intend to push these to a vote this evening, but I hope the government will accept these amendments, if not here, then in the other place.
Selene Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Keeping people safe and secure is a priority for any government, and particularly this one, which is why I'm delighted to be speaking in this important bill. I am fortunate to live in Devon, which enjoys the 2nd lowest crime rate in the country, and crime continues to fall, in no small part thanks to the excellent work of the Devon and Cornwall Police and our excellent Police and Crime Commissioner, Alison Hernandez. However, even in my remote rural constituency, concern about increases in pet theft is growing. As a dog owner, indeed pet lover myself, I can only imagine the distress of losing my 4-legged best friend. This is not the first time I have raised this issue in the House, and I'm delighted that the cross-government Pet Theft Task Force has been launched to better understand and tackle the issue. While crime may be low in Devon and Cornwall, in the past 3 years there have been 256 reports of dog theft, yet just 2 people have been charged. I'm pleased that the maximum sentence for dog theft is already 7 years, but this is no deterrent if no one is prosecuted. Understanding this disjoint is vital, and I very much hope the task force will come up with a solution to increase prosecution rates and deter further canine crimes. Locally, our Police and Crime Commissioner has highlighted issues in how dog thefts are reported, being classed as merely a theft of property, being a contributory factor in low prosecution rates. But indeed, there are many others. Unfortunately, the task force will not report until later this summer, but I am delighted that its policy recommendations may be made to this bill in the Lords before it returns to the Commons to ensure it adequately reflects what is truly needed. We are a nation of animal lovers, and it is vital that our animal companions are as safe and secure as their owners. We are also a nation of shopkeepers, and some of the reports I have heard of the abuse received by retail workers, particularly during the pandemic, is horrifying. It is simply unacceptable that key workers who have gone to work throughout the pandemic to ensure we could access the items we needed have been treated in this way. I warmly welcome our review into this area, which found that not reporting offences and wider concerns about how police handled these reports was and is an important issue that needs addressing. And I understand that a Lord's amendment may be considered if required to ensure that these offences are treated with the seriousness they rightly deserve. Madam Deputy Speaker, I finish by saying that I support the detailed analysis of these issues by the Ministry of Justice to ensure that amendments, if needed, are tabled when the data is fully available, rather than so many of the knee-jerk opposition amendments tabled today, which are frequently poorly thought through and in many cases seek to reduce sentences for those who commit crimes rather than ensure that criminals see the justice they so deserve.
We now go to Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government says that this bill will empower the police and courts to take more action against crime. However, much of this bill continues the failed approach of successive governments, legislating for longer and longer custodial sentences without any evidence that they deter people from committing crimes, shows the ignorance of the real drivers of crime. At its best, the bill will be ineffective. At its worst, it is an assault on human rights and democracy. There are some good elements in this bill. Trauma-informed services, the strengthening of rehabilitation, and the police covenant are all things that we Liberal Democrats would support, but would argue the need to go even further. They should really be at the centre of this bill. It is a great shame that constructive debate around these important measures is undermined by the elements of the bill that are extremely concerning. Serious violence reduction orders, handing over stop and search powers, the increase in mandatory sentences that tie judges' hand and don't even work to prevent crime, the proposals to criminalise trespass on unauthorised encampments, which discriminate against Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities, and the new restrictions on the right to protest, which are nothing short of an assault on our civil liberties. But today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will talk specifically about violence against women and girls, because this bill does not go far enough to prevent it. What the bill should enshrine is making misogyny a hate crime. The awful murder of Sarah Everard resonated so deeply with women across the UK because public sexual harassment remains a daily reality for far too many women. And at the moment when women came together to grieve the loss of life and publicly express their solidarity, their protest was silenced. Over 600,000 women are sexually assaulted each year. Only 1 in 6 reported to the police. And last year, over 50,000 women reported being raped. Only 1,400 rapists were convicted. This is a far cry from a fair justice system. The government needs to do a lot more. We need stronger measures to prevent violence against women, and we need a justice system that supports survivors. There needs to be better training and resources to police, prosecutors, and judges, so criminals are punished and survivors get the justice they need. We need to ratify the Istanbul Convention so survivors of rape and sexual abuse are never left to struggle alone. And we need to recognize the root causes of violence against women. In the same way that we recognize homophobic, racial, or religious discrimination, making misogyny a hate crime would help us understand how the hatred of women causes harm. It would give our police the tools they need to make our streets safer for women. And it would send a strong message that everyday sexism must and can be stamped out. It is time that this government showed its support taking violence against women and girls seriously. We should not let this bill be a missed opportunity to do just that. We should all support new clause 43. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Randall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to speak briefly to new clause 98 on pet theft, but may I first of all just in general terms say that I do approve the increased sentences that this bill will bring, including extending whole life orders for premeditated murder of a child, ending the automatic early release of dangerous criminals, and increasing the maximum penalty for criminal damage of a memorial, measures which I think will be widely welcomed by the public. But regarding new clause 98 specifically and the pet theft, the other clauses regarding pet theft, I am very much sympathetic to what these clauses seek to achieve, and we've heard very warm stories about the companionship that pets will bring and the important role that they play in people's lives. But like the right honourable member, my right honourable friend, Member for Chingford Green pointed out, there have been a lot of organised criminality around the reported rise in pet theft, and I've seen videos posted online in local community Facebook groups that show groups of suspicious-looking men seeking to look for dogs, and constituents have written in to me to say how scared they are, or worried they are when they're going out to walk their dog during the day. We have seen, as I understand it, the price of some breeds rise by up to 89% in the first lockdown, and Google searches for buy a puppy increased by 166% between March and August after the start of the first lockdown, which might be one of the contributory factors to this increased criminality. I do commend Nottinghamshire Police on the appointment of Inspector Amy Stiles-Jones as the first as a dog theft lead. I think that may be the first police force that has taken that step, and it may be a model for others to follow. It will, I think, provide some reassurance to the public. We should remember that obviously pet theft is already an offence under the Theft Act, for which there is a maximum sentence of 7 years. And as others have pointed out, there would be further offences under the Animal Welfare Act if an animal were to suffer. New clause 98 would, if I've understood it correctly, actually introduce a lower sentence for pet theft. It would, as currently drafted on indictment, have a sentence not exceeding 4 years. So I'm not entirely sure whether that would be progress in this area. But also, I believe legislating now would ignore the work of the Pet Theft Task Force that was launched in May. That is a task force that will try to understand the factors behind this perceived rise in pet theft. It will recommend measures to tackle the issue, and it will also seek to learn the lessons from related specific thefts, including, for example, mobile phone theft and metal theft. So we've heard some very powerful arguments for tackling this issue, and I do believe there is more to be done, and primary legislation might well be necessary. But I would first of all like to see the outcome of the review of this task force, and if measures are necessary, for that to be backed up by appropriate sentencing.
Hall Williams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My new clause 19 would require the government to issue impact assessments as to how this bill will affect devolved policy and services in Wales, and I am grateful for the support of Labour and SNP colleagues. My other amendments would require Welsh ministerial consent for the Secretary of State to exert direct control over devolved areas such as health and education in Wales. The justice system in Wales is just that. It is a system. Changes to currently reserved England and Wales matters could have profound policy and cost implications for devolved services in Wales. For example, the Senate's powers in respect of substance misuse, mental health, education, social services and more. Section 110A of the Government of Wales Act 2006, as inserted by Section 11 of the Wales Act 2017, requires that all Welsh legislation includes an assessment of any impact on the reserved justice system. There is no reciprocal requirement. There is, however, a growing divergence between the Ministry of Justice and Welsh Government policies, and the current arrangements, in my view, are neither adequate nor sustainable. Indeed, the Minister herself told me in committee, "I accept that the Welsh Government take a wider view of these provisions that relate to devolved matters. I hope that we will be able to reach a common understanding on these issues, but it may well be that we have to accept that the UK and Welsh Governments have a different understanding of those measures in the bill that engage the legislative consent process. There are, in my view, sufficient differences so as to require specific assessments. Indeed, Welsh legislation and policy may well be undermined by the provisions in this bill. For example, policies such as the Housing Act Wales of 2014 and the Race Equality Action Plan. A requirement for a Welsh-specific impact assessment could reveal such problems, or of course it might dispel our concerns. But how will the people of Wales know unless we assess? In committee, the Minister also claimed that there should be no change to the current arrangements which serve the people of Wales and England well. Wales has the highest rate of imprisonment in Western Europe. Black people are 6 times more likely to be imprisoned than their white counterparts. Nearly half of Welsh children who are imprisoned are detained in England, far from their homes. There is a chronic lack of community provision for women. Apparently, this is serving the people of Wales well. Now, recently, Lord Thomas of Cymgeadd, formerly the Lord Chief Justice for England and Wales, led a commission on justice in Wales, and he concluded, "Justice should be determined and delivered in Wales so that it aligns with a distinct and developing social health and education policy and services and the growing body of Welsh law." For me, as with Scotland and in Northern Ireland, the sensible solution would be just to devolve justice. In the meantime, however, we need to know the effects in Wales of changes to the law of England and Wales, and that through proper justice impacts assessments. Thank you.
Sean. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to speak to the new clause 54 related to equality impact assessments. Today, I want to raise a part of this bill which, though has been mentioned, has never been considered in light of what I am about to say. The proposed legislation will put a maximum 10-year sentence in place for those people that damage or attack statues, asserting into British law a significantly higher penalty for attacking a statue. Which begs the question, why? Why will a person be given a much more significant penalty for attacking a stone or an iron statue compared to if they were to damage a stone wall or an iron gate, especially because in their physical form they are identical, neither are alive, can't be injured or have their feelings hurt, and are made of the same elements. Yet for one, there is much more of a significance. I simply ask why. It is because we recognise that statues symbolise the historical, cultural and social feelings of our nation, and thus protecting feelings linked to such sensitivity is essential to preserve civil order. It is because, as the Justice Secretary told the Commons, this bill ensures our courts have sufficient sentencing powers to punish the emotional harm caused by this type of offending. Yes, you can go out, debate, discuss, disagree and even respectfully, vehemently oppose any historical figure. But when someone defames or vandalises statues of people like Winston Churchill in a mob-like fashion, who means so much to millions of Britons who hold his efforts during the Second World War so close to their hearts, then that does threaten the cohesive nature of our nation. We cannot pretend that a Western liberal democracy like Britain does not consider feelings when it comes to such situations, whilst at the same time today passing a law through Parliament giving such importance to protecting statues based upon commemorative feelings. As a Muslim, Madam Deputy Speaker, for me and millions of Muslims across this country and a quarter of the world's population that is Muslim too, with each day and each breath, there is not a single thing in the world that we commemorate and honour more than our beloved Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. But when bigots and racists defame, slander or abuse our Prophet, peace be upon him, just like some people do the likes of Churchill, the emotional harm caused upon our hearts is unbearable. Because for 2 billion Muslims, he is the leader we commemorate in our hearts, honour in our lives, and forms the basis of our identity and our very existence. In fact, the noted playwright George Bernard Shaw said about the Prophet, peace be upon him, he was by far the most remarkable man that ever set foot on this earth. He preached a religion, founded a state, laid down a moral code, initiated numerous social and political reforms, established a powerful and dynamic society to practice and represent his teachings, and completely revolutionised the worlds of human thought and behaviour for all times to come. To those who say it's just a cartoon, I won't say it's only a statue, because I understand the strength of British feeling when it comes to our history, our culture and our identity. It's not just a cartoon, and they're not just statues. They represent, symbolise and mean so much more to us as human beings. To conclude, whilst this law will now protect civil order and emotional harm when it comes to secular and political figures such as Oliver Cromwell and Churchill, and does not necessarily for other figures that many people in modern Britain hold close to their hearts, such as Jesus, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, Moses, Ram, Buddha, Guru Nanak and many others, it does show that we recognise there is such a thing as emotional harm. And finally, we must ask ourselves, when striking the careful balance to protect such emotional harms, can there and should there be a hierarchy of sentiments? Thank you.
Thank you. We now go by video link to Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I am pleased to make a contribution on this very long, complex and a very deeply important bill. Obviously, the ambition of this bill is to put communities before crime. And the omnibus of reforms that are in this piece of legislation will undoubtedly make our country a much safer place to live, work and play. And I commend my colleagues from the Home Office and the Ministry of Justice for their deep commitment to the safety and security of our citizens. It's quite right that we are considering extending whole life orders for the premeditated murder of a child, as well as ending the automatic early release of dangerous criminals. In fact, by extending that position and increasing the tariff by which people will serve their prison sentence, we are more than exceeding many of the principles that are laid out in amendments before the House this evening. One of the concerns I have about putting minimum sentences in for particular offences is that there is a risk that the judiciary may interpret those as being not only the minimum, but possibly the guidance and the maximum sentence that should be applied. It is right that violent criminals should be punished and retained in prison for the duration of their sentences. Equally, it's right that if they attack prison warders or any other servant in their prisons, then their right to automatic release should end. And I think it's vitally important that we do so. I support my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Woodbury, on pet theft and the proposals that he's made. As he quite rightly said during the debate earlier on, the proposals may not be perfect, but quite clearly the position now is that gangs and unscrupulous individuals are robbing people of their pets and subjecting them to misery. That cannot be acceptable in any shape or form. We've got to have legislation on the statute books, and I realise that we're going to have obviously the output from the Pet Theft Task Force, and I trust that my honourable friend on the front bench will, in the reply, will ensure that we actually produce that in a suitable amendment in the House of Lords before this bill returns to the Commons to consider the various different amendments. It's quite clear as well that we've got to protect the people that serve us in the public sector. So when we are talking about particularly violence against women, it's absolutely right that we protect women who've been raped, give them the opportunity not only for their day in court, but ensuring that the perpetrators of rape are brought to justice and imprisoned for a considerable length of time. I am concerned that the proposals from the opposition front bench appear to potentially water down the requirements for rape sentences to fit the crime. And I trust that we will resist those, particularly when we come to the position of dealing with the amendments at the end. I have already said, Madam Deputy Speaker, about my concern about the attacks on retail workers. I trust that in the Lords, we will look at suitable amendments to assist the retail workers and make sure they're been protected. I realise that's not in this particular group of amendments, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I do think the commitments made from the front bench need to be honoured when we get to the House of Lords and considering further. So I support strongly the aim of this bill, and I trust that it will make our country safer and more secure for every individual that obeys the law in this country. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. With apologies to the Honourable Member for Leicester East, who is about to speak, I'm afraid that I have to reduce the time limit to 3 minutes, though I will be a little lenient with the Honourable Member for Leicester East, but it will certainly be 3 minutes after that. Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm gravely concerned by this legislation, which frankly would not look out of place within the world's most authoritarian regimes. The fact that this legislation could introduce a sentence for damaging a statue that is twice the length received for sexual assault reveals how utterly unserious this government is about tackling gendered violence. The legislation will have a disproportionate effect on African, Caribbean, Asian and minority ethnic communities, and we know that black people already disproportionately suffer from police use of force in the UK, are more likely to be charged and are overrepresented in the prison population. Human rights group Liberties expressed concerns about the provision to widen stop and search powers because they are used against communities of colour, especially black men, at staggeringly disproportionate rates. According to Roma rights group Friends of Roma Alive, the legislation will also have a devastating effect on Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities. This bill therefore threatens to severely exacerbate an already unequal two-tiered justice system in which UK residents are treated differently due to their background or the colour of their skin. It is for this reason and many other equality reasons why I have tabled new clause 54 that would introduce a statutory requirement for an equality impact analysis that is currently missing from the bill. This would compel the Secretary of State to review the equality impact of the bill and publish a full report to the House of Commons within 6 months. This review would include racial and ethnic disparities, income inequality, gender inequities, people with protected characteristics, public sector equality and regional inequality. It is shocking that the government, given existing legislation, does not already feel compelled to produce this. An equality impact analysis would ensure that the severe inequalities that exist within how different groups of UK residents are treated by the criminal justice system cannot be ignored. This would then lay the groundwork for a fairer and more equitable criminal justice system. It is especially alarming that this bill gives even more powers to police to crack down on peaceful protests. Yet organised peaceful resistance is a force for change and is deserving of our full support. I sincerely hope, I'm wrapping it up, I sincerely hope that my new clause 54, as well as all of the amendments and new clauses I have highlighted, along with many others that there has not been time to mention, are adopted to curtail this deeply concerning authoritarian bill. Because if this legislation, and I'll end on this, Madam Deputy Speaker, cannot be made considerably more equal, more transparent and more respectful of our democratic rights, then it must not be brought into law. If it passes unchanged, I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear for the future of our civic life. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jackie Doyle-Price.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to speak to new clause 18 in the name of the Honourable Lady, the member for Oldham East and Saddleworth, with whom I co-chair the all-party group in the penal system. This new clause seeks to amend the Bail Act so that prisons are not used as care of last resort for vulnerable people. Now, at present, courts can remand an adult into prison for their own protection without them having been convicted or sentenced, or when the criminal charge they face is unlikely to, or in some cases cannot, result in a prison sentence. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe it's quite wrong for prisons to be used to secure protection in this way. And if we believe in civil liberties, if we believe that vulnerable people require support and not incarceration, then this power must be repealed. And I will look for comfort from my right honourable friend, who I'm sure shares my sentiments that he does not wish prisons to be used in this way. In fact, some of us might argue that too often there are too many vulnerable people who have been failed by the state who end up in prison in any case. So this clause is intended to repeal the power of criminal courts to remand a defendant in custody for their own protection. I would add, actually, that this is entirely consistent with the direction of travel of government policy in this area. When I was Minister for Mental Health, I can attest that we invested heavily in places of safety so that people undergoing a mental health crisis were not remanded into custody for their own protection. We've also had the Mental Health Act review by Sir Simon Wesley, and he explicitly recommends the removal of this power. So I'm just really making a plea. Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. Can I give her the assurance that indeed we are conducting a review into this issue? We will report by the end of the year. I pay tribute to her work as a Minister who jointly with me did a lot on mental health issues, particularly in custody. She is being heard.
Grateful for that contribution, but I am like a dog with a bone when it comes to this issue, because I do care that we are putting vulnerable people in the wrong place and doing them harm by doing so. And I think there's a real point I'd like to make about this particular provision. The advice I received from the Howard League is that this is a provision which is most often used in respect of women with a mental health crisis. And I'm also advised of a case of a victim of trafficking who was also remanded in custody for their own protection. And I do feel again that this is another example of where women aren't getting a fair crack of the whip when it comes to criminal justice, and it isn't really for the criminal justice system to absorb the consequences of failure by other areas of the state. And I really do think it's up to local authorities to make sure there's adequate refuge provision for women in a vulnerable position, and of course to the NHS to make sure there's enough facilities with regard to crises. As I said, we've invested in places of safety. We really must make sure that we're doing better on this. And I think it's very important that as we look at the wide variety of criminal justice issues, we've had a lot today about violence against women and girls. I make a plea again to my honourable friend. When we're making laws, we really must centre women. Because when we talk about gender-neutral legislation, that's just another way of centering men. You know, women have a unique set of vulnerabilities because of their biology, and we must make sure that we do everything in our law to protect them. We've heard a lot about that in today's debate. We've had a lot of commitments from the government to take this more seriously, but I really look forward to some positive work on this, and I know the government's listening.
Anthony Higginbotham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate, particularly having served on the Bill Committee for the legislation. Law and order is something that matters enormously to my constituents. In fact, I'd probably say to all of our constituents. And one of the things I hear all the time, not just from residents, but from the police as well, is frustration with the sentencing system. Because what people want to see is a sentencing system that puts victims and the community first. A criminal justice system that works for the law-abiding majority. And it does continue to concern me and local residents that some of the most violent offenders have been serving only half of their sentence. And so can I strongly welcome clauses 105, 106 and 107 that will result in some of the worst offenders staying in prison for longer. Violent offenders, child sex offenders, but also clause 102 that introduces whole life orders for the premeditated murder of a child. But can I also agree with my honourable friend, the member for Shipley, in that I would also like to see us get to a place eventually where no one is released midway through their sentence, be it halfway or two-thirds or three-quarters, because actually a sentence should mean a sentence. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, given I'm short on time, I just want to cover one other thing
that matters enormously to me and to many people across Burnley and Padiham, and that is rape prosecutions. I am talking about new clause 89. We would all agree that rape prosecutions are at an unacceptable level. I have seen myself cases of constituents being failed not just by the police but by the Crown Prosecution Service. But this isn't an issue that legislation alone will fix. It needs a fundamental change in how the police and the CPS, victim support, all work together to support people who make a complaint, to support victims, but also to ensure we get a successful prosecution. Madam Deputy Speaker, the law needs to be firmly on the side of victims, and for too long it hasn't been. Thank you.
James Daly.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I speak in respect of new clause 89 and new clause 97. And having spent 16 years in the criminal courts, I speak with some experience of how cases are proceeded with. My honourable friend is here as Lord Chancellor, and his responsibility is the court system, so his responsibility is the imposition of appropriate sentencing powers for judges to reflect public confidence in the justice system and to reflect the serious nature of offending. And in line with his responsibilities, his department's responsibilities, he has clearly done that. There is an increase in sentences for the most serious sexual offences, which have been outlined by honourable friends already. And he must be commended in respect of this. I share my honourable friend from Burnley's concerns regarding prosecutions, and I know that my honourable friend, having spent a lot of time discussing this on the Justice Select Committee and elsewhere, that a 1.6%, in the last year, Madam Deputy Speaker, 52,000 people reported a rape to the police. Only 1.6% of those led on to a charge or a summons. That is clearly not acceptable. And so when we are debating this section of the legislation, we always have to remember that the justice system can only work if it is linked up with the police, with the court service, with the probation service working together. And perhaps sometimes the disjointed nature of ministerial responsibilities for various parts of the system do not help in terms of conviction rates. But in terms of... Of course.
I thank the honourable gentleman. I wonder if he could answer for me, somebody who worked in this joined-up system or not so joined-up system, why he thinks that in the last 5 years there has been quite such a drop. Does he think that it's not just maybe joined-upness and the lack of it, but a resources issue?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very glad that the Honourable Lady raised that issue. At the Select Committee on the 15th of June, the Director of Public Prosecutions gave evidence, and his evidence was very clear that his predecessors had failed. His predecessors had not put in place the policies and the actions that were necessary to increase rape prosecutions. And clearly that includes the Leader of the Opposition, who I have to say has an inglorious reputation in terms of the leadership of the Crown Prosecution Service during this period. And I certainly will not accept any lectures from the Labour Party concerning this. No, I will not. And when we go forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, with this, we've heard comments from the other side, but I'm rather curious as to members on the other side stating that they support heavier sentences, they support further action to be taken to protect, which quite rightly is the case, the victims of serious sexual violence. But why in the committee stage of this bill, clause 106, which abolished the automatic halfway point for certain serious violent or sexual offences, did the Labour members vote against that? So we have on record a Leader of the Opposition with a terrible record of leading the CPS. We have a recent vote of the Opposition who are voting against more serious sentences, more deterrent sentences. I've absolutely been amazed by some of the comments from colleagues on the other side of the chamber saying deterrent sentences don't work. The point of this bill And the point of the responsibilities that my honourable friend has is to increase sentences, to increase public confidence in the justice system, and that is exactly what he is doing. No. So, I support this bill. I congratulate and thank my honourable friend for bringing forward legislation to ensure that rapists are not released early within their sentences. This is what the public want. This is what we were elected on the manifesto to deliver, and that's what we are doing.
Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to speak in this debate and to speak in favour of New Clause 17, which is down in my name, and I'm delighted that many members on all sides of the House have expressed their support for it. I'm not going to move it this evening because I'm lucky to have had conversations with the Lord Chancellor, who I'm delighted to see in his place this evening, about the nature of this particular crime. Now, this crime is, I would argue, almost unique in that it is a complete betrayal. It is a complete betrayal because it's not just by a person, but by the parent of a child at its most vulnerable stage. This is a complete betrayal because it's a failure, yes, of those parents, but actually of our entire society in protecting the most vulnerable. It is a complete betrayal because it has allowed a crime to continue when it should have stopped days, and in this case, days are lifetimes, but days before. I'm talking, of course, about the terrible abuse of children like Tony Hudgell, who, like Tony, are in their early stages of life, not able to give evidence to a court because they're in their 40th day, 50th day of life. They couldn't possibly stand up in a court and give testimony. They couldn't possibly point the finger at their accuser. So they find themselves in the invidious position of not being able to get the full weight of the law brought against their aggressor because they're too young, too innocent, too silent to be able to bring that action. Now, the Lord Chancellor has spoken to me privately, and I hope he won't mind me raising this publicly, about how we share the same horror at these crimes and these offences. But at the moment, the law doesn't allow the same sentencing. And I would only ask the Lord Chancellor, as he looks through in the next few months, before it comes to the Lord stage, and I hope the change that we all hope will come, that he will look at this law and he will realise that there is a small lacuna, there is a small gap here in which the sentencing could be corrected, not with a complete redrafting of the law, but with a small swish of his pen as his quill hits the vellum to change these sentences, to match them appropriately to the crimes that would have reached the same sentence had the child been able to point the finger and to identify the criminal.
Thank you. Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Other honourable members have spoken very eloquently on some of the amendments and new clauses I strongly support to protect shop workers from abuse, to protect people from harassment outside abortion clinics, as has happened in my constituency, and to protect the ability to meaningfully protest. So I want to confine my brief remarks to new clause 30, which is in the name of my honourable friend from Walthamstow, and which is the same as a new clause that was taken in committee, which was in her name and my own. And I don't need to speak for long because she covered the issues very well in her excellent speech. But I do want to pay tribute to my constituent, Julia Cooper. She first approached me a few months ago to tell me about her experience at Sale Water Park, which is just adjacent to my constituency, where she'd been out with a friend breastfeeding her baby, and a stranger put on a telephoto lens and started taking photographs of her in the park without permission. She confronted the individual, he refused to delete the pictures, and so she complained to the park authorities and then to the police, and was told that there was nothing that they could do. And I was shocked for two reasons. Firstly, that a stranger would actually do that, would take long lens photos of someone breastfeeding without their consent. But then equally shocked that there was nothing in the law that the police said they could do to tackle this issue. Now, when I raised this issue previously in Women and Equalities questions in this chamber, the Minister said, and I quote, "This is unacceptable and we will deal with it." So it's disappointing, having raised this in committee and having put the amendment down today, that the government seems to kick this into the long grass with a review by the Law Commission. Because this is effectively a pretty simple issue that could be very effectively dealt with quickly today by means of new clause 30. And we should do, because the number of people who contacted Julia and other campaigners and my honourable friend from Walthamstow are a testament to the number of times that this has happened around the country, and this is happening now every week. So we ought to be taking action now. We shouldn't be kicking this into the long grass. And so if this vote, if this new clause is pushed to a vote this evening, and I hope it may be, then I would urge honourable members on both sides of the chamber to support it. And if not, I do hope that the Lords will have a look at this issue, maybe bring forward something similar when it's dealt with in the House of Lords, because this is something that is it's shocking behaviour, it's disgraceful behaviour, and we could take action today, now, to stop it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Steve Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to just address new clause 76, which I think offers an opportunity to the government to save lives. I do want to say, I'm sorry he's not in his place, but I have let him know, I'll mention him, that my honourable friend for Shipley has on this occasion been a bit soft, and I think this is probably the first time I've said that, and probably be the last time that I do. And the reason that I say that is that in his new clause 76, he increases the penalty for dangerous driving from 2 years to 5 years imprisonment. The problem with that is that I've only had a cursory search, and the Secretary of State for Justice will probably correct me if I'm wrong, but the maximum penalty for possession of Class A drugs is 7 years, and for firearms 10 years. And only to touch on it very briefly, because I'm not sure whether it's been through the courts, I had occasion, through very nearly becoming a victim of a dangerous driver evading the police, to have various conversations with police drivers. And they seem to be of the opinion that miscreants know what the various penalties are variously for dangerous driving, possession of drugs, possession of firearms, and they will evade the police and drive at enormous speed simply to make sure they're not caught with firearms or drugs in the car. So there's a problem of the structure of incentives here around dangerous driving. And elsewhere, my honourable friend for Shipley had an amendment relating to being a requirement to turn off the engine. But the point is here that if police officers seek to stop someone who knows they're in possession of firearms or drugs, which would earn them a sentence greater than that for dangerous driving, then off they might well go. And that can be a very dangerous thing indeed. I understand that, well, I shouldn't mention the speeds, but I know that people will find ways with very high-performance cars of outrunning the police. So my suggestion to the government is to take advantage of this bill and the section relating to driving offences, inspired by new clause 76, and to do something to make sure that an offence is introduced whereby if someone refuses to stop for the police and then drives in an evasive manner committing dangerous driving offences, that the penalty for doing that, having refused to stop for the police, then driving dangerously, that the penalty for that is sufficient to deter even those people who might have firearms or Class A drugs in the vehicle. And I would encourage ministers to consult police officers who drive with that in mind. But that, Madam Deputy Speaker, very grateful for this opportunity to raise it with my friend.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this government's recognition that we are facing a crisis in policing, the criminal justice system and the court, because even before the pandemic, this government's austerity cuts over the past decade have brought the justice system to its knees, with the Ministry of Justice losing a quarter of its budget over the past 10 years. And today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm supporting Clause 89, Clause 97, Section 28 and Clauses 31 and 32. This government voted against Labour's proposals to increase minimum sentences for rapists and against toughening sentences for domestic abusers and murderers. But this bill is full of divisive nonsense like locking up protesters who cause annoyance, as well as those who damage statues of slave owners for longer than those who rape women. And this should have been a watershed moment to change the criminal justice system so it works for women and not to try and divide the country. The Conservatives bill isn't tough on crime. It's tough on the freedoms, rights and civil liberties of all we enjoy. The tragic death of Sarah Everard instigated a national demand for action to tackle violence against women. And the last thing that the government should be doing is rushing poorly thought out measures to impose disproportionate controls on freedoms, free expression and the right to protest. Now is the time to unite the country and put in place long overdue protections for women against unacceptable violence, including action against domestic homicide, rape and street harassment, as well as tackling the misogynistic attitudes that underpin the abuse of women. Just a few weeks ago, the Prime Minister was forced to apologise to rape victims for the record low conviction and prosecution ratings under his watch. And this is a stain on our country, and I hope that all members across this House would agree that action must be taken to make it easier for rape victims from the moment they report their crime through to the conclusion of their case and beyond. And I therefore urge all ministers today to support Labour's amendments, which would help to make it easier for victims of rape and sexual assault to give evidence. The Crown Court backlog is now a record high of 60,000 cases. Victims face wait times of up to 4 years, and many are given up because before the process has begun, because they can't face the extensive distress and trauma. And nearly 300 courts have been closed across England and Wales during the last decade of Tory rule. And there are 27,000 fewer sitting days than 2016. And the backlog of individual tribunal cases is likely to reach over 500,000 by spring, according to Citizens' Advice, unless swift action and serious funding is committed. This bill is an opportunity to rebalance the scales of justice, to ensure that access to ordinary people tackle the systemic barriers and record backlog in our creaking and hollowed-out justice system. And I call on the members across the House today to support the amendments Labour has put in place to help tackle some of the most difficult challenges facing our criminal justice system. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
It's somewhat of a surprise to me that as a great many people have suddenly removed their names from the list, the members whom I had hoped to call, the Honourable Gentleman from North Norfolk, the Honourable Gentleman from Gloucester, I'm just checking that neither of them is here, and they are not. So in this very strange, and I appreciate the Honourable Lady's offer of help, but we will go straight to the Lord Chancellor, Robert Buckland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The debate today has been, I think, a stimulating and thought-provoking one, as report stage merits. I would, however, challenge, I'm afraid, some of the narrative that we've heard from the party opposite, because in many respects we've shared a common goal to try and reduce the threat of and the infliction of violence, abuse and abuse against women and girls. When I think back at what we did with the domestic abuse bill, I see the Honourable Lady, member for Birmingham Yardley, in her seat, quite rightly, who was a champion of that, and I'm grateful to her, always will be. Let's just remind ourselves how far we've come in the last 10 or 11 years. I was delighted to take part in a cross-party campaign to reform the law of stalking, which has been further strengthened in terms of sentencing maximum increases by this government. When I look back at the upskirting legislation, I'm proud of the work that was done, led by this government. We brought in the offence of coercive control for the first time to cover a wide range of criminal behaviour committed in the main against women and girls. Revenge porn has been outlawed, the rough sex defence has been ended, and we have already acted to end automatic early release for serious violent and sexual offenders. This bill brings forward, Madam Deputy Speaker, further welcome measures to protect the public, to build on our work to better protect women and girls, to increase sentences for the most serious sexual and violent offenders, and to support the police in their vital work in keeping our streets safe. And I'll briefly give way.
Will my right honourable friend confirm his commitment to bring forward measures to do justice for our retail workers and those who serve the public within the passage of this bill?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I look forward to working with him and other colleagues with regard to the bringing forward of measures that will indeed deal with the question of the need to protect our valiant retail workers who have given us so much in this pandemic and who serve our country with distinction. I'm grateful to him. And I note that he's joined by my honourable friend, the member for Bury North, who made in an excellent speech, a brief but excellent speech, the most of his considerable experience as a criminal solicitor. And he's right to say that when it comes to the reasons for the dramatic drop in rape convictions, and I've readily acknowledged that, I've acknowledged it frankly and fully, and have set out plans to do something about it. The complexities surrounding the reasons for that are deep, and only those, I think, who have indeed spent many years looking at these issues and those who have experienced the ordeal of the investigative and trial process can really give the strongest testimony about what needs to be done. Of course, we recognise the devastating effect of sexual violence and the lifelong impact that it has on victims and survivors. And I listened with interest to the submissions made by the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Shadow Secretary of State, about new clause 89. I have to say, and I will pick him up on this, that he's wrong to say that in clause 100 the government is introducing for the first time minimum sentences. What we're doing there is tightening up the criterion by which the courts apply minimum sentences for certain repeat offences. The existence of a minimum term for only one offence is, in fact, I think, only evidenced in one aspect of the law relating to the possession of a firearm. The concerns that we have with regard to the proposal put forward by the party opposite is that they do not reflect the reality of what has been happening with regard to rape sentencing. There has, over the last 10 years, been a welcome increase in the average length of sentences for rape of 15%, with 2/3 of offenders now receiving a custodial sentence of over 7 years. In fact, the average is 9 years, 9.5 months, Madam Deputy Speaker, which I think reflects the evolution of sentencing guidelines and the changes, the welcome changes that have been made. We're working in the rape review to make sure that we can drive forward more early guilty pleas so that victims and survivors do not have to go through the ordeal of sentencing, of the trial process. And my genuine concern about the proposal is that it cuts across a lot, not just of what the party opposite say needs to be done with regard to the process, but in fact the work that we have set out in our rape review. What we should now be looking at is the amount and proportion of prosecutions and the overall outcome of the need to ensure that we have increased convictions. That has to be the real focus of government. That is what I have set out in the rape review, and that is what we will drive forward. I noted with interest Amendment 50 about the potential further expansion of the imposition of a whole life order. We absolutely sympathise with the concerns that underpin this amendment, but the risk that is posed by it is that it does start to create further anomalies and issues with regard to the ladder of sentencing that exists under Schedule 21. There would be a dramatic difference between the murder of one person with evidence of a sexual assault, which would have a whole life order starting point, and indeed in the absence of that assault the starting point would be dramatically different at only 15 years. That is the sort of discrepancy I'm sure the party opposite wouldn't want to seek, which is why I have been working indeed to review the whole framework of homicide, in particular with regard to domestic homicide itself. It is important that when we seek to change in any way Schedule 21, Madam Deputy Speaker, we do not create further anomalies. Let's not forget that we are talking about starting points, which means that the judge has the discretion to either move up or down according to the evidence in each case. Now, I indeed have undertaken to look at in a broader way at domestic homicide sentencing in particular. And I just wanted, in addressing the clauses set out by the party opposite about the review of sentencing on domestic homicide, to give assurance that indeed that work is underway. It's well underway. We're analysing recent cases to see what effect the current law and guidance are having, including explicitly looking at how cases involving a weapon are sentenced. And of course I will update this House with more details as it progresses, and I will give way in a moment, of course, to the Honourable Lady, but I can also inform the House that I intend to appoint an independent expert to oversee the next stage of the review, which will consider initial findings and then make recommendations, and I of course will come back to this House and confirm these arrangements. And I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you. I thank the Justice Secretary, and just by happenstance I wrote to him this morning on this exact matter. I wonder if he could place in the Library of the House of Commons the terms of reference for the review that he is doing into domestic homicide, because I spoke this morning with 4 of the families whose daughters have been murdered, and that they are still without detail around that particular issue.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady. In fact, she would be interested to see the note that I have on the side of my notes here. Remember the families. So I'm grateful to her for reminding me of that, and of course I will undertake to put a suitably phrased letter in the Library of the House. And I hope that assures honourable members that indeed I am taking the necessary steps here. I absolutely recognise the importance of those concerns. I listened with care to the speech of the Honourable Lady, the member for Walthamstow, who has charted her own deeply distressing experience recently when a photograph was taken entirely inappropriately of her, without her consent, and in circumstances that all of us would deeply deprecate and deplore. It's something that we all want to do something about. That is why we, some time ago, had asked the Law Commission to review the law around the taking, making and sharing of intimate images without consent, to identify whether there are gaps in the scope of protection that is already offered to victims. And important, we're looking at the issues, and they are looking at the issues, about whether recording and sharing images of events such as breastfeeding should be captured as intimate imagery for the purposes of any reformed criminal law. They have completed a public consultation, and indeed they are developing final recommendations for the government. Now, it's certainly my intention to act. I want to make sure that the law is resilient, that it is comprehensive, and that when it is drafted, we do not create inadvertent loopholes that other people could then take advantage of. So I would gently just remind the Honourable Lady that indeed the product of the public nuisance reforms are indeed precisely those of the Law Commission, and it is in that tradition of careful consideration that we have already undertaken and started that work. I'm grateful to all honourable members for their continued dedication to improve the way in which the system handles sexual offences cases. And that dedication is clearly behind the amendments concerning the use of evidence, including Section 41 of the 1999 Act. But we've got to remind ourselves that Section 41 does already provide a very comprehensive prohibition from the defence adducing any evidence or any questions relating to previous sexual behaviour. And as time is short, I will say this. The Honourable Lady is right to refer to our undertaking in the Rape Review Action Plan to ask the Law Commission to examine the law, guidance and practice relating to the use of evidence in prosecutions. And indeed, the Law Commission will be very happy to meet the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, about her concerns, to take on board the proper observations she makes. And let's not forget that the wider issue about rape myths as well will be part of their work. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to briefly move on to the issue of penalties for those who disclose the identity of anonymous complainants. I simply say this. I think we can go one better. There are a number of other offences, mainly modern-day slavery, female genital mutilation come to mind, where anonymity is a legal requirement. It's essential when we redraft the legislation that we cover all offences where anonymity is a requirement. Parliament, and also assess the interplay between the criminal offence and contempt of court. And as a law officer, I police that particular divide regularly. It is clear that the law officers already have the power to pursue wrongdoers for contempt of court where serious wrongdoing has been evidenced. And I'm grateful that my right honourable friend, the Attorney-General, has indeed invited the Law Commission to undertake a thorough review of the law in this area with a view to strengthening it and to meet the ambitions of all of us in this House. I was very grateful, as ever, to the Honourable Lady Member for Rotherham for her steadfast and consistent work in the support of victims. I would simply say this. Already we have, with the Victims Code, a number of entitlements relating to parole. There is a root and branch review of the parole board that is ongoing, and indeed the observations that she makes, the concerns that she has outlined, indeed are being fully embraced by that, and further work that will be done on the victims' law. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to deal very briefly with pet theft. It is vital that the underlying seriousness of this type of criminality is fully reflected by the law. And that is why the Pet Theft Task Force has been working since its launch on the 8th of May in order to look at the wider issues. And I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, the member for Chingford and Wood Green. As a pet owner myself, I understand the depth of feeling that exists here, and I'm able to say in the strongest terms that we will act to drive out this pernicious crime, and his new clauses address some of the issues at the heart of where we will take action. And I give him and others this assurance that it is our intention to make any necessary changes to this bill in the Lords before it returns to the Commons, once we have finalised the detail of exactly what is needed, using a range of powers, including primary legislation. And the effect of these changes will, I believe, help achieve what he and other honourable and right honourable members are seeking to achieve today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to just briefly deal with the issue of road traffic offences, and I wanted to pay tribute to my honourable friends, the members for North Cornwall and Truro and Falmouth, who are working hard to raise awareness about this important issue. And indeed, I can assure them, and indeed the Honourable Gentleman Member for Exeter, that my ministerial colleagues at the Department for Transport are indeed working and exploring options with my officials about how these offences work in the wider context, and taking on board the point made by my honourable friend, the member for Wickham, about the particular context in which people seek to evade the law and evade responsibility. Whilst we have a common law offence of perverting the course of justice available, it seems to me that more work needs to be done to identify that class of driver who manipulate the system and evade responsibility in a way that clearly causes outrage to the community and offends the wider public. I wanted to very briefly mention the issue raised by my honourable friend, the member for Tunbridge and Malling. I'm hugely grateful to him. We both share a passion for this issue, and I've been proud to spearhead reforms to child cruelty in the past. I will work with him. We are looking, as he knows, more widely at this issue, and indeed hope to bring something forward in terms of concrete reform as soon as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, as the time reaches the witching hour, I simply say this. Tonight is an opportunity for honourable members to unite in common cause to strengthen the fight against crime and to make our communities safer. The opportunity is there. The gauntlet is laid down to the party opposite. I ask them to take it up.
Thank you. The Right Honourable Lady for Camberwell and Peckham indicated earlier this evening that she wishes to withdraw new clause 3. Is it the will of the House that new clause 3 be withdrawn?
Aye.
New clause 3 by leave withdrawn. So we move to new clause 19, which has been selected for separate decision. Hull Williams to move new clause 19 formally.
Formally.
The question is that new clause 19 be added to the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Aye. Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that new clause 19 be added to the bill. As members of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Marion Fellows and Alan Dorrans. Tell us for the noes, David Rutley and Michael Tomlinson.
The ayes to the right, 220. The noes to the left, 366.
The ayes to the right, 220. The noes to the left, 366. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to new clause 89, which has been selected for separate decision. I call David Lammy to move new clause 89 formally.
Formally, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that new clause 89 be added to the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. Order! The question is, we really must get some politeness back into this chamber. The question is that new clause 89 be added to the bill. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes Liz Twist and Mary Glindon. Tell us for the noes David Rutley and Michael Tomlinson.
The ayes to the right, 229. The noes to the left, 355.
Ayes to the right, 229. The noes to the left, 355. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to clause 97, which has been selected for separate decision. I call David Lammy to move new clause 97 formally.
Formally, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that new clause 97 be added to the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 97 be added to the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Liz Twist and Mary Clendon. Tell us for the noes, David Rutley and Michael Tomlinson. Lock the doors. Order.
The ayes to the right, 227. The noes to the left, 356.
The ayes to the right, 227. The noes to the left, 356. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to Government Amendment 46. I call the Minister to move Amendment 46 formally.
Formally.
The question is that Government Amendment 46 be made. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to new clause 98, which has been selected for separate decision. I call David Lammy to move new clause 98 formally.
Formally.
The question is that new clause 98 be added to the bill. As many as that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
Aye.
Division, clear the lobby. Order. The question is that new clause 98 be added to the bill. As many as that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tell us for the ayes, Liz Twist and Mary Glindon. Tell us for the noes, David Rutley and Michael Tomlinson. Clause. Order.
The ayes to the right, 232. The noes to the left, 354.
The ayes to the right, 232. The noes to the left, 354. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Consideration completed. Third reading now. Just before I call the Home Secretary, it's obvious that there's very little time left for this part of the proceedings, so there will be a time limit on backbench speeches of 3 minutes, but I urge even greater brevity. I call the Home Secretary to move third reading. Priti Patel.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the bill now be read for a third time. This bill delivers on our promise to the British people to keep them safe. It backs our police with improved powers and more support for officers and their families in recognition of the unique and enormous sacrifices that they make. It introduces tougher sentences for the worst offenders and modernises the criminal justice system with an overhaul of the courts and tribunal processes. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the long overdue police covenant represents our promise to the police and their families that we will do everything we can to honour and support them, and that includes much more support for their health and well-being. As the House knows, the bill requires the Home Secretary to report annually to Parliament on the covenant. This will now cover the whole policing family. We rely on the police for our public safety and protection. We have relied on them more than usual during the COVID pandemic to enforce new laws and, of course, to keep us safe. The overwhelming majority of the country has responded with profound gratitude. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, a thuggish minority has responded with abuse and violence. In the year from December 2019 to 2020, we saw a big increase in assaults on police officers. Assaults on constables without injury increased by 21%, just over 25,000. Assaults on constables with injury went up by 2%, but that is still over 11,000 cases. It is despicable, cannot and should be tolerated, so this bill doubles the maximum penalty for assaulting emergency workers to 2 years, including those heroic NHS workers. Serious violence reduction orders will also give the police targeted stop and search powers for convicted knife and weapon carriers. The police will also be able to take a more proactive approach to managing protests. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not about stifling freedom of expression. The right to protest peacefully is a cornerstone of our democracy, but there is a balance to be struck between the rights of the protester and the rights of others to go about their daily lives. The current legislation the police use to manage protests, the Public Order Act 1986, was enacted over 30 years ago. Tactics such as blocking emergency vehicles, gluing oneself to a train, blocking airport runways and preventing the distribution of newspapers are unacceptable and illegitimate. They will be treated as such. By attempting to strike out those clauses today, Labour have proven that they are on the side of the disruptive minority and not the hard-working majority. Madam Deputy Speaker, victims and witnesses need to know that they are safe. And of course, this bill reforms the pre-charge bail regime, which will bring much-needed reassurance, including in high-harm cases such as domestic abuse. People convicted of serious crimes will receive tougher sentences and spend longer in prison. Automatic halfway release from prison will end for another cohort of serious sexual and violent offenders. A whole-life tariff order will be the starting point for the premeditated murder of a child. The government's comprehensive rape review is soon to be followed by comprehensive strategies to tackle violence against women and girls and domestic abuse. Now, these problems, Madam Deputy Speaker, are complex and widespread, so we need to do much more to combat them. The bill strengthens the management of sex offenders, for example, by enabling the courts to impose electronic monitoring requirements and behavioural change courses. There are new powers to manage terrorism risk offenders as well. The bill provides a more agile and appropriate management of children in the justice system, something that we should never overlook, so that judges and magistrates can make decisions in the best interest of the child and the public. Secure schools will be trialled with new trials with a focus on excellent education, well-being and purposeful activity. Now, because of COVID, temporary provisions were made to allow people to participate in and follow court proceedings via video and audio technology. These have worked well and will be made permanent. We will also make the courts more accessible for people with disabilities. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, our first responsibility as a government is to keep the public safe. The vital provisions in this bill will strengthen public safety and update the law. They will mean the police can manage new and emerging threats, and that the criminal justice system works for the British people, keeping our citizens and our communities safe. As we prepare to vote, I urge the party opposite to ask themselves whose side are they on. The public whom they serve will notice. These measures are emphatically on the side of the police and the law-abiding majority of the British people, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. Shadow Home Secretary Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I extend my thanks to the Bill team, the Clarkson House staff and the Library staff for facilitating debate in the House. But it is a great shame that a bill that could have commanded wide support ended up being so divisive. Indeed, there are elements of the bill campaigned for by members on these benches working with other parties, on increasing sentences for causing death by dangerous driving, reform of the disclosure and barring service, on sexual offences perpetrated by those in positions of trust, and some elements of the review of my right honourable friend, the member for Tottenham, have been included, though far too few. We also welcome the introduction of a police covenant, and great credit must go to my honourable friend, the Shadow Policing Minister, for securing the concession to include non-Home Office police forces, an important change that will make a difference. We will hold the government to account on the implementation of the covenant to make sure it really does make a significant difference to frontline officers. On behalf of the opposition, I've also placed amendments on the order paper today in relation to the Hillsborough disaster, in light of the collapse of the trial of 3 men on the 26th of May. Those proposals are based on the detailed work of my honourable friend, the member for Garston and Halewood, reflect her Public Advocate Bill, together with the work of the former member for Lee, with the introduction of a duty of candour and equality of arms for families in inquests. We think today first and foremost of the Hillsborough families and their remarkable courage and determination in seeking justice over decades. We owe a duty to seek to ensure that what happened to them can never happen again. The opposition offers its full support to achieving this. That's the purpose of placing the proposals on the record. And I hope that work can now be done to move things forward with there no longer being an ongoing trial. But sadly, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill has been made a divisive bill. Made divisive because of provisions put into the bill that are unconscionable, and because of provisions not put into it that would have addressed the priorities of the British people, like dealing with the reasons why so many women and girls feel unsafe on our streets. This is a bill that showed a warped sense of priorities, a bill that does more to protect statues than it does to protect women. And it's a bill that destroys the fine British tradition of protecting the right to protest. A bill that allows the noise generated by persons taking part as a reason to curtail protest, and that criminalises people, mark this, who break a condition they ought to have known existed. Our laws of protest have always been a balance, and the way this proposed law disturbs it is wrong. Now, I declare an interest, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a trade unionist, I refer to my relevant entry in the Register of Members' Financial Interests on support from the Unite Union and the GMB. Whether it's our trade unions or another group that wants to make its views known loudly in the streets, we limit their ability to do so at our peril. Media reports, I won't because we're very short of time, media reports even suggest that the National Police Chiefs Council, the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners, Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Service and the Metropolitan Police have all stated they didn't request these noise clauses be added to the bill. And today there's a piece in the Times newspaper where senior former police officers have written warning that this bill is dangerous and has harmful implications for the ability of police officers to enforce the law and for the health of our democracy. Isn't the truth, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the mask has slipped? Ministers are not acting on legitimate concerns about keeping people safe. They're trying to clamp down on people's legitimate and democratic right to protest. I wonder what it is about the appalling record of this government that makes them so concerned about people organising protests against it. That the government attacks our democratic traditions in this way, limiting the rights of those whose beliefs are inconvenient to them, is dangerous and to its shame. The unauthorised encampment section of this bill, clearly targeted at Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities, will potentially breach the Human Rights Act and the Equality Act. And when friends, families and travellers researched the consultation responses the government received, they found 84% of police responses didn't support the criminalisation of unauthorised encampments. It's unconscionable and it's unworkable. And this bill is also a missed opportunity. There should be wider measures to protect the pandemic heroes, extending protection to shop workers as well as other frontline workers. I wrote this weekend, Madam Deputy Speaker, with the General Secretary of the USDOR Union, that during the pandemic, we united as a country to clap for our frontline workers, like shop workers. Now is the time to deliver on this. Instead, the government MPs voted against that today. The bill also, well, it is true because the amendment was down today and the MPs have voted it down. The bill also continues to ignore the disproportionality that exists from start to finish in the criminal justice system. Black people have bravely stepped forward to share their testimony of structural racism and the impact it still has. This is a government that seems to want to deny that structural racism even exists. And meanwhile, whilst communities up and down the country suffer the consequences of antisocial behaviour, this government prefers to waste over £200 million on a pointless yacht. Labour would invest that money in tackling crime. And when it comes to addressing the appalling issue of violence against women and girls, this is an empty bill. We on these benches even published a green paper with suggestions for the government to act. A rape survivors support plan with victims having the right to support, with cases of rape and serious sexual violence fast-tracked and a minister with specific responsibility for driving change. That 1.6% of reported rapes leads to a charge as a national scandal. The Lord Chancellor offered an apology, but not the resources we need. The Prime Minister shamefully dismissed concerns on it as jabber. This bill was an opportunity to show that addressing violence against women and girls was a priority for this government, and they have failed. Women and girls who feel unsafe on our streets should have been the priority in this bill. It should have delivered on inadequate sentencing for rape, for stalking, for domestic homicides. It should have addressed unacceptable and intimidating street harassment. It should have delivered properly resourced domestic abuse services. But whether it's our frontline workers, whether it's those who've suffered as a consequence of disproportionality, whether it's victims of antisocial behaviour, we on these benches will continue to campaign for them and put victims first.
We go by video link to Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an important bill, and this debate is a reminder that an effective criminal justice system is all about balance. Balance between the individual and the state, balance between the victim and the accused, balance between the need to protect society with condign punishment where necessary, and the need and duty to rehabilitate those justice system requires an holistic approach and a calm approach that lasts beyond the lifetime of any one parliament. But we need to look calmly and sensibly at these matters. We need to fund the system right the way through making sure that the police have enough support to do their jobs, both in funding and in powers, but also that the courts have enough resource and powers and flexibility in those powers to achieve justice in a way that is credible and consistent, as our judges invariably endeavour to do, and to make sure that the probation and prison services have the resources to keep dangerous people safe, but also to support those who wish to make a better life for themselves, having paid their debt to society. All those are important. Can I also make the point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that not all reform necessarily requires primary legislation. Much of the objectives that have been talked about in this debate can be achieved through other means, through policy initiatives and through better use of laws that we already have in place. And I can think of a number of those that have been touched upon in this debate, and better use of sentencing powers which already exist and which I believe, with support, our judiciary are prepared to do. That's why the work of the Sentencing Council is so important in these matters. And it's worth reminding, Right Honourable Members, that on behalf of this House, the Justice Committee is a statutory consultee in the work of the Sentencing Council, something that we take incredibly closely. There is a power for elected representatives here to have an input into that, and we ought to make full and proper use of it, and our committee is determined to do so. A final word about the importance of the Law Commission. That's been mentioned much today. I know the Lord Chancellor has been firm in his support for it. It's critical that the Law Commission continues to be properly and fully resourced. Its budgets are not large. Under the current administration, there has been no attempt to reduce it. There was once advisedly in the past. I'm sure there will not be in the future, but we need to make sure that they continue to have the resource available to make sure that we have an objective, independent and authoritative voice to guide us in the way in which we reform desperately important elements of our law, criminal and civil, which are going to have a bearing on a society beyond the lifetime of this Parliament and many more beyond. So that long-term approach that the Law Commission gives is vital too, and I commend it to the House.
SNP spokesman Anne McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was disappointed earlier that 44 of the 66 speakers didn't get into the debate at second reading. Particularly disappointed that nobody from the SNP other than myself was able to speak. I had kept my remarks to around 5 minutes to allow them and others to be able to come in, but unfortunately it didn't happen. However, I'm going to be much briefer again this time, partly because there's only so much time you can spend banging your head off a brick wall, and also because over the last few months, myself and colleagues have spoken at length about this and will continue to do so. So I'm just going to reiterate the main issues for the SNP. And those are that this bill will not achieve what the government says it wants to achieve, will seriously curtail the rights to protest, will disgracefully criminalise the way of life of gypsy travellers. And I would remind honourable members again that Wednesday, 1 o'clock, gypsy travellers will be spending 2 hours across the road from this place, and they've invited us all to join them to hear more about their way of life and how this bill will impact on those lives. This bill is likely to have a disproportionate negative impact on ethnic minority communities and women. It will allow the ridiculous and unjust possibility of a tougher jail sentence for someone who topples over a statue than for someone who does the same to a living human being or animal. And finally, let me assure the people of Scotland that this bill would never happen in an independent Scotland. And if there is a single person on these islands still wondering why we campaign for independence, I would encourage them to read this bill.
Thank you. We go by video link to Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This legislation is so pernicious in parts that it chillingly removes some of our most precious freedoms. Indeed, on the issue of press freedoms, the existing Investigatory Powers Act already allows the identification of journalistic source information via a judicial process when it's required by the police. But this bill appears not only to relax, but ride a coach and horses through this legal process, with no clear protection or processes for journalistic whistleblowers, and extending the people who can access the information to not only police officers and constables, but employees of the Common Council of the City of London and immigration officers. The bill's also littered with instances of racial and other forms of discrimination, from the biased operation of serious violence reduction orders through to attacks on Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities through the criminalisation of their way of life. And then there are the bill's provisions on our right to protest. The Home Secretary will have unfettered power to define what constitutes serious disruption, and protesters who simply cause a serious annoyance, which is not defined, can be subject to jail sentences of up to 10 years. Worryingly, Amnesty International have said the bill also gives ministers further enhanced powers to issue further legally binding regulations around these highly subjective and vague thresholds, which raises the prospect that the current or any future government may misuse these powers to stifle criticism and views that it might find uncomfortable. So I finish with a warning. History is littered with examples of democracy sliding blindly into authoritarianism. It usually happens by stealth, undermining the judiciary one day, threatening the existence of public broadcasters the next, rigging electoral rules to make it much more difficult for opposition parties to win elections, and of course silencing dissent by restricting the right to protest. It all sounds chillingly familiar, doesn't it? So if the government does believe in democracy, and I truly hope they do, then let them prove it tonight. Drop this bill. Otherwise, I've got no option, Madam Deputy Speaker, but to determine that tonight, whether intentionally or accidentally, this government begins its stealthy descent into authoritarianism. Thank you.
Gavin Robinson.
I think it's fair to say in this Parliament the government have a strong majority, but they need to use it wisely and responsibly. I do want to commend both the Honourable Lady for Louth and Horncastle and the Lord Chancellor, both of whom this afternoon and this evening have demonstrated a willingness to listen on some issues and have given commitments that there will be resolutions in the other place. But I did express earlier my disappointment that the committee process didn't get this bill to the shape I believe it needed to be. There are still profound concerns, not just with those who are likely to offer opposition, but those who have recognised and have expounded some of the issues that they see, including myself, that they see within some of the provisions, what the provisions say and how they have been articulated, and how, even though the Honourable Lady, the Minister, did indicate that perhaps there are some misconceptions or misperceptions about what is entailed within the bill, sadly this House has not had the opportunity to consider the bill in full this afternoon. Time has been limited, and I think we are the worse for it. The other place, I suspect, will have much longer on this bill, and we may see that there are significant opportunities for change. Can I just encourage the Ministers to think very positively and consider positively those new clauses 44 to 50 that were seeking to mirror the provisions on human trafficking and sexual exploitation that apply in Northern Ireland already. I do hope you will give those earnest consideration. We secured passage of those provisions in Northern Ireland some 4 years ago. They are important legislative changes, and on the basis of the aspects of this bill that do apply in Northern Ireland, the 4 or 5 on attaining information from electronic devices, on assisting with samples and recovery of remains, on sexual offences, and on some mutual recognition provisions across the United Kingdom, we will support third reading, recognising, of course, that we had reservations, and no doubt we will return to those at another occasion.
Karen Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just briefly, I'd like to support all the comments made by my friend, the Honourable Member for Tor 5, particularly with our right to legitimate protest. But I particularly want to draw the House's attention to my amendments, which I didn't have an opportunity to speak to earlier, about air weapon safety, something I've been pursuing for a number of years, as a Minister understands, following the tragically damages to my young constituent from an air weapon, life-changing industries, and I've worked with many other members whose constituents have died from these weapons. I will pursue the issue of prohibition of air weapons on private land for those under the age of 18, and I particularly like the government to really consider publishing the evidence that they have collected with regard to the air weapons review following my adjournment debate a few years ago. We need to understand the way in which the government has use the evidence to come to the conclusions they have, particularly with regard to the law as it operates in Northern Ireland and Scotland, and the licensing of these dangerous weapons. I hope this is something that I will be able to pursue with the government in the coming months and years, and I think there are hundreds of families across the country who would want to support us in looking at this issue more seriously again.
Thank you. Kate Osborne, also not here. Ian Levy. No.
Thank you,
Madam
Deputy Speaker. Having served on the Bill Committee of this landmark piece of legislation, I wholeheartedly support that this bill embeds the Police Covenant into law, a commitment I made to my constituents of Blythe Valley back in 2019. The Covenant is pivotal in ensuring that our police are supported and rightly receive the recognition and enhanced protection they deserve in keeping us all safe. This is a hugely positive step and echoes the government's commitment to protect police officers and their families. My promise to my constituency to do all that I will to reduce crime and create safe communities is paramount to Blythe Valley, and Blythe Valley has seen high levels of antisocial behaviour over recent years. On occasion, tragically led to the loss of life. Only recently, a constituent and father of two was violently attacked on his way home. And I would like to thank the Northumbria Police and my constituency for all the work that they have done in the wake of this shocking incident. Much to the horror of my constituents, the offenders were all teenagers, aged between 16 and 18 years, and due to their actions, so many lives have been ruined. It is vital that we give our police every tool that they need to protect both themselves and our communities, as well as strengthening police, stop and search powers, and targeting those people who are convicted of knife crime and weapon offences. Alternatively, to custody of young offenders will also be reinforced. Another part of the bill, which I particularly welcome, is the maximum penalty for anyone who assaults or commits an offence against an emergency worker, increased from 12 months to 2 years. Whilst I worked for the NHS for almost 25 years, I am sure that everyone in this House will agree any form of attack or assault against an emergency worker is unacceptable and should not be tolerated. Our emergency services have gone above and beyond over the past year during the pandemic to protect and save lives, and they deserve to be treated with the utmost respect. Their bravery, their selflessness, professionalism, and unflinching diligence does not go unnoticed. And I welcome that this bill will seek to ensure that everyone who commits an offence against such workers will be penalised. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Scott Mann and Tom Pursglove. Tellers for the noes, Liz Twist and Mary Glindon. Order!
The ayes to the right, 365. The noes to the left, 265.
The ayes to the right, 365. The noes to the left, 265. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. I'm now going to briefly suspend the House for 2 minutes to make arrangements for the next item of business. Order. Order. We now come to motion number 3 on sports grounds and sporting events, and motion number 4 on constitutional law. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers. Is that opinion? Say aye.
Aye.
On the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And so we come to motion number 5 on business of the House for the 8th of July. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order papers. Is that opinion? Say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Tom Hunt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise today to outline in detail a quite tragic incident that took place in Ipswich, an incident that really shook the town and caused great upset and hurt, and hopefully, I hope, can spur some reform with regards to the criminal justice system. Richard Day, he was a constituent of mine, Richard Day, and I only had the opportunity to represent him for a short time, and I didn't know Richard Day, and I hadn't met him, but having met with his brother and having met with a lot of people who did know him and were touched by him, it's very clear that Richard Day was an incredibly popular man who touched the lives of a huge number of Ipswich residents. He was a 45-year-old man with 3 brothers. He was an engineer with UK Power Networks. He just completed 4 years of training. He was incredibly passionate about what he did. He was a season ticket holder at Ipswich Town Football Club. He was passionate about his town, and he's passionate about his family, and he's passionate about his friends. In the words of his brother, Chrissy, he would give you his shirt off his back. That was the kind of man he was. He would have done anything for anyone. He was the sort of man who deserved only good things to happen to him, and good things to happen to those who were closest to him. On the 22nd of February 2020, he went to see Ipswich-Oxford football game. Ipswich lost 1-0, which has happened a fair bit over the last few years, but he was I think probably got a bit used to it. So was in good spirits despite the fact that Ipswich lost that game. He went to the Cock and Pie pub. He met up with his brother Chrissy, and his younger brother was actually involved in a music band, and he went somewhere else in town to see his brother playing, and for the first time in a long time, all 4 brothers were together on that night, Saturday the 22nd of February. He was the oldest brother, and not only did he provide invaluable support to each one of his 3 brothers, but he also cared for his mother, who had health problems, and he did everything he could to support her. After the gig, he walked home to watch, I believe it was a boxing fight which was taking place that night. It was before midnight, and he walked up St Matthew Street, which is a pretty prominent street in Ipswich. It's a street that I myself have walked along when I've walked up to where I live after, going to a bar or a restaurant. Earlier that day, Andrea Christie, who had a youth detention order and who was awaiting sentencing for a violent crime, frankly, was going about his business pretty determined for trouble, pretty determined to cause a lot of damage to someone, to cause a lot of grief to someone. Unfortunately, that person was Richard Day. Richard Day was set upon by this particular individual. He was attacked violently. There was a punch thrown to the neck, which would end up being the lethal blow. Far from offering assistance, because we could say, well, it got a bit out of hand, it was something which happened. But far from offering assistance, when Richard Day lay on the ground, dying, he went through his pockets, stole his wallet, and was seen standing over my constituent as he was dying, and he was laughing. This happened in the town that I represent, and it happened before midnight, and it happened in a prominent place. Clearly, this has caused immense upset to the family of Richard Day, all of his friends, and everyone knew him. But it also shook the town and frankly, I don't really think that we've recovered from it. I was very thankful to my Right Honourable friend, the Home Secretary, for visiting Ipswich in March 2020. I spoke to her about this incident, and which had caused great nervousness in the town, because frankly, there have been many antisocial behaviour problems in the town that I represent. And when something like this happens, it causes great unease. And I was grateful for the Home Secretary to visiting Ipswich, talking to residents and talking to the local police force. So that is the effect of what happened on the family in the town. In 26th of April 2021, a judge issued a sentence for Mr. Christie, which was he got 4 years in a youth offenders institute. But of course, he will be let out automatically halfway through. So frankly, it's pointless calling it 4 years. It's not 4 years, it's 2 years. This particular individual had already served a significant amount of time on remand. So frankly, we are looking at this individual being released incredibly soon and presumably back on the streets of Ipswich. I haven't spoken to a single person, not a single person, wide range of views on law and order issues, not a single person in the town, and not a single person I've spoken to about this particular sentence believes it's appropriate, believes that it delivers justice. They believe it is far, far from that. So I did write to the Attorney General to ask the Attorney General to see if they could review it to the Court of Appeal. I knew it was a long shot, because I knew that in some senses, and the family did feel that the judge's hands are kind of tied. All of this is to do with the Sentencing Council guidelines. But we thought we'd give it a try. We were unsuccessful. And I understand the reasons why it was unsuccessful. And I'm grateful for the letter I received from my right honourable friend, the Solicitor General, who sent me a letter and then discussed it with me offline as well to explain her immense sympathy with the family, but why she felt she was in the position that she was in. So the consequences, I think there's probably 3 consequences I can really think about now. One is the consequences for the family, and their belief is that no justice has been served. As the victims, as the family of the victim, their confidence in the criminal justice system has been shaken as a result of this. They are so far away from feeling like it's almost an insult, they believe, this pitiful sentence. What kind of deterrent does it provide? Anybody else potentially involved in this kind of illicit behaviour? When somebody who behaves like this can get away with it. And there's also the consequence of public safety. As I said before, this particular individual who has committed multiple crimes before he ended up in the Offenders Institute where he currently is, could well be back out on the streets of Ipswich again. And how can we guarantee that he won't do something similar again? The judge said that he took into account public safety, but that an extended sentence wouldn't help the situation. I find that hard to believe. Why am I doing this? Why did I apply for this adjournment debate? Because this is only my 3rd adjournment debate. I did so in a sense because I wanted to firstly put on record the remarkable man that I've learned about, the contribution he made to his family and to his town, and that he should never be forgotten, but also the sense of anger felt by not just his family, but really everyone in the town, and to hopefully try and spur some of us to think about what the consequences of this are and how unhealthy it is that so many people's confidence in the criminal justice system is so shaken by a sentence like this, a sentence that we can all look at and know is wrong. And I simply don't think it's enough to abdicate responsibility and say, oh, well, it's a sentencing council, it's this, it's that. Ultimately, people look to their elected representatives to put in place a law and order system that they can have confidence in, they have faith in, and they believe delivers justice. So I do believe that this House, this government, need to look at the system and take appropriate action to make sure that sentences like this are not issued in the way they are. Because to me, this was manslaughter. And it was manslaughter that Mr. Crucier was found guilty of. But for me, it was an incredibly sinister kind of manslaughter, one in which he's shown no contrition whatsoever for the damage that he's done and for the life he took away, that will never, ever be forgotten by the family of Mr. Day. It does seem wrong that if he'd been over 18, because he was 16 when the incident took place, he was 17 when he was sentenced, it does seem wrong. It does seem wrong. But I understand if he was over the age of 18, he probably would have got something like 9 years. And there is just such a dramatic difference if you're a 17-year-old as opposed to if you're a 18-year-old. Almost more, I believe, from the difference between if you're a 12-year-old and a 17-year-old. I understand the government are looking at a sliding scale in relation to murder, but nothing, I believe, in relation to manslaughter, which is what we talk about today and which is what has caused such immense destruction to the lives of Richard Day. I'm very serious about the point about public safety. I don't know what the plan is for Mr. Christier when he comes out of where he is at the moment. My view is I don't want him ever to step foot in the town that I represent ever again. I believe that he's an appalling man. I believe he could do further damage, and I would like an assurance that he will not be back in the town that I represent. I don't know what his nationality is. I believe he's not British national, I understand, but I may be wrong. I don't know whether he's been able to apply for settled status whilst he's been in the criminal justice system. If he has done, I find this ludicrous. And I would think there's a very reasonable argument to be made for deportation. I see very little redeeming features in this individual. I think he's had nothing but a negative impact on our country and our town. And at the very least, if we cannot look at his sentence, it would be some comfort to know that he's going to be deported. Yes, in a way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend the Honourable Gentleman for this week for his bringing this matter to the House tonight. I think he's done his constituents proud, and I believe his dutiful attention is on record, and we thank him for it. Does the Honourable Member not agree that the automatic halving of sentences should not apply to cases involving manslaughter, and that we in this House have a duty to the families of victims to ensure that changes are made to legislation in every area of the UK which may enable his constituents killer to serve only 10 months after sentencing? He's absolutely right. He should be getting more.
I absolutely agree with the Honourable Member Strangford, who I'm very honoured has made an intervention into, I think, the second out of 3 agenda base. I actually don't think you've intervened in all of them, actually, but no, I completely look. The government have made some very good moves. They've ended automatic release for those found guilty of some of the most serious offences. So, if you get sentenced to 25 years in prison, no longer are you let out automatically halfway through. So there have been some moves in the right direction. But I agree. I think we need to go further, and I'm quite old-fashioned, but I like things to be what they call them a tin. So if you get 4 years, you get 4 years. If you get 2 years, you get 2 years. If you get 9 years, you get 9 years. And I think they should only be, unless there's exceptional behaviour and a very good reason for early release, then you shouldn't get early release. Don't call it 4 years if it's not 4 years. I mean, I don't know if that makes... But there is a wider point here, though, about the extent to which us as elected representatives can shape these issues, because I do think the public should have input into our law and order. I don't think we should be scared of trying to have an influence. But I'll just conclude now, because I would like the Minister obviously to have time to reply. But I guess why I wanted to have this debate, I wanted to put on record Richard Day, the man that he is, and how he will be remembered. And he will always be remembered. He will always be remembered. Because I'm not just saying this. He was loved, much loved, by a very large number of people in the town. He's a typical Ipswich man. Good, honest, good values. Patient with his football team. And he deserves for there to be a legacy, which involves us remembering him, but also being determined that other families don't have to go through the pain that his family have gone through. So that is how I would like to leave this debate, and I would say to the Minister that I would be very grateful if he could outline to me what steps are going to be taken to strengthen our criminal justice system, to make sure that people like Mr Christer pay a much, much higher price for the unbearable pain they have inflicted. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister Chris Philp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, let me start by thanking my honourable friend, the member for Ipswich, for securing this evening's adjournment debate. And let me thank him also for the very moving and powerful speech which he has just made, paying, as he did, very eloquent tribute to his constituent Richard Day, who was so tragically killed just over a year ago. It was clear from my honourable friend's description what a loved character around Ipswich Richard Day was, and it is, as my honourable friend said, fitting that he is recalled so fondly in this chamber in Parliament. The case which he has described to the House obviously raises a number of issues, particularly touching on the way that children or people who are under the age of 18 get sentenced, and the unduly lenient sentence scheme and various other issues that he touched on. As the honourable member said, the way that people are sentenced under the age of 18 is different to the way that adults are sentenced, reflecting the fact that they are less mature when the offence is committed. But despite that, there are a number of options which judges have available to them to make sure that, where appropriate for serious offences, there are the full range of options available which judges can, in their discretion, use. For example, a Section 250 sentence, which can be given for serious or grave offences. There are special sentences of detention for terrorist offenders of particular concern. People under 18 can get extended determinate sentences for serious sexual or violent or terrorist offences where the court considers them to be dangerous, where they serve a longer sentence and serve at least 2/3 of that in prison and more if the parole board thinks it's not safe to release them. They can be given a discretionary life sentence where the offender poses a significant risk, and of course for murder there is a mandatory life sentence. So a judge, in sentencing someone, even under the age of 18, has all of these options available to them under the current law if the judge chooses to use them. Now, we have gone further, Madam Deputy Speaker, to protect the public against offenders of all kinds in the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill, which passed its third reading just about half an hour ago, or in fact less than half an hour ago. That contained many measures to protect our constituents. For example, making sure that serious and dangerous offenders spend 2/3 of their sentence in prison, not a half, exactly as the Honourable Member for Ipswich was calling for in his speech. And in fact, those provisions do apply to offenders under the age of 18 as well, where they receive a standard determinate sentence of over 7 years for a serious sexual or violent offence, to make sure that they are kept off the streets for longer to protect the public and to make sure the sentence served in prison better reflects the sentence handed down by the court. And I hope my honourable friend will welcome that, and of course he voted for this just half an hour ago. At least I assume he voted for it at least half an hour ago. He's nodding, he did vote for it, that's good. So we've got these measures to make sure that serious and violent offenders are going to spend longer in prison, both adults and, in those circumstances, those under 18 as well. We're also making changes to the sentences handed down for those under 18 for cases of murder, which my honourable friend did touch on. Now, I know the case here was manslaughter, which I'm going to come on to in a minute, but for murder, rather than having a standard 12-year starting point for children, we're now going to introduce a sliding scale in this bill that we just passed. So we'll pass its third reading in the Commons. So it'll reflect the seriousness of the underlying offence. So it'll use as a starting point
the sentence that an adult would have got for the same offence, so it'll vary depending on the seriousness of the offence, but it'll also have a sliding scale based on age. So someone who's 17 when the offence was committed, instead of getting a significant discount, as happens at the moment, it'll only be a 10% discount, which I think addresses some of the issues the member for Ipswich was raising. And then it goes down to 66% of the adult offence, the adult sentence, when people are aged 14 to 16, and then 50% for the lower age ranges. So that will ensure that people who are just under the age of 18 will serve more of their sentence, will have a longer sentence rather, than is the case at the moment. So that is a very important change. We're also reducing the opportunities in this bill for those people who committed murder as a child to have their minimum term reviewed less frequently once they cross the age of 18. So all of those measures that we in this House have just supported half an hour ago will serve to stiffen sentences for people under the age of 18 who commit very serious offences, including murder, compared to what is the case today. I think moving in the direction which the Honourable gentleman mentioned, because I think our constituents do want to see these very serious offences properly punished with longer custodial sentences and more of those sentences served in prison. That will protect the public and build public confidence in the system. Now, there were some specific questions my honourable friend asked about this case, and obviously there's a limit to what I can say about individual cases, but he asked about conditions following release, licence conditions, and of course that is a matter for the probation service, and I can see my honourable friend then for Cheltenham is with us, who has ministerial responsibility for this, and I think we can ensure that this case is drawn to the attention of the probation service, and I think the victim's family will have the right to make representations to the probation service as they consider the conditions they might set, and we can certainly make sure that they have that opportunity in this case so the family can make their views known. Secondly, the member for Ipswich asked questions about the possibility that the accused in this case, or now the person who's been convicted of this offence, may not have British nationality, and he raises the question of whether they might be subject to deportation proceedings if that is the case. Under Section 32 of the 2007 Borders Act, anyone who receives a custodial sentence of over a year is considered for deportation, and so if the defendant or the accused, the convicted in this case, is not a British national, then because the sentence here was over 1 year, they will be eligible for mandatory consideration, and I know that will happen as a matter of routine. Not because I'm standing here saying it'll happen automatically, and we can obviously administratively make sure that that is not overlooked, although I'm sure it would not be overlooked in any event. The member for Ipswich made another point concerning the sliding scale. He made the observation correctly that this new sliding scale, which we legislated for just half an hour ago, applies to murder, but it doesn't apply to manslaughter. And he asked the question whether it's equitable that the sliding scale applies to the one offence but not the other. So he raises an interesting point. It's not a point that I'd given consideration to prior to him raising it just now. So I think I will take that point away and consider whether this sliding scale that we've legislated for murder should also apply to manslaughter. And having looked at that, I will get back to the member for Ipswich, having sort of considered whether there are any legal considerations or other considerations around that suggestion, because I think on the face of it, it is worthy of proper thought. So I will take that away this evening and look at it properly. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, just in concluding, I'd like to thank again the member for Ipswich for raising this extremely serious case. I'd like to extend my condolences to Richard Day's family, who was taken from them so suddenly and so brutally. And I think it's fitting that he's received the tribute he did tonight from his own constituency MP. This government is committed to making sure that serious offenders spend longer in prison. We have been legislating today to do that and to make sure more of the sentence is spent in prison. I've listened carefully to what the member for Ipswich has said. There are some points to take away this evening, because this government stands on the side of victims. We stand on the side of those who have suffered as a result of crime. Our commitment is being enshrined in legislation this very day, but where we need to go further, Madam Deputy Speaker, we most certainly will.
Thank you. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.